Thanks for visiting Timeless Audiobooks. Please remember to like, comment, share and subscribe for our latest audiobook uploads.
Section 1 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prologue and interviewer's questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Claudia Salto. Interview title, Guiteau and His Crime. Published in the Sunday Gazette, Washington, D.C., July 24, 1881. Prologue. Our Royal Bob was found by the Gazette in the gloaming of a delicious evening during the past week, within the open portals of his friendly residence, dedicated by the gracious presence within to a simple and cordial hospitality, to the charms of friendship and the freedom of an abounding comradeship. With intellectual and untrammeled life, a generous, wise, and genial host, whoever enters finds a welcome, seasoned with kindly wit and Attic humor, a poetic insight, and a delicious frankness, which renders an evening there a veritable symposium. The wayfarer who passes is charmed, and he who comes frequently goes always away with delightful memories. What matters it that we differ? Such as he and his make our common life the sweeter. An hour or two spent in the attractive parlors of the Ingersoll homestead, amid that rare group, lends a newer meaning to the idea of home and a more secure beauty to the fact of family life. During the past exciting 3 weeks, Colonel Ingersoll has been a busy man. He holds no office, no position could lend him an additional crown, and even recognition is no longer necessary. But it has been well that amid the first fierce fury of anger and excitement, and the subsequent more bitter, if not as noble outpouring of factions, suspicions, and innuendos, that so manly a man, so sagacious a counselor, has been enabled to hold so positive a balance. Cabinet officers, legal functionaries, detectives, citizens, all have felt the wise, humane instincts and the capacious brain of this marked man affecting and influencing for this fair equipoise and calmer judgment. Conversing freely on the evening of this visit, Colonel Ingersoll, in the abundance of his pleasure at the White House news, submitted to be interviewed, and with the following result. First question. By the way, Colonel, you knew Guiteau slightly, we believe. Are you aware that it has been attempted to show that some money loaned or given him by yourself was really what he purchased the pistol with? Ingersoll's answer.
I knew Guiteau slightly. I saw him for the first time a few days after the inauguration. He wanted a consulate and asked me to give him a letter to Secretary Blaine. I refused on the ground that I didn't know him. Afterwards he wanted me to lend him $25, and I declined. I never loaned him $1 in the world. If I had, I should not feel that I was guilty of trying to kill the President. On the principle that one would hold the man guilty who had innocently loaned the money with which he bought the pistol, you might convict the tailor who made his clothes. If he had had no clothes, he would not have gone to the depot naked, and the crime would not have been committed. It is hard enough for the man who did lend him the money to lose that, without losing his reputation besides. Nothing can exceed the utter absurdity of what has been said upon this subject.
How did Guiteau impress you, and what have you remembered, Colonel, of his efforts to reply to your lectures?
I do not know that Guiteau impressed me in any way. He appeared like most other folks in search of a place or employment. I suppose he was in need. He talked about the same as other people, and claimed that I ought to help him because he was from Chicago. The second time he came to see me, he said that he hoped I had no prejudice against him on account of what he had said about me. I told him that I never knew he had said anything against me. I suppose now that he referred to what he had said in his lectures. He went about the country replying to me. I have seen one or two of his lectures. He used about the same arguments that Mr. Black uses in his reply to my article in the North American Review, and denounced me in about the same terms. He is undoubtedly a man who firmly believes in the Old Testament, and has no doubt concerning the New. I understand that he puts in most of his time now reading the Bible and rebuking people who use profane language in his presence.
You most certainly do not see any foundation for the accusations of preachers like Sunderland, Newman, and Power et al. That the teaching of a secular liberalism has had anything to do with the shaping of Guiteau's character, or the actions of his vagabond life, or the inciting to his murderous deeds?
I do not think that the sermon of Mr. Power was in good taste. It is utterly foolish to charge the stalwarts with committing or inciting the crime against the life of the President. Ministers, though, as a rule, know but little of public affairs, and they always account for the actions of people they do not like or agree with by attributing to them the lowest and basest motives. This is the fault of the pulpit, always has been, and probably always will be. The Reverend Dr. Newman of New York tells us that the crime of Guiteau shows three things. First, that ignorant men should not be allowed to vote. Second, that foreigners should not be allowed to vote. And third, that there should not be so much religious liberty. It turns out, first, that Guiteau is not an ignorant man. Second, that he is not a foreigner. And third, that he is a Christian. Now, because an intelligent American Christian tries to murder the President, this person says we ought to do something with ignorant foreigners and infidels. This is about the average pulpit logic. Of course, all the ministers hate to admit that Guiteau was a Christian, that he belonged to the Young Men's Christian Association, or at least was generally found in their rooms, that he was a follower of Moody and Sankey, and probably instrumental in the salvation of a great many souls. I do not blame them for wishing to get rid of this record. What I blame them for is that they are impudent enough to charge the crime of Guiteau upon infidelity. Infidels and atheists have often killed tyrants. They have often committed crimes to increase the liberty of mankind, but the history of the world will not show an instance where an infidel or an atheist has assassinated any man in the interest of human slavery. Of course, I am exceedingly glad that Guiteau is not an infidel. I am glad that he believes the Bible, glad that he has delivered lectures against what he calls infidelity, and glad that he has been working for years with the missionaries and evangelists of the United States. He is a man of small brain, badly balanced. He believes the Bible to be the word of God. He believes in the reality of heaven and hell. He believes in the miraculous. He is surrounded by the supernatural, and when a man throws away his reason, of course no one can tell what he will do. He is liable to become a devotee or an assassin, a saint or a murderer. He may die in a monastery or in a penitentiary.
According to your view, then, the species of fanaticism taught in sectarian Christianity, by which Guiteau was led to assert that Garfield dead would be better off than living, being in paradise, is more responsible than office-seeking or political factionalism for his deed?
Guiteau seemed to think that the killing of the president would only open the gates of paradise to him, and that, after all, under such circumstances, murder was hardly a crime. This same kind of reasoning is resorted to in the pulpit to account for death. If Guiteau had succeeded in killing the president, hundreds of ministers would have said, "After all, it may be that the president has lost nothing. It may be that our loss is his eternal gain, and although it seems cruel that Providence should allow a man like him to be murdered, still it may have been the very kindest thing that could have been done for him." Guiteau reasoned in this way, and probably convinced himself, judging from his own life, that this world was, after all, of very little worth. We are apt to measure others by ourselves. Of course, I do not think Christianity is responsible for this crime. Superstition may have been, in part, probably was. But no man believes in Christianity because he thinks it sanctions murder. At the same time, an absolute belief in the Bible sometimes produces the worst form of murder. Take that of Mr. Freeman of Powasset, who stabbed his little daughter to the heart in accordance with what he believed to be the command of God. This poor man imitated Abraham, and, for that matter, Jehovah himself. There have been in the history of Christianity thousands and thousands of such instances, and there will probably be many thousands more that have been and will be produced by throwing away our own reason and taking the word of some one else, often a word that we do not understand.
What is your opinion as to the effect of praying for the recovery of the president, and have you any confidence that prayers are answered?
My opinion as to the value of prayer is well known. I take it that every one who prays for the president shows at least his sympathy and good will. Personally, I have no objection to anybody's praying. Those who think their prayers are answered should pray. For all who honestly believe this, and who honestly implore their deity to watch over, protect, and save the life of the president, I have only the kindliest feelings. It may be that a few will pray to be seen of men, but I suppose that most people on a subject like this are honest. Personally, I have not the slightest idea of the existence of the supernatural. Prayer may affect the person who prays. It may put him in such a frame of mind that he can better bear disappointment than if he had not prayed, but I cannot believe that there is any being who hears and answers prayer. When we remember the earthquakes that have devoured, the pestilences that have covered the earth with corpses, and all the crimes and agonies that have been inflicted upon the good and weak by the bad and strong, it does not seem possible that anything can be accomplished by prayer. I do not wish to hurt the feelings of anyone, but I imagine that I have a right to my own opinion. If the president gets well, it will be because the bullet did not strike an absolutely vital part. It will be because he has been well cared for, because he has had about him intelligent and skillful physicians, men who understood their profession. No doubt he has received great support from the universal expression of sympathy and kindness. The knowledge that 50 millions of people are his friends has given him nerve and hope. Some of the ministers, I see, think that God was actually present and deflected the ball. Another minister tells us that the president would have been assassinated in a church, but that God determined not to allow so frightful a crime to be committed in so sacred an edifice. All this sounds to me like perfect absurdity, simple noise. Yet I presume that those who talk in this way are good people and believe what they say. Of course, they can give no reason why God did not deflect the ball when Lincoln was assassinated. The truth is, the pulpit first endeavors to find out the facts, and then to make a theory to fit them. Whoever believes in a special providence must, of necessity, be illogical and absurd, because it is impossible to make any theological theory that some facts will not contradict.
Won't you give us then, Colonel, your analysis of this act and the motives leading to it?
I think Guiteau wanted an office and was refused. He became importunate. He was substantially put out of the White House. He became malicious. He made up his mind to be revenged. This, in my judgment, is the diagnosis of this case. Since he has been in jail, he has never said one word about having been put out of the White House. He is lawyer enough to know he must not furnish any ground for malice. He is a miserable, malicious, and worthless wretch, infinitely egotistical, imagines that he did a great deal toward the election of Garfield, and upon being refused the House, a serpent of malice coiled in his heart, and he determined to be revenged. That is all.
Do you in any way see any reason or foundation for the severe and bitter criticisms made against the stalwart leaders in connection with this crime? As you are well known to be a friend of the administration, while not unfriendly to Mr. Conkling and those acting with him, would you mind giving the public your opinion on this point?
Of course, I do not hold Arthur, Conkling, and Platt responsible for Guiteau's action. In the first excitement 1,000 unreasonable things were said, and when passion has possession of the brain, suspicion is a welcome visitor. I do not think that any friend of the administration really believes Conkling, Platt, and Arthur responsible in the slightest degree. Conkling wished to prevent the appointment of Robertson. The President stood by his friend. One thing brought on another. Mr. Conkling petulantly resigned, and made the mistake of his life. There was a good deal of feeling, but, of course, no one dreamed that the wretch Guiteau was lying in wait for the President's life. In the first place, Guiteau was on the President's side, and was bitterly opposed to Conkling. Guiteau did what he did from malice and personal spite. I think the sermon preached last Sunday in the Campbell Church was unwise, ill-advised, and calculated to make enemies instead of friends. Mr. Conkling has been beaten. He has paid for the mistake he made. If he can stand it, I can, and why should there be any malice on the subject? Exceedingly good men have made mistakes, and afterward corrected them.
Is it not true, Colonel Ingersoll, that the lesson of this deed is to point to the real and overwhelming need of reknitting and harmonizing the factions?
There is hardly enough faction left for knitting. The party is in harmony now. All that is necessary is to stop talking. The people of this country care very little as to who holds any particular office. They wish to have the government administered in accordance with certain great principles, and they leave the fields, the shops, and the stores once in 4 years for the purpose of attending to that business. In the meantime, politicians quarrel about offices. The people go on. They plough fields, they build homes, they open mines, they enrich the world, they cover our country with prosperity and enjoy the aforesaid quarrels. But when the time comes, these gentlemen are forgotten. Principles take the place of politicians, and the people settle these questions for themselves.
This ends our interview, Guiteau and His Crime. Section 2 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prologue and interviewer's questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Interview title, Star Route and Politics. Printed in the Herald, New York, July 1st, 1883. Colonel Ingersoll entertains very pronounced ideas concerning President Arthur, Attorney General Brewster, and divers other people, which will be found presented herewith in characteristically piquant style. With his family, the eloquent advocate has a cottage here, and finds brain and body rest and refreshment in the tumbling waves. This noon, in the height of a tremendous thunderstorm, I bumped against his burly figure in the roaring crest, and after the first shock had passed, determined to utilize the providential coincidence. The water was warm, our clothes were in the bathing houses, and comfort was more certain where we were than anywhere else. The colonel is an expert swimmer, and as a floater he cannot be beaten. He was floating when we bumped. Spouting a pint of salt water from his mouth, he nearly choked with laughter as, in answer to my question, he said,
"No, I do not believe there will be any more Star Route trials. There is so much talk about the last one, there will not be time for another."
"Did you anticipate a verdict?"
I did anticipate a verdict, and one of acquittal. I knew that the defendants were entitled to such a verdict. I knew that the government had signally failed to prove a case. There was nothing but suspicion from which malice was inferred. The direct proof was utterly unworthy of belief. The direct witness was caught with letters he had forged. This one fact was enough to cover the prosecution with confusion. The fact that Radel sat with the other defendants and reported to the government from day to day satisfied the jury as to the value of his testimony and the animus of the Department of Justice. Besides, Radel had offered to challenge such jurors as the government might select. He handed counsel for defendants a list of 4 names that he wanted challenged. At that time it was supposed that each defendant would be allowed to challenge 4 jurors. Afterward, the court decided that all the defendants must be considered as one party and had the right to challenge 4 and no more. Of the 4 names on Radel's list, the government challenged 3 and Radel tried to challenge the other. This was what is called a coincidence. Another thing had great influence with the jury. The evidence of the defendants was upon all material points so candid and so natural, so devoid of all colouring, that the jury could not help believing. If the people knew the evidence, they would agree with the jury. When we remember that there were over 10,000 star routes, it is not to be wondered at that some mistakes were made, that in some instances too much was paid, and in others too little.
What has been the attitude of President Arthur?
We asked nothing from the president. We wanted no help from him. We expected that he would take no part, that he would simply allow the matter to be settled by the court in the usual way. I think that he made one very serious mistake. He removed officers on false charges without giving them a hearing. He deposed Marshal Henry because somebody said that he was the friend of the defendants. Henry was a good officer and an honest man. The president removed Ainger for the same reason. This was a mistake. Ainger should have been heard. There is always time to do justice. No day is too short for justice, and eternity is not long enough to commit a wrong. It was thought that the community could be terrorized. First, the president dismissed Henry and Ainger. Second, the Attorney General wrote a letter denouncing the defendants as thieves and robbers. Third, other letters from Bliss and McVeigh were published. Fourth, Dixon, the foreman of the first jury, was indicted. Fifth, members of the first jury voting guilty were in various ways rewarded. Sixth, bargains were made with Boone and Riddell. The cases against Boone were to be dismissed and Riddell was promised immunity. Under these circumstances the second trial commenced. But of all the people in this country, the citizens of Washington care least for presidents and members of the cabinets. They know what these officers are made of. They know that they are simply folks, that they do not hold office forever, that the Jupiters of today are often the pygmies of tomorrow. They have seen too many people come in with trumpets and flags and go out with hisses and rags to be overawed by the deities of a day. They have seen Lincoln, and they are not to be frightened by his successors. Arthur took part to the extent of turning out men suspected of being friendly to the defense. Arthur was in a difficult place. He was understood to be the friend of Dorsey and, of course, had to do something. Nothing is more dangerous than a friend in power. He is obliged to show that he is impartial, and it always takes a good deal of injustice to establish a reputation for fairness.
Was there any ground to expect aid or any different action on Arthur's part?
All we expected was that Arthur would do as the soldier wanted the Lord to do at New Orleans. Just take neither side.
Why did not Brewster speak?
The court would not allow two closings. The Attorney General did not care to speak in the middle. He wished to close, and as he could not do that without putting Mr. Merrick out, he concluded to remain silent. The defendants had no objection to his speaking, but they objected to two closing arguments for the government, and the court decided they were right. Of course, I understand nothing about the way in which the attorneys for the prosecution arranged their difficulties. That was nothing to me, neither do I care what money they received. All that is for the next Congress. It is not for me to speak of those questions.
Will there be other trials?
I think not. It does not seem likely that other attorneys will want to try, and the old ones have. My opinion is that we have had the last of the Star Route trials. It was claimed that the one tried was the strongest. If this is so, the rest had better be dismissed. I think the people are tired of the whole business. It now seems probable that all the time for the next few years will be taken up in telling about the case that was tried. I see that Cook is telling about McVeigh and James and Brewster and Bliss. Walsh is giving his opinion of Kellogg and Foster. Bliss is saying a few words about Cook and Gibson. Brewster is telling what Bliss told him. Gibson will have his say about Garfield and McVeigh. And it now seems probable that we shall get the bottom facts about the other jury. The actions of Messrs. Hoover, Bowen, Brewster, Cameron, and others. Personally, I have no interest in the business.
How does the next campaign look?
The Republicans are making all the mistakes they can, and the only question now is, can the Democrats make more? The tariff will be one of the great questions, and may be the only one except success. The Democrats are on both sides of the question. They hate to give up the word only. Only for that word they might have succeeded in 1880. If they can let only alone and say they want a tariff for revenue, they will do better. The fact is that people are not in favor of free trade. Neither do they want a tariff high enough to crush a class. But they do want a tariff to raise the revenue and to protect our industries. I am for protection because it diversifies industries and develops brain, allows us to utilize all the muscle and brain we have. A party attacking the manufacturing interests of this country will fail. There are too many millions of dollars invested and too many millions of people interested. The country is becoming alike interested in this question. We are no longer divided, as in slavery times, into manufacturing and agricultural districts or sections. Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Louisiana, and Texas have manufacturing interests, and the Western states believe in the protection of their industries. The American people have a genius for manufacturing, a genius for invention. We are not the greatest painters or sculptors or scientists, but we are without doubt the greatest inventors. If we were all engaged in one business, we would become stupid. Agricultural countries produce great wealth, but are never rich. To get rich, it is necessary to mix thought with labor. To raise the raw material is a question of strength. To manufacture, to put it in useful and beautiful forms, is a question of mind. There is a vast difference between the value of, say, a milestone and a statue, and yet the labor expended in getting the raw material is about the same. The point, after all, is this. First, we must have revenue. Second, shall we get this by direct taxation, or shall we tax imports and at the same time protect American labor? The party that advocates reasonable protection will succeed.
At this point, with faraway peals of thunder, the storm ceased. The sun reappeared, and a vault of heavenly blue swung overhead. "Let us get out," said Colonel Ingersoll. Suiting the action to the word, the colonel struck out lustily for the beach, on which, hard as a rock and firm as flint, he soon planted his sturdy form. And as he lumbered across the sand to the side door of his comfortable cottage, some 300 feet from the surf, the necessarily suggested contrast between Ingersoll in court and Ingersoll in soaked flannels was illustrated with forcible comicality. Half an hour later he was found in the cozy library, puffing a high-flavored Havana and listening to homemade music of delicious quality. Ingersoll at home is pleasant to contemplate. His sense of personal freedom is there aptly pictured. Loving wife and affectionate daughters form, with happy-faced and genial-hearted father, a model circle into which friends deem it a privilege to enter and a pleasure to remain. Continuing the conversation. In view of all this, where do you think the presidential candidate will come from?
From the West.
Why so?
The South and East must compromise. Both can trust the West. The West represents the whole country. There is no provincialism in the West. The West is not old enough to have the prejudice of section. It is too prosperous to have hatred, too great to feel envy.
You do not seem to think that Arthur has a chance?
No vice president was ever made president by the people. It is natural to resent the accident that gave the vice president the place. They regard the vice president as children do a stepmother. He is looked upon as temporary, a device to save the election, as something to stop a gap, a lighter, a political raft. He holds the horse until another rider is found. People do not wish death to suggest nominees for the presidency. I do not believe it will be possible for Mr. Arthur, no matter how well he acts, to overcome this feeling. The people like a new man. There is some excitement in the campaign, and besides they can have the luxury of believing that the new man is a great man.
Do you not think Arthur has grown and is a greater man than when he was elected?
Arthur was placed in very trying circumstances, and, I think, behaved with great discretion. But he was vice president, and that is a vice that people will not pardon.
How do you regard the situation in Ohio?
I hear that the Republicans are attacking Hoadley, saying that he is an infidel. I know nothing about Mr. Hoadley's theological sentiments, but he certainly has the right to have and express his own views. If the Republicans of Ohio have made up their minds to disfranchise the Liberals, the sooner they are beaten, the better. Why should the Republican Party be so particular about religious belief? Was Lincoln an orthodox Christian? Were the founders of the party, the men who gave it heart and brain, conspicuous for piety? Were the abolitionists all believers in the inspiration of the Bible? Is Judge Hoadley to be attacked because he exercises the liberty that he gives to others? Has not the Republican Party trouble enough with the spiritualists to let the spiritual alone? If the religious issue is made, I hope that the party making it will be defeated. I know nothing about the effect of the recent decision of the Supreme Court of Ohio. It is a very curious decision and seems to avoid the Constitution with neatness and dispatch. The decision seems to rest on the difference between the words tax and license, i.e., between allowing a man to sell whiskey for a tax of $100 or giving him a license to sell whiskey and charging him $100. In this, the difference is in the law instead of the money. So far, all the prohibitory legislation on the liquor question has been a failure. Beer is victorious, and Gambrinus now has Olympus all to himself. On his side is the Baal.
But who will win?
The present indications are favorable to Judge Hoadley. It is an off year. The Ohio leaders on one side are not in perfect harmony. The Germans are afraid, and they generally vote the Democratic ticket when in doubt. The effort to enforce the Sunday law, to close the gardens, to make one day in the week desolate and doleful will give the Republicans a great deal of hard work.
How about Illinois?
Republican always. The Supreme Court of Illinois has just made a good decision. That court decided that a contract made on Sunday can be enforced. In other words, that Sunday is not holy enough to sanctify fraud. You can rely on a state with a court like that. There is very little rivalry in Illinois. I think that General Oglesby will be the next governor. He is one of the best men in that state or any other.
What about Indiana?
In that state, I think General Gresham is the coming man. He was a brave soldier, an able, honest judge, and he will fill with honor any position he may be placed in. He is an excellent lawyer, and has as much will as was ever put in one man. McDonald is the most available man for the Democrats. He is safe and in every respect reliable. He is without doubt the most popular man in his party.
Well, Colonel, what are you up to?
Nothing. I am surrounded by sand, sea, and sky. I listen to music, bathe in the surf, and enjoy myself. I'm wondering why people take interest in politics, why anybody cares about anything, why everybody is not contented, why people want to climb the greased pole of office and then dodge the brickbats of enemies and rivals, why any man wishes to be president, or a member of Congress, or in the cabinet, or do anything except to live with the ones he loves and enjoy 24 hours every day. I wonder why all New York does not come to Long Beach and hear Schreiner's band play the music of Wagner, the greatest of all composers. Finally, in the language of Walt Whitman, I loaf and invite my soul.
This ends our interview, Star Route and Politics. Section 3 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Interview title, Politics and Prohibition. Printed in The Times, Chicago, Illinois, October 13, 1883. First question. What do you think of the result in Ohio?
In Ohio, prohibition did more harm to the Republican chances than anything else. The Germans hold the Republicans responsible. The German people believe in personal liberty. They came to America to get it, and they regard any interference in the manner or quantity of their food and drink as an invasion of personal rights. They claim they are not questions to be regulated by law, and I agree with them. I believe that people will finally learn to use spirits temperately and without abuse. But teetotalism is intemperance in itself, which breeds resistance, and without destroying the rivulet of the appetite only dams it and makes it liable to break out at any moment. You can prevent a man from stealing by tying his hands behind him, but you cannot make him honest. Prohibition breeds too many spies and informers and makes neighbors afraid of each other. It kills hospitality. Again, the Republican Party in Ohio is endeavoring to have Sunday sanctified by the legislature. The working people want freedom on Sunday. They wish to enjoy themselves, and all laws now making to prevent innocent amusement beget a spirit of resentment among the common people. I feel like resenting all such laws, and unless the Republican Party reforms in that particular, it ought to be defeated. I regard those two things as the principal causes of the Republican Party's defeat in Ohio.
Do you believe that the Democratic success was due to the possession of reverse principles?
I do not think that the Democratic Party is in favor of liberty of thought and action in these two regards, from principle, but rather from policy. Finding the course pursued by the Republicans unpopular, they adopted the opposite mode, and their success is a proof of the truth of what I contend. One great trouble in the Republican Party is bigotry. The pulpit is always trying to take charge. The same thing exists in the Democratic Party to a less degree. The great trouble here is that its worst element, Catholicism, is endeavoring to get control.
What causes operated for the Republican success in Iowa?
Iowa is a prohibition state, and almost any law on earth as against anything to drink can be carried there. There are no large cities in the state, and it is much easier to govern, but even there the prohibition law is bound to be a failure. It will breed deceit and hypocrisy, and in the long run the influence will be bad.
Will these two considerations cut any figure in the presidential campaign of 1884?
The party as a party will have nothing to do with these questions. These matters are local. Whether the Republicans are successful will depend more upon the country's prosperity. If things should be generally in pretty good shape in 1884, the people will allow the party to remain in power. Changes of administration depend a great deal on the feeling of the country. If crops are bad and money is tight, the people blame the administration, whether it is responsible or not. If a ship going down the river strikes a snag or encounters a storm, a cry goes up against the captain. It may not have been his fault, but he is blamed all the same, and the passengers at once clamor for another captain. So it is in politics. If nothing interferes between this and 1884, the Republican Party will continue. Otherwise, it will be otherwise. But the principle of prosperity as applied to administrative change is strong. If the panic of 1873 had occurred in 1876, there would have been no occasion for a commission to sit on Tilden. If it had struck us in 1880, Hancock would have been elected. Neither result would have its occasion in the superiority of the Democratic Party, but in the belief that the Republican Party was in some vague way blamable for the condition of things, and there should be a change. The Republican Party is not as strong as it used to be. The old leaders have dropped out, and no persons have yet taken their places. Blaine has dropped out, and is now writing a book. Conkling dropped out and is now practicing law, and so I might go on enumerating leaders who have severed their connection with the party and are no longer identified with it.
What is your opinion regarding the Republican nomination for president?
My belief is that the Republicans will have to nominate some man who has not been conspicuous in any faction and upon whom all can unite. As a consequence, he must be a new man. The Democrats must do the same. They must nominate a new man. The old ones have been defeated so often that they start handicapped with their own histories, and failure in the past is very poor raw material out of which to manufacture faith for the future. My own judgment is that for the Democrats, McDonald is as strong a man as they can get. He is a man of most excellent sense and would be regarded as a safe man. Tilden, he is dead, and he occupies no stronger place in the general heart than a graven image. With no magnetism, he has nothing save his smartness to recommend him.
What are your views generally expressed on the tariff?
There are a great many Democrats for protection, and a great many for so-called free trade. I think the large majority of American people favor a reasonable tariff for raising our revenue and protecting our manufacturers. I do not believe in tariff for revenue only, but for revenue and protection. The Democrats would have carried the country had they combined revenue and incidental protection.
Are they rectifying the error now?
I believe they are already. They will do it next fall. If they do not put it in their platform, they will embody it in their speeches. I do not regard the tariff as a local but a national issue, notwithstanding Hancock inclined to the belief that it was the former.
This ends our interview, Politics and Prohibition. Section 4 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Interview title, The Civil Rights Bill. Published in the National Republican, Washington, D.C., October 17, 1883. First question. What do you think of the recent opinion of the Supreme Court touching the rights of the colored man?
I think it is all wrong. The intention of the framers of the amendment by virtue of which the law was passed was that no distinction should be made in inns, in hotels, cars, or in theaters, in short, in public places, on account of color, race, or previous condition. The object of the men who framed that amendment to the Constitution was perfectly clear, perfectly well known, perfectly understood. They intended to secure, by an amendment to the fundamental law, what had been fought for by hundreds of thousands of men. They knew that the institution of slavery had cost rebellion. They also knew that the spirit of caste was only slavery in another form. They intended to kill that spirit. Their object was that the law, like the sun, should shine upon all, and that no man keeping a hotel, no corporation running cars, no person managing a theater, should make any distinction on account of race or color. This amendment is above all praise. It was the result of a moral exaltation such as the world never before had seen. There were years during the war and after when the American people were simply sublime, when their generosity was boundless, when they were willing to endure any hardship to make this an absolutely free country. This decision of the Supreme Court puts the best people of the colored race at the mercy of the meanest portion of the white race. It allows a contemptible white man to trample upon a good colored man. I believe in drawing a line between good and bad, between clean and unclean, but I do not believe in drawing a color line which is as cruel as the lash of slavery. I'm willing to be on an equality in all hotels, in all cars, in all theaters with colored people. I make no distinction of race. Those make the distinction who cannot afford not to. If nature has made no distinction between me and some others, I do not ask the aid of the legislature. I am willing to associate with all good, clean persons, irrespective of complexion. This decision virtually gives away one of the great principles for which the war was fought. It carries the doctrine of state rights to the democratic extreme, and renders necessary either another amendment or a new court. I agree with Justice Harlan. He has taken a noble and patriotic stand. Kentucky rebukes Massachusetts. I am waiting with some impatience, impatient because I anticipate a pleasure for his dissenting opinion. Only a little while ago Justice Harlan took a very noble stand on the Virginia coupon cases, in which was involved the right of a state to repudiate its debts. Now he has taken a stand in favor of the civil rights of the colored man, and in both instances I think he is right. This decision may, after all, help the Republican Party. A decision of the Supreme Court aroused the indignation of the entire North, and I hope the present decision will have a like effect. The good people of this country will not be satisfied until every man beneath the flag, without the slightest respect to his complexion, stands on a perfect equality before the law with every other. Any government that makes a distinction on account of color is a disgrace to the age in which we live. The idea that a man like Frederick Douglass can be denied entrance to a car, that the doors of a hotel can be shut in his face, that he may be prevented from entering a theater, the idea that there shall be some ignominious corner into which such a man can be thrown simply by a decision of the Supreme Court, this idea is simply absurd.
What remains to be done now, and who is going to do it?
For a good while people have been saying that the Republican Party has outlived its usefulness, that there is very little difference now between the parties, that there is hardly enough left to talk about. This decision opens the whole question. This decision says to the Republican Party, your mission is not yet ended. This is not a free country. Our flag does not protect the rights of a human being. This decision is the tap of a drum. The old veterans will fall into line. This decision gives the issue for the next campaign, and it may be that the Supreme Court has builded wiser than it knew. This is a greater question than the tariff or free trade. It is a question of freedom, of human rights, of the sacredness of humanity. The real Americans, the real believers in liberty, will give 3 cheers for Judge Harlan. One word more. The government is bound to protect its citizens, not only when they are away from home, but when they are under the flag. In time of war, the government has a right to draft any citizen, to put that citizen in the line of battle, and compel him to fight for the nation. If the government, when imperiled, has the right to compel a citizen, whether white or black, to defend with his blood the flag, that citizen, when imperiled, has the right to demand protection from the nation. The nation cannot then say, you must appeal to your state. If the citizen must appeal to the state for redress, then the citizen should defend the state and not the general government, and the doctrine of state rights then becomes complete.
This ends our interview, The Civil Rights Bill. Session 5 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's answers read by J. Allen Brown, Rockwall, Texas. Interview title, Cuba, Zola, and Theosophy. First question. What do you think, Colonel, of the Cuban question? Ingersoll's answer.
What I know about this question is known by all. I suppose that the President has information that I know nothing about. Of course, all my sympathies are with the Cubans. They are making a desperate and heroic struggle for their freedom. For many years they have been robbed and trampled underfoot. Spain is, and always has been, a terrible master, heartless and infamous. There is no language with which to tell what Cuba has suffered. In my judgment, this country should assist the Cubans. We ought to acknowledge the independence of that island, and we ought to feed the starving victims of Spain. For years we have been helping Spain. Cleveland did all he could to prevent the Cubans from getting arms and men. This was a criminal mistake, a mistake that even Spain did not appreciate. All this should instantly be reversed, and we should give aid to Cuba. The war that Spain is waging shocks every civilized man. Spain has always been the same. In Holland, in Peru, in Mexico, she was infinitely cruel, and she is the same today. She loves to torture, to imprison, to degrade, to kill. Her idea of perfect happiness is to shed blood. Spain is a legacy of the Dark Ages. She belongs to the den, the cave period. She has no business to exist. She is a blot, a stain on the map of the world. Of course, there are some good Spaniards, but they are not in control. I want Cuba to be free. I want Spain driven from the Western world. She has already starved 500,000 Cubans, poor, helpless, non-combatants. Among the helpless, she is like a hyena, a tiger among lambs. This country ought to stop this gigantic crime. We should do this in the name of humanity, for the sake of the starving, the dying.
Do you think we're going to have war with Spain?
I do not think there will be war. Unless Spain is insane, she will not attack the United States. She is bankrupt. No nation will assist her. A civilized nation would be ashamed to take her hand, to be her friend. She has not the power to put down the rebellion in Cuba. How then can she hope to conquer this country? She is full of brag and bluster. Of course she will play her hand, for all it is worth, so far as talk goes. She will double her fists and make motions. She will assume the attitude of war, but she will never fight. Should she commence hostilities, the war would be short. She would lose her navy. The little commerce she has would be driven from the sea. She would drink to the dregs the cup of humiliation and disgrace. I do not believe that Spain is insane enough to fire upon our flag. I know that there is nothing too mean, too cruel for her to do, but still she must have sense enough to try and save her own life. No, I think there will be no war, but I believe that Cuba will be free. My opinion is that the Maine was blown up from the outside, blown up by Spanish officers, and I think the report of the board will be to that effect. Such a crime ought to redden even the cheeks of Spain. As soon as this fact is known, other nations will regard Spain with hatred and horror. If the Maine was destroyed by Spain, we will ask for indemnity. The people insist that the account be settled, and at once. Possibly we may attack Spain. There is the only danger of war. We must avenge that crime. The destruction of 259 Americans must be avenged. Free Cuba must be their monument. I hope, for the sake of human nature, that the Spanish did not destroy the Maine. I hope it was the result of an accident. I hope there is to be no war, but Spain must be driven from the New World.
What about Zola's trial and conviction?
It was one of the most infamous trials in the history of the world. Zola is a great man, a genius, the best man in France. His trial was a travesty on justice. The judge acted like a bandit. The proceedings were a disgrace to human nature. The jurors must have been ignorant beasts. The French have disgraced themselves. Long live Zola.
Having expressed yourself less upon the subject of theosophy than upon other religious beliefs, and as theosophy denies the existence of a God as worshipped by Christianity, what is your idea of the creed?
Insanity. I think it is a mild form of delusion and illusion, vague, misty, obscure half-dream, mixed with other mistakes and fragments of facts, a little philosophy, absurdity, a few impossibilities, some improbabilities, some accounts of events that never happened, some prophecies that will not come to pass, a structure without foundation. But the theosophists are good people, kind and honest. Theosophy is based on the supernatural and is just as absurd as the orthodox creeds.
This ends our interview, Cuba, Zola, and Theosophy. Section 6 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Joseph Tabler. Interview title, Capital Punishment and the Whipping Post. Published in the Tribune, Chicago, March 19, 1899. First question. What do you think of Governor Roosevelt's decision in the case of Mrs. Place? Ingersoll's answer.
I think the refusal of Governor Roosevelt to commute the sentence of Mrs. Place is a disgrace to the state. What a spectacle of man killing a woman, taking a poor, pallid, frightened woman, strapping her to a chair, and then arranging the apparatus so she can be shocked to death. Many call this a Christian country. A good many people who believe in hell would naturally feel it their duty to kill a wretched, insane woman. Society has a right to protect itself, but this can be done by imprisonment, and it is more humane to put a criminal in a cell than in a grave. Capital punishment degrades and hardens a community, and it is a work of savagery. It is savagery. Capital punishment does not prevent murder, but it sets an example by the state that is followed by its citizens. The state murders its enemies, and the citizen murders his. Any punishment that degrades the punished must necessarily degrade the one inflicting the punishment. No punishment should be inflicted by a human being that could not be inflicted by a gentleman. For instance, take the whipping post. Some people are in favor of flogging because they say that some offenses are of such a frightful nature that flogging is the only punishment. They forget that the punishment must be inflicted by somebody, and that somebody is a low and contemptible cur. I understand that John G. Shortall, president of the Humane Society of Illinois, has had a bill introduced into the legislature of the state for the establishment of the whipping post. The shadow of that post would disgrace and darken the whole state. Nothing could be more infamous, and yet this man is president of the Humane Society. Now the question arises, what is humane about this society? Certainly not its president. Undoubtedly he is sincere. Certainly no man would take that position unless he was sincere. Nobody deliberately pretends to be bad, but the idea of his being president of the Humane Society is simply preposterous. With his idea about the whipping post, he might join a society of hyenas for the cultivation of ferocity, for certainly nothing short of that would do justice to his bill. I have too much confidence in the legislators of that state, and maybe my confidence rests in the fact that I do not know them, to think that the passage of such a bill is possible. If it were passed, I think I would be justified in using the language of the old Marylander who said, "I have lived in Maryland 50 years, but I have never counted them, and my hope is that God won't."
What did you think of the late Joseph Medill?
I was not very well acquainted with Mr. Medill. I had a good many conversations with him, and I was quite familiar with his work. I regard him as the greatest editor of the Northwestern States, and I am not sure that there was a greater one in the country. He was one of the builders of the Republican party. He was on the right side of the great question of liberty. He was a man of strong likes and, I may say, dislikes. He never surrendered his personality. The atom called Joseph Medill was never lost in the aggregation known as the Republican Party. He was true to that party when it was true to him. As a rule, he traveled a road of his own, and he never seemed to have any doubt about where the road led. I think that he was an exceedingly useful man. I think the only true religion is usefulness. He was a very strong writer, and when touched by friendship for a man or a cause, he occasionally wrote very great paragraphs, and paragraphs full of force and most admirably expressed.
This ends our interview, Capital Punishment and the Whipping Post. Session 7 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prologue and interviewer's questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by J. Allen Brown, Rockwell, Texas. Interview title, Expansion and Trusts. Printed in the North American, Philadelphia, June 22, 1899. This was Colonel Ingersoll's last interview, and he begins it as follows.
I am an expansionist. The country has the land hunger, and expansion is popular. I want all we can honestly get, but I do not want the Philippines unless the Filipinos want us, and I feel exactly the same about the Cubans. We paid $20 millions to Spain for the Philippine Islands, and we knew that Spain had no title to them. The question with me is not one of trade or convenience. It is a question of right or wrong. I think the best patriot is the man who wants his country to do right. The Philippines would be a very valuable possession to us in view of their proximity to China. But however desirable they may be, that cuts no figure. We must do right. We must act nobly toward the Filipinos, whether we get the islands or not. I would like to see peace between us and the Filipinos. Peace honorable to both. Peace based upon reason instead of force. If control had been given to Dewey, if Miles had been sent to Manila, I do not believe that a shot would have been fired at the Filipinos, and that they would have welcomed the American flag.
Although you are not in favor of taking the Philippines by force, how do you regard the administration in its conduct of the war?
They have made many mistakes at Washington, and they are still making many. If it has been decided to conquer the Filipinos, then conquer them at once. Let the struggle not be drawn out and the drops of blood multiplied. The Republican Party is being weakened by inaction at the Capitol. If the war is not ended shortly, the party in power will feel the evil effects at the presidential election.
In what light do you regard the Philippines as an addition to the territory of the United States?
Probably in the future, and possibly in the near future, the value of the islands to this country could hardly be calculated. The division of China, which is bound to come, will open a market of 400 millions of people. Naturally, a possession close to the open doors of the East would be of an almost incalculable value to this country. It might perhaps take a long time to teach the Chinese that they need our products. But suppose that the Chinese came to look upon wheat in the same light that other people look upon wheat and its product, bread. What an immense amount of grain it would take to feed 400 million hungry Chinamen. The same would be the case with the rest of our products. So you will perhaps agree with me in my view of the immense value of the islands if they could be but obtained by honorable means.
If the Democratic Party makes anti-imperialism the prominent plank in its platform, what effect will it have on the party's chance for success?
Anti-imperialism, as the Democratic battle cry, would greatly weaken a party already very weak. It is the most unpopular issue of the day. The people want expansion. The country is infected with patriotic enthusiasm. The party that tries to resist the tidal wave will be swept away. Anybody who looks can see. Let a band at any of the summer resorts or at the suburban breathing spots play a patriotic air. The listeners are electrified, and they rise and off go their hats when the Star-Spangled Banner is struck up. Imperialism cannot be fought with success.
Will the Democratic Party have a strong issue in its antitrust cry?
In my opinion, both parties will nail antitrust planks in their platforms. But this talk is all bosh with both parties. Neither one is honest in its cry against trusts. The one making the more noise in this direction may get the votes of some unthinking persons, but everyone who is capable of reading and digesting what he reads knows full well that the leaders of neither party are sincere and honest in their demonstrations against the trusts. Why should the Democratic Party lay claim to any antitrust glory? Is it not a Republican administration that is at present investigating the alleged evils of trusts?
This ends our interview, Expansion and Trusts. This was Colonel Ingersoll's last interview. Section 8 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's answers read by J. Allen Brown, Rockwall, Texas. Interview title, Politics and General Grant, printed in the Journal, Indianapolis, Indiana, November 1879. First question. Some people have made comparisons between the late Senators O.P. Morton and Zach Chandler. What did you think of them, Colonel?
I think Morton had the best intellectual grasp of a question of any man I ever saw. There was an infinite difference between the two men. Morton's strength lay in proving a thing, Chandler's in asserting it. But Chandler was a strong man and no hypocrite.
Have you any objection to being interviewed as to your ideas of Grant and his position before the people?
I have no reason for withholding my views on that or any other subject that is under public discussion. My idea is that Grant can afford to regard the presidency as a broken toy. It would add nothing to his fame if he were again elected, and would add nothing to the debt of gratitude which the people feel they owe him. I do not think he will be a candidate. I do not think he wants it. There are men who are pushing him on their own account. Grant was a great soldier. He won the respect of the civilized world. He commanded the largest army that ever fought for freedom, and to make him president would not add a solitary leaf to the wreath of fame already on his brow. And should he be elected, the only thing he could do would be to keep the old wreath from fading. I do not think his reputation can ever be as great in any direction as in the direction of war. He has made his reputation and has lived his great life. I regard him, confessedly, as the best soldier the Anglo-Saxon blood has produced. I do not know that it necessarily follows, because he is a great soldier, he is great in other directions. Probably some of the greatest statesmen in the world would have been the worst soldiers.
Do you regard him as more popular now than ever before?
I think that his reputation is certainly greater and higher than when he left the presidency, and mainly because he has represented this country with so much discretion and with such quiet, poised dignity all around the world. He has measured himself with kings and was able to look over the heads of every one of them. They were not quite as tall as he was, even adding the crown to their original height. I think he represented us abroad with wonderful success. One thing that touched me very much was that at a reception given him by the workingmen of Birmingham, after he had been received by royalty, he had the courage to say that that reception gave him more pleasure than any other. He has been throughout perfectly true to the genius of our institutions, and has not upon any occasion exhibited the slightest toadyism. Grant is a man who is not greatly affected by either flattery or abuse.
What do you believe to be his position in regard to the presidency?
My own judgment is that he does not care. I do not think he has any enemies to punish, and I think that while he was president he certainly rewarded most of his friends.
What are your views as to a third term?
I have no objection to a third term on principle, but so many men want the presidency that it seems almost cruel to give a third term to anyone.
Then, if there is no objection to a third term, what about a fourth?
I do not know that that could be objected to either. We have to admit, after all, that the American people, or at least a majority of them, have a right to elect one man as often as they please. Personally, I think it should not be done unless in the case of a man who is prominent above the rest of his fellow citizens, and whose election appears absolutely necessary. But I frankly confess I cannot conceive of any political situation where one man is a necessity. I do not believe in the one man on horseback idea, because I believe in all the people being on horseback.
What will be the effect of the enthusiastic receptions that are being given to General Grant?
I think these ovations show that the people are resolved not to lose the results of the great victories of the war, and that they make known this determination by their attention to General Grant. I think that if he goes through the principal cities of this country, the old spirit will be revived everywhere, and whether it makes him president or not, the result will be to make the election go Republican. The revival of the memories of the war will bring the people of the North together as closely as at any time since that great conflict closed, not in the spirit of hatred or malice or envy, but in generous emulation to preserve that which was fairly won. I do not think there is any hatred about it, but we are beginning to see that we must save the South ourselves, and that that is the only way we can save the nation.
But suppose they give the same receptions in the South?
So much the better.
Is there any split in the solid South?
Some of the very best people in the South are apparently disgusted with following the democracy any longer, and would hail with delight any opportunity they could reasonably take advantage of to leave the organization, if they could do so without making it appear that they were going back on Southern interests. And this opportunity will come when the South becomes enlightened and sees that it has no interests except in common with the whole country. That, I think, they are beginning to see.
How do you like the administration of President Hayes?
I think its attitude has greatly improved of late. There are certain games of cards, Pedro, for instance, where you can not only fail to make something, but be set back. I think that Hayes's veto messages very nearly got him back to the commencement of the game, that he is now almost ready to commence counting and make some points. His position before the country has greatly improved, but he will not develop into a dark horse. My preference is, of course, still for Blaine.
Where do you think it is necessary the Republican candidate should come from to ensure success?
Somewhere out of Ohio. I think it will go to Maine, and for this reason. First of all, Blaine is certainly a competent man of affairs, a man who knows what to do at the time, and then he has acted in such a chivalric way ever since the convention at Cincinnati, that those who opposed him most bitterly now have for him nothing but admiration. I think John Sherman is a man of decided ability, but I do not believe the American people would make one brother president while the other is general of the army. It would be giving too much power to one family.
What are your conclusions as to the future of the Democratic Party?
I think the Democratic Party ought to disband. I think they would be a great deal stronger disbanded, because they would get rid of their reputation without decreasing.
But if they will not disband?
Then the next campaign depends undoubtedly upon New York and Indiana. I do not see how they can very well help nominating a man from Indiana, and by that I mean Hendricks. You see, the South has 138 votes, all supposed to be Democratic. With the 35 from New York and 15 from Indiana, they would have just 3 to spare. Now, I take it that the 15 from Indiana are just about as essential as the 35 from New York. To lack 15 votes is nearly as bad as being 35 short. And so far as drawing salary is concerned, it is quite as bad. Mr. Hendricks ought to know that he holds the key to Indiana, and that there cannot be any possibility of carrying this state for democracy without him. He has tried running for the vice presidency, which is not much of a place anyhow. I would about as soon be vice mother-in-law. And my judgment is that he knows exactly the value of his geographical position. New York is divided to that degree that it would be unsafe to take a candidate from that state. And besides, New York has become famous for furnishing defeated candidates for the democracy. I think the man must come from Indiana.
Would the democracy of New York unite on Seymour?
You recollect what Lincoln said about the powder that had been shot off once? I do not remember any man who has once made a race for the presidency and been defeated ever being again nominated.
What about Bayard and Hancock as candidates?
I do not see how Bayard could possibly carry Indiana while his own state is too small and too solidly Democratic. My idea of Bayard is that he has not been good enough to be popular and not bad enough to be famous. The American people will never elect a president from a state with a whipping post. As to General Hancock, you may set it down as certain that the South will never lend their aid to elect a man who helped to put down the rebellion. It would be just the same as the effort to elect Greeley. It cannot be done. I see, by the way, that I am reported as having said that David Davis, as the Democratic candidate, could carry Illinois. I did say that in 1876 he could have carried it against Hayes, but whether he could carry Illinois in 1880 would depend altogether upon who runs against him. The condition of things has changed greatly in our favor since 1876.
This ends our interview, Politics and General Grant. Section 9 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Interview title, Justice Harlan and the Civil Rights Bill. Printed in the Inter-Ocean, Chicago, Illinois, November 29, 1883. First question. What did you think of Justice Harlan's dissenting opinion in the civil rights case? Ingersoll's answer.
I have just read it and think it admirable in every respect. It is unanswerable. He has given to words their natural meaning. He has recognized the intention of the framers of the recent amendments. There is nothing in this opinion that is strained, insincere, or artificial. It is frank and manly. It is solid masonry, without crack or flaw. He does not resort to legal paint or putty, or to verbal varnish or veneer. He states the position of his brethren of the bench with perfect fairness and overturns it with perfect ease. He has drawn an instructive parallel between the decisions of the olden time upholding the power of Congress to deal with individuals in the interests of slavery and the power conferred on Congress by the recent amendments. He has shown by the old decisions that when a duty is enjoined upon Congress, ability to perform it is given, that when a certain end is required, all necessary means are granted. He also shows that the Fugitive Slave Acts of 1793 and of 1850 rested entirely upon the implied power of Congress to enforce a master's rights, and that power was once implied in favor of slavery against human rights, and implied from language shadowy, feeble, and uncertain when compared with the language of the recent amendments. He has shown, too, that Congress exercised the utmost ingenuity in devising laws to enforce the master's claim. Implication was held ample to deprive a human being of his liberty, but to secure freedom the doctrine of implication is abandoned. As a foundation for wrong, implication was their rock. As a foundation for right, it is now sand. Implied power then was sufficient to enslave, while power expressly given is now impotent to protect.
What do you think of the use he made of the Dred Scott decision?
Well, I think he has shown conclusively that the present decision, under the present circumstances, is far worse than the Dred Scott decision was under the then circumstances. The Dred Scott decision was a libel upon the best men of the Revolutionary period. That decision asserted broadly that our forefathers regarded the Negroes as having no rights which white men were bound to respect, that the Negroes were merely merchandise, and that opinion was fixed and universal in the civilized portion of the white race, and that no one thought of disputing it. Yet Franklin contended that slavery might be abolished under the preamble of the Constitution. Thomas Jefferson said that if the slave should rise to cut the throat of his master, God had no attribute that would side against the slave. Thomas Paine attacked the institution with all the intensity and passion of his nature. John Adams regarded the institution with horror. So did every civilized man, South and North. Justice Harlan shows conclusively that the 13th Amendment was adopted in the light of the Dred Scott decision, that it overturned and destroyed not simply the decision, but the reasoning upon which it was based, that it proceeded upon the ground that the colored people had rights that white men were bound to respect, not only, but that the nation was bound to protect. He takes the ground that the amendment was suggested by the condition of that race, which had been declared by the Supreme Court of the United States to have no rights which white men were bound to respect, that it was made to protect people whose rights had been invaded and whose strong arms had assisted in the overthrow of the rebellion, that it was made for the purpose of putting those men upon a legal authority with white citizens. Justice Harlan also shows that while legislation of Congress to enforce a master's right was upheld by implication, the rights of the Negro do not depend upon that doctrine, that the 13th Amendment does not rest upon implication or upon inference, that by its terms it places the power in Congress beyond the possibility of a doubt, conferring the power to enforce the amendment by appropriate legislation in express terms, and he also shows that the Supreme Court has admitted that legislation for that purpose may be direct and primary. Had not the power been given in express terms, Justice Harlan contends that the sweeping declaration that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist would by implication confer the power. He also shows conclusively that under the 13th Amendment, Congress has the right by appropriate legislation to protect the colored people against the deprivation of any right on account of their race, and that Congress is not necessarily restricted under the 13th Amendment to legislation against slavery as an institution, but that power may be exerted to the extent of protecting the race from discrimination in respect to such rights as belong to free men, where such discrimination is based on race or color. If Justice Harlan is wrong, the amendments are left without force and Congress without power. No purpose can be assigned for their adoption. No object can be guessed that was to be accomplished. They become words so arranged that they sound like sense, but when examined fall meaninglessly apart. Under the decision of the Supreme Court they are Quaker cannon, cloud forts, property, for political stage scenery, coats of mail made of bronzed paper, shields of gilded pasteboard, swords of lath.
Do you wish to say anything as to the reasoning of Justice Harlan on the rights of colored people on railways, in inns, and theaters?
Yes, I do. That part of the opinion is especially strong. He shows conclusively that a common carrier is in the exercise of a sort of public office and has public duties to perform, and that he cannot exonerate himself from the performance of these duties without the consent of the parties concerned. He also shows that railroads are public highways, and that the railway company is the agent of the state, and that a railway, although built by private capital, is just as public in its nature as though constructed by the state itself. He shows that the railway is devoted to public use, and subject to be controlled by the state for the public benefit, and that for these reasons the colored man has the same rights upon the railway that he has upon the public highway. Justice Harlan shows that the same law is applicable to inns that is applicable to railways, that an innkeeper is bound to take all travelers if he can accommodate them, that he is not to select his guests, that he has not right to say to one, "You may come in," and to another, "You shall not," that everyone who conducts himself in a proper manner has a right to be received. He shows conclusively that an innkeeper is a sort of public servant, that he is in the exercise of a quasi-public employment, that he is given special privileges and charged with duties of a public character. As to theatres, I think his argument most happy. It is this: theatres are licensed by law. The authority to maintain them comes from the public. The colored race being a part of the public, representing the power granting the license, why should the colored people license a manager to open his doors to the white man and shut them in the face of the black man? Why should they be compelled to license that which they are not permitted to enjoy? Justice Harlan shows that Congress has the power to prevent discrimination on account of race or color on railways, at inns, and in places of public amusements, and has this power under the 13th Amendment. In discussing the 14th Amendment, Justice Harlan points out that a prohibition upon a state is not a power in Congress or the national government, but is simply a denial of power to the state, that such was the Constitution before the 14th Amendment. He shows, however, that the 14th Amendment presents the first instance in our history of the investiture of Congress with affirmative power by legislation to enforce an express prohibition upon the states. This is an important point. It is stated with great clearness and defended with great force. He shows that the first clause of the first section of the 14th Amendment is of a distinctly affirmative character, and that Congress would have had the power to legislate directly as to that section simply by implication, but that as to that as well as the express prohibitions upon the states, express power to legislate was given. There is one other point made by Justice Harlan which transfixes as with a spear the decision of the court. It is this: as soon as the 13th and 14th Amendments were adopted, the colored citizens were entitled to the protection of Section 2, Article 4, namely, the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens of the several states. Now suppose a colored citizen of Mississippi moves to Tennessee. Then, under the section last quoted, he would immediately become invested with all the privileges and immunities of a white citizen of Tennessee. Although denied these privileges and immunities in the state from which he emigrated, in the state to which he immigrates he could not be discriminated against on account of his color under the second section of the 4th article. Now, is it possible that he gets additional rights by immigration? Is it possible that the general government is under a greater obligation to protect him in a state of which he is not a citizen than in a state of which he is a citizen? Must he leave home for protection, and after he has lived long enough in the state to which he immigrates to become a citizen there, must he again move in order to protect his rights? Must one adopt the doctrine of peripatetic protection, the doctrine that the Constitution is good only in transitu, and that when the citizen stops, the Constitution goes on and leaves him without protection? Justice Harlan shows that Congress had the right to legislate directly while that power was only implied, but that the moment this power was conferred in express terms, then, according to the Supreme Court, it was lost. There is another splendid definition given by Justice Harlan, a line drawn as broad as the Mississippi. It is the distinction between the rights conferred by a state and rights conferred by the nation. Admitting that many rights conferred by a state cannot be enforced directly by Congress, Justice Harlan shows that rights granted by the nation to an individual may be protected by direct legislation. This is a distinction that should not be forgotten, and it is a definition clear and perfect. Justice Harlan has shown that the Supreme Court failed to take into consideration the intention of the framers of the amendment, failed to see that the powers of Congress were given by express terms and did not rest upon implication, failed to see that the 13th Amendment was broad enough to cover the Civil Rights Act, failed to see that under the three amendments rights and privileges were conferred by the nation on citizens of the several states, and that these rights are under the perpetual protection of the general government, and that for their enforcement Congress has the right to legislate directly, failed to see that all implications are now in favor of liberty instead of slavery, failed to comprehend that we have a new nation with a new foundation, with different objects, ends, and aims, for the attainment of which we use different means and have been clothed with greater powers, failed to see that the Republic changed front, failed to appreciate the real reasons for the adoption of the amendments, and failed to understand that the Civil Rights Act was passed in order that a citizen of the United States might appeal from local prejudice to national justice. Justice Harlan shows that it was the object to accomplish for the black man what had been accomplished for the white man, that is, to protect all their rights as free men and citizens, and that the one underlying purpose of the amendments and of the congressional legislation has been to clothe the black race with all the rights of citizenship and to compel a recognition of their rights by citizens and states, that the object was to do away with class tyranny, the meanest and basest form of oppression. If Justice Harlan was wrong in his position, then it may be truthfully said of the three amendments that the law hath bubbles as the water has, and these are of them. The decision of the Supreme Court denies the protection of the nation to the citizens of the nation. That decision has already borne fruit, the massacre at Danville. The protection of the nation having been withdrawn, the colored man was left to the mercy of local prejudices and hatreds. He is without appeal, without redress. The Supreme Court tells him that he must depend upon his enemies for justice.
You seem to agree with all that Justice Harlan has said, and to have the greatest admiration for his opinion.
Yes, a man rises from reading this dissenting opinion refreshed, invigorated, and strengthened. It is a mental and moral tonic. It was produced after a clear head had held conference with a good heart. It will furnish a perfectly clear plank without knot or windshake for the next Republican platform. It is written in good plain English and ornamented with good sound sense. The average man can and will understand its every word. There is no subterfuge in it. Each position is taken in the open field. There is no resort to quibbles or technicalities, no hiding. Nothing is secreted in the sleeve, no searching for blind paths, no stooping and looking for ancient tracks, grass-grown and dim. Each argument travels the highway, the big road. It is logical. The facts and conclusions agree and fall naturally into line of battle. It is sincere and candid, unpretentious and unanswerable. It is a grand defense of human rights, a brave and manly plea for universal justice. It leaves the decision of the Supreme Court without argument, without reason, and without excuse. Such an exhibition of independence, courage, and ability has won for Justice Harlan the respect and admiration of both sides, and places him in the front rank of constitutional lawyers.
This ends our interview, Justice Harlan and the Civil Rights Bill. Section 10 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Roger Moline. Interview title, Ingersoll Catechized. Printed in the San Franciscan, San Francisco, October 4th, 1884. First question. Does Christianity advance or retard civilization? Ingersoll's answer.
If by Christianity you mean the Orthodox Church, then I unhesitatingly answer that it does retard civilization, always has retarded it, and always will. I can imagine no man who can be benefited by being made a Catholic or a Presbyterian or a Baptist or a Methodist, or, in other words, by being made an Orthodox Christian. But by Christianity I do not mean morality, kindness, forgiveness, justice. Those virtues are not distinctively Christian. They are claimed by Mohammedans and Buddhists, by infidels and atheists, and practiced by some of all classes. Christianity consists of the miraculous, the marvelous, and the impossible. The one thing that I most seriously object to in Christianity is the doctrine of eternal punishment. That doctrine subverts every idea of justice. It teaches the infinite absurdity that a finite offense can be justly visited by eternal punishment. Another serious objection I have is that Christianity endeavors to destroy intellectual liberty. Nothing is better calculated to retard civilization than to subvert the idea of justice. Nothing is better calculated to retain barbarism than to deny to every human being the right to think. Justice and liberty are the two things that bear man forward. The Church, for 1,000 years, did all within its power to prevent the expression of honest thought. And when the Church had power, there was in this world no civilization. We have advanced just in the proportion that Christianity has lost power. Those nations in which the Church is still powerful are still almost savage. Portugal, Spain, and many others I might name. Probably no country is more completely under the control of the religious idea than Russia. The Tsar is the direct representative of God. He is the head of the Church, as well as of the state. In Russia every mouth is a Bastille and every tongue a convict. This Russian Pope, this representative of God, has on earth his hell, Siberia, and he imitates the Orthodox God to the extent of his health and strength. Everywhere man advances as the Church loses power. In my judgment, Ireland can never succeed until it ceases to be Catholic, and there can be no successful uprising while the confessional exists. At one time in New England the Church had complete power. There was then no religious liberty, and so we might make a tour of the world, and find that superstition always has been, is, and forever will be, inconsistent with human advancement.
Do not the evidences of design in the universe prove a creator?
If there were any evidences of design in the universe, certainly they would tend to prove a designer, but they would not prove a creator. Design does not prove creation. A man makes a machine. That does not prove that he made the material out of which the machine is constructed. You find the planets arranged in accordance with what you call a plan. That does not prove that they were created. It may prove that they are governed, but it certainly does not prove that they were created. Is it consistent to say that a design cannot exist without a designer, but that a designer can? Does not a designer need a design as much as a design needs a designer? Does not a creator need a creator as much as the thing we think has been created? In other words, is not this simply a circle of human ignorance? Why not say that the universe has existed from eternity, as well as to say that a creator has existed from eternity? And do you not thus avoid at least one absurdity by saying that the universe has existed from eternity, instead of saying that it was created by a creator who existed from eternity? Because if your creator existed from eternity, and created the universe, there was a time when he commenced. And back of that, according to Shelley, is an eternity of idleness. Some people say that God existed from eternity, and has created eternity. It is impossible to conceive of an act co-equal with eternity. If you say that God has existed forever, and has always acted, then you make the universe eternal, and you make the universe as old as God. And if the universe be as old as God, he certainly did not create it. These questions of origin and destiny, of infinite gods, are beyond the powers of the human mind. They cannot be solved. We might as well try to travel fast enough to get beyond the horizon. It is like a man trying to run away from his girdle. Consequently, I believe in turning our attention to things of importance, to questions that may by some possibility be solved. It is of no importance to me whether God exists or not. I exist, and it is important to me to be happy while I exist. Therefore, I had better turn my attention to finding out the secret of happiness, instead of trying to ascertain the secret of the universe. I say with regard to God, I do not know, and therefore I am accused of being arrogant and egotistic. Religious papers say that I do know, because Webster told me. They use Webster as a witness to prove the divinity of Christ. They say that Webster was on the God side, and therefore I ought to be. I can hardly afford to take Webster's ideas of another world, when his ideas about this were so bad. When bloodhounds were pursuing a woman through the tangled swamps of the South, she hungry for liberty, Webster took the side of the bloodhounds. Such a man is no authority for me. Bacon denied the Copernican system of astronomy. He is an unsafe guide. Wesley believed in witches. I cannot follow him. No man should quote a name instead of an argument. No man should bring forward a person instead of a principle, unless he is willing to accept all the ideas of that person.
Is not a pleasant illusion preferable to a dreary truth, a future life being in question?
I think it is. I think that a pleasing illusion is better than a terrible truth, so far as its immediate results are concerned. I would rather think the one I love living than to think her dead. I would rather think that I had a large balance in bank than that my account was overdrawn. I would rather think I was healthy than to know that I had a cancer. But if we have an illusion, let us have it pleasing. The orthodox illusion is the worst that can possibly be conceived. Take hell out of that illusion, take eternal pain away from that dream, and say that the whole world is to be happy forever, then you might have an excuse for calling it a pleasant illusion. But it is, in fact, a nightmare, a perpetual horror, a cross on which the happiness of man has been crucified.
Are not religion and morals inseparable?
Religion and morality have nothing in common, and yet there is no religion except the practice of morality. But what you call religion is simply superstition. Religion, as it is now taught, teaches our duties toward God, our obligations to the infinite, and the results of a failure to discharge those obligations. I believe that we are under no obligations to the infinite, that we cannot be. All our obligations are to each other, and to sentient beings. Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and thou shalt be saved has nothing to do with morality. Do unto others as ye would that others should do unto you has nothing to do with believing in the Lord Jesus Christ. Baptism has nothing to do with morality. Pay your honest debts. That has nothing to do with baptism. What is called religion is simple superstition, with which morality has nothing to do. The churches do not prevent people from committing natural offenses, but restrain them from committing artificial ones. As, for instance, the Catholic Church can prevent one of its members from eating meat on Friday, but not from whipping his wife. The Episcopal Church can prevent dancing, it may be, in Lent, but not slander. The Presbyterian can keep a man from working on Sunday, but not from practicing deceit on Monday. And so I might go through the churches. They lay the greater stress upon the artificial offenses. Those countries that are the most religious are the most immoral. When the world was under the control of the Catholic Church, it reached the very pit of immorality, and nations have advanced in morals just in proportion that they have lost Christianity.
It is frequently asserted that there is nothing new in your objections against Christianity. What is your reply to such assertions?
Of course, the editors of religious papers will say this. Christians will say this. In my opinion, an argument is new until it has been answered. An argument is absolutely fresh, and has upon its leaves the dew of morning until it has been refuted. All men have experienced, it may be, in some degree, what we call love. Millions of men have written about it. The subject is of course old. It is only the presentation that can be new. Thousands of men have attacked superstition. The subject is old, but the manner in which the facts are handled, the arguments grouped, these may be forever new. Millions of men have preached Christianity. Certainly there is nothing new in the original ideas. Nothing can be new except the presentation, the grouping. The ideas may be old, but they may be clothed in new garments of passion. They may be given additional human interest. A man takes a fact, or an old subject, as a sculptor takes a rock. The rock is not new. Of this rock he makes a statue. The statue is new. And yet some orthodox man might say there is nothing new about that statue. I know the man that dug the rock. I know the owner of the quarry. Substance is eternal. Forms are new. So in the human mind certain ideas, or in the human heart certain passions, are forever old. But genius forever gives them new forms, new meanings, and this is the perpetual originality of genius.
Do you consider that churches are injurious to the community?
In the exact proportion that churches teach falsehood. In the exact proportion that they destroy liberty of thought, the free action of the human mind. In the exact proportion that they teach the doctrine of eternal pain, and convince people of its truth, they are injurious. In the proportion that they teach morality and justice, and practice kindness and charity, in that proportion they are a benefit. Every church, therefore, is a mixed problem, part good and part bad. In one direction it leads toward and sheds light. In the other direction its influence is entirely bad. Now, I would like to civilize the churches, so that they will be able to do good deeds without building bad creeds. In other words, take out the superstitious and the miraculous, and leave the human and the moral.
Why do you not respond to the occasional clergyman who replies to your lectures?
In the first place, no clergyman has ever replied to my lectures. In the second place, no clergyman ever will reply to my lectures. He does not answer my arguments, he attacks me, and the replies that I have seen are not worth answering. They are far below the dignity of the question under discussion. Most of them are ill-mannered, as abusive as illogical, and as malicious as weak. I cannot reply without feeling humiliated. I cannot use their weapons, and my weapons they do not understand. I attack Christianity because it is cruel, and they account for all my actions by putting behind them base motives. They make it at once a personal question. They imagine that epithets are good enough arguments with which to answer an infidel. A few years ago they would have imprisoned me. A few years before that they would have burned me. We have advanced. Now they only slander. And I congratulate myself on the fact that even that is not believed. Ministers do not believe each other about each other. The truth has never yet been ascertained in any trial by a church. The longer the trial lasts, the obscurer is the truth. They will not believe each other, even on oath, and one of the most celebrated ministers of this country has publicly announced that there is no use in answering a lie started by his own church, that if he does answer it, if he does kill it, 40 more lies will come to the funeral. In this connection, we must remember that the priests of one religion never credit the miracles of another religion. Is this because priests instinctively know priests? Now, when a Christian tells a Buddhist some of the miracles of the Testament, the Buddhist smiles. When a Buddhist tells a Christian the miracles performed by Buddha, the Christian laughs. This reminds me of an incident. A man told a most wonderful story. Everybody present expressed surprise and astonishment, except one man. He said nothing. He did not even change countenance. One who noticed that the story had no effect on this man said to him, "You do not seem to be astonished in the least at this marvelous tale." The man replied, "No, I am a liar myself." You see, I am not trying to answer individual ministers. I am attacking the whole body of superstition. I am trying to kill the entire dog, and I do not feel like wasting any time killing fleas on that dog. When the dog dies, the fleas will be out of provisions, and in that way we shall answer them all at once. So I do not bother myself answering religious newspapers. In the first place, they are not worth answering, and in the second place, to answer would only produce a new crop of falsehoods. You know, the editor of a religious newspaper, as a rule, is one who has failed in the pulpit, and you can imagine the brains necessary to edit a religious weekly from this fact. I have known some good religious editors. By some, I mean one. I do not say that there are not others, but I do say I do not know them. I might add here that the one I did know is dead. Since I have been in this city there have been some replies to me. They have been almost idiotic. A Catholic priest asked me how I had the impudence to differ with Newton. Newton, he says, believed in a God. And I asked this Catholic priest how he has the impudence to differ with Newton. Newton was a Protestant. This simply shows the absurdity of using men's names for arguments. This same priest proves the existence of God by a pagan orator. Is it possible that God's last witness died with Cicero? If it is necessary to believe in a God now, the witnesses ought to be on hand now. Another man, pretending to answer me, quotes Leconte, a geologist, and according to this geologist we are getting very near to the splendors of the Great White Throne. Where is the Great White Throne? Can anyone, by studying geology, find the locality of the Great White Throne? To what stratum does it belong? In what geologic period was the Great White Throne formed? What on earth has geology to do with the throne of God? The truth is, there can be no reply to the argument that man should be governed by his reason, that he should depend upon observation and experience, that he should use the faculties he has for his own benefit and the benefit of his fellow man. There is no answer. It is not within the power of man to substantiate the supernatural. It is beyond the power of evidence.
Why do the theological seminaries find it difficult to get students?
I was told last spring at New Haven that the theologues, as they call the young men there being fitted for the ministry, were not regarded as intellectual by all the other students. The orthodox pulpit has no rewards for genius. It has rewards only for stupidity, for belief, not for investigation, not for thought, and the consequence is that young men of talent avoid the pulpit. I think I heard the other day that of all the students at Harvard, only 9 are preparing for the ministry. The truth is, the ministry is not regarded as an intellectual occupation. The average church now consists of women and children. Men go to please their wives, or stay at home and subscribe to please their wives, and the wives are beginning to think, and many of them are staying at home. Many of them now prefer the theater, or the opera, or the park, or the seashore, or the forest, or the companionship of their husbands and children at home.
How does the religious state of California compare with the rest of the Union?
I find that sensible people everywhere are about the same, and the proportion of freethinkers depends on the proportion of sensible folks. I think that California has her full share of sensible people. I find everywhere the best people and the brightest people, the people with the most heart and the best brain, all tending toward free thought. Of course, a man of brain cannot believe the miracles of the Old and New Testaments. A man of heart cannot believe in the doctrine of eternal pain. We have found that other religions are like ours, with precisely the same basis, the same idiotic miracles, the same Christ or Savior. It will hardly do to say that all others like ours are false, and ours the only true one, when others substantially like it are thousands of years older. We have at last found that a religion is simply an effort on the part of man to account for what he sees, what he experiences, what he feels, what he fears, and what he hopes. Every savage has his philosophy. That is his religion and his science. The religions of today are the sciences of the past, and it may be that the sciences of today will be the religions of the future, and that other sciences will be as far beyond them as the science of today is beyond the religion of today. As a rule, religion is a sanctified mistake, and heresy a slandered fact. In other words, the human mind grows, and as it grows, it abandons the old, and the old gets its revenge by maligning the new.
This ends our interview. Ingersoll catechized. Section 11 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Herman Ruskums in France. Interview title, The Labor Question, printed in the Inquirer, Cincinnati, Ohio, September 30th, 1886. First question. What is your remedy, Colonel, for the labor troubles of the day? Ingersoll's answer.
One remedy is this. I should like to see the laboring men succeed. I should like to see them have a majority in Congress and with a president of their own. I should like to see this so that they could satisfy themselves how little, after all, can be accomplished by legislation. The moment responsibility should touch their shoulders, they would become conservative. They would find that making a living in this world is an individual affair, and that each man must look out for himself. They would soon find that the government cannot take care of the people. The people must support the government. Everything cannot be regulated by law. The factors entering into this problem are substantially infinite and beyond the intellectual grasp of any human being. Perhaps nothing in the world will convince the laboring man how little can be accomplished by law until there is opportunity of trying. To discuss the question will do good, so I am in favor of its discussion. To give the working man a trial will do good, so I am in favor of giving them a trial.
But you have not answered my question. I asked you what could be done, and you have told me what could not be done. Now, is there not some better organization of society that will help in all this trouble?
Undoubtedly. Unless humanity is a failure, society will improve from year to year and from age to age. There will be, as the years go by, less want, less injustice, and the gifts of nature will be more equally divided, but there will never come a time when the weak can do as much as the strong, or when the mentally weak can accomplish as much as the intellectually strong. There will forever be inequality in society, but in my judgment the time will come when an honest, industrious person need not want. In my judgment that will come, not through governmental control, not through governmental slavery, not through what is called socialism, but through liberty and through individuality. I can conceive of no greater slavery than to have everything done by the government. I want free scope given to individual effort. In time, some things that governments have done will be removed. The creation of a nobility, the giving of vast rights to corporations, and the bestowment of privileges on the few will be done away with. In other words, governmental interference will cease and man will be left more to himself. The future will not do away with want by charity, which generally creates more want than it alleviates, but by justice and intelligence. Shakespeare says, "There is no darkness but ignorance," and it might be added that ignorance is the mother of most suffering.
This ends our interview, The Labor Question. Section 12 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Herman Ruskums in France. Interview title, Henry George and Socialism. Printed in the Times, Chicago, Illinois, November 4th, 1886. First question, what is your opinion of the result of the election? Ingersoll's answer.
I find many dead on the field, whose faces I recognize. I see that Morrison had taken a horizontal position. Free trade seems to have received an exceedingly black eye. Carlyle, in my judgment, one of the very best men in Congress, has been defeated simply because he is a free trader, and I suppose you can account for Hurd's defeat in the same way. The people believe in protection, although they generally admit that the tariff ought to be reformed. I believe in protecting infant industries, but I do not believe in rocking the cradle when the infant is 7 feet high and wears number 12 boots.
Do you sympathize with the socialists, or do you think that the success of George would promote socialism?
I have said frequently that if I lived in Russia, I should in all probability be a nihilist. I can conceive of no government that would not be as good as that of Russia, and I would consider no government far preferable to that government. Any possible state of anarchy is better than organized crime, because in the chaos of anarchy, justice may be done by accident, but in a government organized for the perpetuation of slavery and for the purpose of crushing out of the human brain every noble thought, justice does not live. In Germany, I would probably be a socialist to this extent that I would want the political power honestly divided among the people. I can conceive of no circumstance in which I could support Bismarck. I regard Bismarck as a projection of the Middle Ages, as a shadow that has been thrown across the sunlight of modern civilization, and in that shadow grow all the bloodless crimes. Now, in Ireland, of course, I believe in home rule. In this country, I am an individualist. The political power here is equally divided. Poverty and wealth have the same power at the ballot box. Intelligence and ignorance are on equality here, simply because all men have a certain interest in the government where they live. I hate above all other things the tyranny of a government. I do not want the government to send a policeman along with me to keep me from buying 11 eggs for a dozen. I will take care of myself. I want the people to do everything they can do, and the government to keep its hands off. Because if the government attends to all these matters, the people lose manhood, and in a little while become serfs, and there will arise some strong mind and some powerful hand that will reduce them to actual slavery. So I am in favor of personal liberty to the largest extent. Whenever the government grants privileges to the few, these privileges should be for the benefit of the many, and when they cease to be for the benefit of the many, they should be taken from the few and used by the government itself for the benefit of the whole people. And I want to see in this country the government so administered that justice will be done to all as nearly as human institutions can produce such a result. Now, I understand that in any state of society there will be failures. We have failures among the working people. We have had some failures in Congress. I will not mention the names because your space is limited. There have been failures in the pulpit, at the bar. In fact, in every pursuit of life, you will presume we shall have failure with us for a great while, at least until the establishment of the religion of the body, when we shall cease to produce failures, and I have faith enough in the human race to believe that that time will come, but I do not expect it during my life.
What do you think of the income tax as a step toward the accomplishment of what you desire?
There are some objections to an income tax. First, the espionage that it produces on the part of the government. Second, the amount of perjury that it annually produces. Men hate to have their business inquired into if they are not doing well. They often pay a very large tax to make their creditors think they are prosperous. Others, by covering up, avoid the tax. But I will say this with regard to taxation. The great desideratum is stability. If we tax only the land, and that were the only tax, in a little while every other thing, and the value of every other thing would adjust itself in relation to that tax, and perfect justice would be the result. That is to say, if it were stable long enough, the burden would finally fall upon the right backs in every department. The trouble with taxation is that it is continually changing, not waiting for the adjustment that will naturally follow, provided it is stable. I think the end, so far as land is concerned, could be reached by cumulative taxation. That is to say, a man with a certain amount of land paying a very small percent, with more land and increased percent, and let that percent increase rapidly enough so that no man could afford to hold land that he did not have a use for. So I believe in cumulative taxation in regard to any kind of wealth. Let a man worth $10 million pay a greater percent than one worth 100,000, because he is able to pay it. The other day a man was talking to me about having the debt pay the expense of the government, that whenever a man died worth, say, $5 million, $1 million should go to the government, that if he died worth $10 million, $3 million should go to the government. If he died worth $20 million, $8 million should go to the government, and so on.
He said that in this way the expenses of the government could be borne by the dead.
I should be in favor of cumulative taxation upon legacies. The greater the legacy, the greater the percent of taxation. But, of course, I am not foolish enough to suppose that I understand this question. I am giving you a few guesses. My only desire is to guess right. I want to see the people of this world live for this world, and I hope the time will come when a civilized man will understand that he cannot be perfectly happy while anybody else is miserable. That a perfectly civilized man could not enjoy a dinner knowing that others were starving, that he could not enjoy the richest robes if he knew that some of his fellow men in rags and tatters were shivering in the blast. In other words, I want to carry out the idea that I have so frequently uttered with regard to the other world, that is, that no gentleman angel could be perfectly happy knowing that somebody else was in hell.
What are the chances for the Republican Party in 1888?
If it will sympathize with the toilers, as it did with the slaves, if it will side with the needy, if it will only take the right side, it will elect the next president. The poor should not resort to violence. The rich should appeal to the intelligence of the working people. These questions cannot be settled by envy and scorn. The motto of both parties should be, "Come, let us reason together." The Republican Party was the grandest organization that ever existed. It was brave, intelligent, and just. It sincerely loved the right. A certificate of membership was a patent of nobility. If it will only stand by the right again, its victorious banner will float over all the intelligent sons of toil.
This ends our interview, Henry George and Socialism. Section 13 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction and interviewer's question read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's comments read by J. Allen Brown, Rockwall, Texas. Interviewed title, Ingersoll on McGlynn. Printed in the Brooklyn Citizen, April 1886.
The attitude of the Roman Catholic Church, in Dr. McGlynn's case, is consistent with the history and constitution of the Catholic Church, perfectly consistent with its ends, its objects, and its means, and just as perfectly inconsistent with intellectual liberty and the real civilization of the human race. When a man becomes a Catholic priest, he has been convinced that he ought not to think for himself upon religious questions. He has become convinced that the Church is the only teacher, that he has a right to think only to enforce its teachings. From that moment, he is a moral machine. The chief engineer resides at Rome, and he gives his orders through certain assistant engineers until the one is reached who turns the crank, and the machine has nothing to do one way or the other. The machine is paid for giving up his liberty by having machines under him who have also given up theirs. While somebody else turns his crank, he has the pleasure of turning a crank belonging to somebody below him. Of course, the Catholic Church is supposed to be the only perfect institution on earth. All others are not only imperfect, but unnecessary. All others have been made either by man, or by the devil, or by a partnership, and consequently cannot be depended upon for the civilization of man. The Catholic Church gets its power directly from God, and is the only institution now in the world founded by God. There was never any other, so far as I know, except polygamy and slavery and a crude kind of monarchy, and they have been for the most part abolished. The Catholic Church must be true to itself. It must claim everything and get what it can. It alone is infallible. It alone has all the wisdom of this world. It alone has the right to exist. All other interests are secondary. To be a Catholic is of the first importance. Human liberty is nothing. Wealth, position, food, clothing, reputation, happiness, all these are less than worthless compared with what the Catholic Church promises to the man who will throw all these away. A priest must preach what his bishop tells him. A bishop must preach what his archbishop tells him. The Pope must preach what he says God tells him. Dr. McGlynn cannot make a compromise with the Catholic Church. It never compromises when it is in the majority. I do not mean by this that the Catholic Church is worse than any other. All are alike in this regard. Every sect, no matter how insignificant, every church, no matter how powerful, asks precisely the same thing from every member, that is to say, a surrender of intellectual freedom. The Catholic Church wants the same as the Baptist, the Presbyterian, and the Methodist. It wants the whole earth. It is ambitious to be the one supreme power. It hopes to see the world upon its knees, with all its tongues thrust out for wafers. It has the arrogance of humility and the ferocity of universal forgiveness. In this respect, it resembles every other sect. Every religion is a system of slavery. Of course, the religionists say that they do not believe in persecution, that they do not believe in burning and hanging and whipping or loading with chains a man simply because he is an infidel. They are willing to leave all this with God, knowing that a being of infinite goodness will inflict all these horrors and tortures upon an honest man who differs with the Church. In case Dr. McGlynn is deprived of his priestly functions, it is hard to say what effect it will have upon his church and the Labor Party in the country. So long as a man believes that a church has eternal joy in store for him, so long as he believes that a church holds within its hands the keys of heaven and hell, it will be hard to make him trade off the hope of everlasting happiness for a few good clothes, and a little good food, and higher wages here. He finally thinks that, after all, he had better work for less, and go a little hungry, and be an angel forever. I hope, however, that a good many people who have been supporting the Catholic Church by giving tithes of the wages of weariness will see, and clearly see, that Catholicism is not their friend, that the Church cannot and will not support them, that on the contrary they must support the Church. I hope they will see that all the prayers have to be paid for, although not one has ever been answered. I hope they will perceive that the Church is on the side of wealth and power, that the mitre is the friend of the crown, that the altar is the sworn brother of the throne. I hope that they will finally know that the Church cares infinitely more for the money of the millionaire than the souls of the poor. Of course, there are thousands of individual exceptions. I am speaking of the Church as an institution, as a corporation, and when I say the Church, I include all churches. It is said of corporations in general that they have no soul, and it may truthfully be said of the Church that it has less than any other. It lives on alms. It gives nothing for what it gets. It has no sympathy. Beggars never weep over the misfortunes of other beggars. Nothing could give me more pleasure than to see the Catholic Church on the side of human freedom. Nothing more pleasure than to see the Catholics of the world, those who work and weep and toil, sensible enough to know that all the money paid for superstition is worse than lost. I wish they could see that the counting of beads and the saying of prayers and celebrating of masses and all the kneelings and censer swingings and fastings and bell ringing amount to less than nothing, that all these things tend only to the degradation of mankind. It is hard, I know, to find an antidote for a poison that was mingled with mother's milk. The laboring masses, so far as the Catholics are concerned, are filled with awe and wonder and fear about the Church. This fear began to grow while they were being rocked in their cradles, and they still imagine that the Church has some mysterious power, that it is in direct communication with some infinite personality that could, if it desired, strike them dead, or damn their souls forever. Persons who have no such belief, who care nothing for popes, or priests, or churches, or heavens, or hells, or devils, or gods, have very little idea of the power of fear. The old dogmas filled the brain with strange monsters. The soul of the orthodox Christian gropes and wanders and crawls in a kind of dungeon, where the strained eyes see fearful shapes, and the frightened flesh shrinks from the touch of serpents. The good part of Christianity, that is to say, kindness, morality, will never go down. The cruel part ought to go down, and by the cruel part I mean the doctrine of eternal punishment, of allowing the good to suffer for the bad, allowing innocence to pay the debt of guilt. So the foolish part of Christianity, that is to say, the miraculous, will go down. The absurd part must perish. But there will be no war about it, as there was in France. Nobody believes enough in the foolish part of Christianity now to fight for it. Nobody believes with intensity enough in miracles to shoulder a musket. There is probably not a Christian in New York willing to fight for any story, no matter if the story is so old that it is covered with moss. No mentally brave and intelligent man believes in miracles, and no intelligent man cares whether there was a miracle or not, for the reason that every intelligent man knows that the miraculous has no possible connection with the moral. Thou shalt not steal is just as good a commandment if it should turn out that the flood was a drought. Thou shalt not murder is a good and just and righteous law, and whether any particular miracle was ever performed or not has nothing to do with the case. There is no possible relation between these things. I am on the side not only of the physically oppressed, but of the mentally oppressed. I hate those who put lashes on the body, and I despise those who put the soul in chains. In other words, I am in favor of liberty. I do not wish that any man should be the slave of his fellow men, or that the human race should be the slaves of any god, real or imaginary. Man has the right to think for himself, to work for himself, to take care of himself, to get bread for himself, to get a home for himself. He has a right to his own opinion about God and heaven and hell, the right to learn any art or mystery or trade, the right to work for whom he will, for what he will, and when he will. The world belongs to the human race. There is to be no war in this country on religious opinions, except a war of words, a conflict of thoughts, of facts, and in that conflict the hosts of superstition will go down. They may not be defeated today, or tomorrow, or next year, or during this century, but they are growing weaker day by day. This priest, McGlynn, has the courage to stand up against the propaganda. What would have been his fate a few years ago? What would have happened to him in Spain, in Portugal, in Italy, in any other country that was Catholic, only a few years ago? Yet he stands here in New York, he refuses to obey God's vice-regent, he freely gives his mind to an archbishop, he holds the Holy Inquisition in contempt. He has done a great thing. He is undoubtedly an honest man. He should never have been a Catholic. He has no business in that church. He has ideas of his own, theories, and seems to be governed by principles. The Catholic Church is not his place. If he remains, he must submit. He must kneel in the humility of abjectness. He must receive on the back of his independence the lashes of the Church. If he remains, he must ask the forgiveness of slaves for having been a man. If he refuses to submit, the Church will not have him. He will be driven to take his choice, to remain a member, humiliated, shunned, or go out into the great free world, a citizen of the Republic with the rights, responsibilities, and duties of an American citizen. I believe that Dr. McGlynn is an honest man, and that he really believes in the land theories of Mr. George. I have no confidence in his theories, but I have confidence that he is actuated by the best and noblest motives.
Are you to go on the lecture platform again?
I expect to, after a while. I am now waiting for the church to catch up. I got so far ahead that I began almost to sympathize with the clergy. They looked so helpless and talked in such a weak, wandering and wobbling kind of way that I felt as though I had been cruel. From the papers I see that they are busy trying to find out who the wife of Cain was. I see that the Reverend Dr. Robinson of New York is now wrestling with that problem. He begins to be in doubt whether Adam was the first man, whether Eve was the first woman, suspects that there were other races, and that Cain did not marry his sister, but somebody else's sister, and that the somebody else was not Cain's brother. One can hardly overestimate the importance of these questions. They have such a direct bearing on the progress of the world. If it should turn out that Adam was the first man, or that he was not the first man, something might happen. I am not prepared to say what, but it might. It is a curious kind of spectacle to see a few hundred people paying a few $1,000s a year for the purpose of hearing these great problems discussed. Was Adam the first man? Who was Cain's wife? Has anyone seen a map of the land of Nod? Where are the 4 rivers that ran murmuring through the groves of paradise? Who was the snake? How did he walk? What language did he speak? This turns a church into a kind of nursery, makes a cradle of each pew, and gives to each member a rattle with which he can amuse what he calls his mind. The great theologians of Andover, the gentlemen who wear the brass collars furnished by the dead founder, have been disputing among themselves as to what is to become of the heathen who fortunately died before meeting any missionary from that institution. One can almost afford to be damned hereafter for the sake of avoiding the dogmas of Andover here. Nothing more absurd and childish has ever happened, not in the intellectual, but in the theological world. There is no need of the freethinkers saying anything at present. The work is being done by the church members themselves. They are beginning to ask questions of the clergy. They are getting tired of the old ideas, tired of the consolations of eternal pain, tired of hearing about hell, tired of hearing the Bible quoted or talked about, tired of the scheme of redemption, tired of the Trinity, of the plenary inspiration of the barbarous records of a barbarous people, tired of the patriarchs and prophets, tired of Daniel and the goats with 3 horns and the image with the clay feet and the little stone that rolled down the hill, tired of the mud man and the rib woman, tired of the flood of Noah, of the astronomy of Joshua, the geology of Moses, tired of Kings and Chronicles and Lamentations, tired of the lachrymose Jeremiah, tired of the monstrous, the malicious, and the miraculous. In short, they are beginning to think. They have bowed their necks to the yoke of ignorance and fear and impotence and superstition until they are weary. They long to be free. They are tired of the services, tired of the meaningless prayers, tired of hearing each other say, "Hear us, good Lord," tired of the texts, tired of the sermons, tired of the lies about spontaneous combustion as a punishment for blasphemy, tired of the bells, and they long to hear the doxology of superstition. They long to have common sense lift its hands in benediction and dismiss the congregation.
This ends our interview. Ingersoll on McGlynn.
Section 14 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Ingersoll's responses read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Interview title: Trial of the Chicago Anarchists. Printed in the Mail and Express, New York, November 3rd, 1887. First question. What do you think of the trial of the Chicago Anarchists and their chances for a new trial? Ingersoll's answer.
I have paid some attention to the evidence and to the rulings of the court, and I have read the opinion of the Supreme Court of Illinois in which the conviction is affirmed. Of course, these men were tried during a period of great excitement, tried when the press demanded their conviction, when it was asserted that society was on the edge of destruction unless these men were hanged. Under such circumstances, it is not easy to have a fair and impartial trial. A judge should either sit beyond the reach of prejudice, in some calm that storms cannot invade, or he should be a kind of oak that before any blast he would stand erect. It is hard to find such a place as I have suggested, and not easy to find such a man. We are all influenced more or less by our surroundings, by the demands and opinions and feelings and prejudices of our fellow citizens. There is a personality made up of many individuals, known as society. This personality has prejudices like an individual. It often becomes enraged, acts without the slightest sense, and repents at its leisure. It is hard to reason with a mob, whether organized or disorganized, whether acting in the name of the law or of simple brute force. But in any case, where people refuse to be governed by reason, they become a mob.
Do you not think that these men had a fair trial?
I have no doubt that the court endeavored to be fair, no doubt that Judge Gary is a perfectly honest, upright man, but I think his instructions were wrong. He instructed the jury to the effect that where men have talked in a certain way, and where the jury believed that the result of such talk might be the commission of a crime, that such men are responsible for that crime. Of course, there is neither law nor sense in an instruction like this. I hold that it must have been the intention of the man making the remark, or publishing the article, or doing the thing. It must have been his intention that the crime should be committed. Men differ as to the effect of words, and a man may say a thing with the best intentions, the result of which is a crime, and he may say a thing with the worst of intentions, and the result may not be a crime. The Supreme Court of Illinois seemed to have admitted that the instructions were wrong, but took the ground that it made no difference with the verdict. This is a dangerous course for the court of last resort to pursue. Neither is it very complimentary to the judge who tried the case that his instructions had no effect upon the jury. Under the instructions of the court below, any man who had been arrested with the 7 anarchists, and of whom it could be proved that he had ever said a word in favor of any change in government or of other peculiar ideas, no matter whether he knew of the meeting at Haymarket or not, would have been convicted. I am satisfied that the defendant, Fielden, never intended to harm a human being. As a matter of fact, the evidence shows that he was making a speech in favor of peace at the time of the occurrence. The evidence also shows that he was an exceedingly honest, industrious, and very poor and philanthropic man.
Do you uphold the anarchists?
Certainly not. There is no place in this country for the anarchist. The source of power here is the people, and to attack the political power is to attack the people. If the laws are oppressive, it is the fault of the oppressed. If the laws touch the poor and leave them without redress, it is the fault of the poor. They are in a majority. The men who work for their living are the very men who have the power to make every law that is made in the United States. There is no excuse for any resort to violence in this country. The boycotting by trade unions and by labor organizations is all wrong. Let them resort to legal methods and to no other. I have not the slightest sympathy with the methods that have been pursued by anarchists, or by socialists, or by any other class that has resorted to force or intimidation. The ballot box is the place to assemble. The will of the people can be made known in that way, and their will can be executed. At the same time, I think I understand what has produced the anarchist, the socialist, and the agitator. In the old country, a laboring man, poorly clad, without quite enough to eat, with a wife in rags, with a few children asking for bread, this laboring man sees the idle enjoying every luxury of this life. He sees on the breast of Milady a bonfire of diamonds. He sees Milord riding in his park. He sees thousands of people who from the cradle to the grave do no useful act, add nothing to the intellectual or physical wealth of the world. He sees labor living in the tenement house, in the hut, idleness and nobility in the mansion and the palace, the poor man a trespasser everywhere except upon the street, where he is told to move on, and in the dusty highways of the country. That man naturally hates the government of the few, the government that lives on the unpaid labor of the many, the government that takes the child from the parents and puts him in the army to fight the child of another poor man and woman in some other country. These anarchists, these socialists, these agitators have been naturally produced. All the things of which I have spoken sow in the breast of poverty the seeds of hatred and revolution. These poor men, hunted by the officers of the law, cornered, captured, imprisoned, excite the sympathy of other poor men, and if some are dragged to the gallows and hanged, or beheaded by the guillotine, they become saints and martyrs, and those who sympathize with them feel that they have the power, and only the power, of hatred, the power of riot, of destruction, the power of the torch, of revolution, that is to say, of chaos and anarchy. The injustice of the higher classes makes the lower criminal. Then there is another thing. The misery of the poor excites in many noble breasts sympathy, and the men who thus sympathize wish to better the condition of their fellows. At first they depend upon reason, upon calling the attention of the educated and powerful to the miseries of the poor. Nothing happens. No result follows. The juggernaut of society moves on, and the wretches are still crushed beneath the great wheels. These men who are really good at first, filled with sympathy, now become indignant. They are malicious, then destructive and criminal. I do not sympathize with these methods, but I do sympathize with the general object that all good and generous people seek to accomplish, namely, to better the condition of the human race. Only the other day, in Boston, I said that we ought to take into consideration the circumstances under which the anarchists were reared, that we ought to know that every man is necessarily produced, that man is what he is, not by accident, but necessity, that society raises its own criminals, that it plows the soil and cultivates and harvests the crop. And it was telegraphed that I had defended anarchy. Nothing was ever further from my mind. There is no place, as I said before, for anarchy in the United States. In Russia it is another question. In Germany another question. Every country that is governed by the one man or governed by the few is the victim of anarchy. That is anarchy. That is the worst possible form of socialism. The definition of socialism given by its bitterest enemy is that idlers wish to live on the labor and on the money of others. Is not this definition, a definition given in hatred, a perfect definition of every monarchy and of nearly every government in the world? That is to say, the idle few live on the labor and the money of others.
Will the Supreme Court take cognizance of this case and prevent the execution of the judgment?
Of course, it is impossible for me to say. At the same time, judging from the action of Justice Miller in the case of the People versus Maxwell, it seems probable that the Supreme Court may interfere, but I have not examined the question sufficiently to form an opinion. My feeling about the whole matter is this, that it will not tend to answer the ideas advanced by these men, to hang them. Their execution will excite sympathy among thousands and thousands of people who have never examined and knew nothing of the theories advanced by the anarchists or the socialists or other agitators. In my judgment, supposing the men to be guilty, it is far better to imprison them. Less harm will be done the cause of free government. We are not on the edge of any revolution. No other government is as firmly fixed as ours. No other government has such a broad and splendid foundation. We have nothing to fear. Courage and safety can afford to be generous, can afford to act without haste and without the feeling of revenge. So, for my part, I hope that the sentence may be commuted, and that these men, if found guilty at last, may be imprisoned. This course is, in my judgment, the safest to pursue. It may be that I am led to this conclusion because of my belief that every man does as he must. This belief makes me charitable toward all the world. This belief makes me doubt the wisdom of revenge. This belief, so far as I am concerned, blots from our language the word punishment. Society has a right to protect itself, and it is the duty of society to reform, insofar as it may be possible, any member who has committed what is called a crime. Where the criminal cannot be reformed, and the safety of society can be secured by his imprisonment, there is no possible excuse for destroying his life. After these 6 or 7 men have been, in accordance with the forms of law, strangled to death, there will be a few pieces of clay, and about them will gather a few friends, a few admirers, and these pieces will be buried, and over the grave will be erected a monument, and those who were executed as criminals will be regarded by thousands as saints. It is far better for society to have a little mercy. The effect upon the community will be good. If these men are imprisoned, people will examine their teachings without prejudice. If they are executed, seen through the tears of pity, their virtues, their sufferings, their heroism will be exaggerated. Others may emulate their deeds, and the gulf between the rich and the poor will be widened, a gulf that may not close until it has devoured the noblest and the best.
This ends our interview. Trial of the Chicago Anarchists. Section 15 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Ingersoll's responses read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Interview title, The Stage and the Pulpit. Printed in the Truth Seeker, New York, January 14, 1888. First question. What do you think of the Methodist minister at Nashville, Tennessee, who from his pulpit denounced the theatrical profession without exception as vicious, and of the congregation which passed resolutions condemning Miss Emma Abbott for rising in church and contradicting him, and of the Methodist bishop who likened her to a painted courtesan, and invoked the aid of the law for the protection of public worship against strolling players? Ingersoll's answer.
The Methodist minister of whom you speak, without doubt, uttered his real sentiments. The Church has always regarded the stage as a rival, and all its utterances have been as malicious as untrue. It has always felt that the money given to the stage was in some way taken from the pulpit. It is on this principle that the pulpit wishes everything except the church shut up on Sunday. It knows that it cannot stand free and open competition. All well-educated ministers know that the Bible suffers by a comparison with Shakespeare. They know that there is nothing within the lids of what they call the sacred book that can for one moment stand side by side with Lear or Hamlet or Julius Caesar or Antony and Cleopatra or with any other play written by the immortal man. They know what a poor figure the Davids and the Abrahams and the Jeremiahs and the Lots, the Jonahs, the Jobs and the Noahs cut when on the stage with the great characters of Shakespeare. For these reasons, among others, the pulpit is malicious and hateful when it thinks of the glories of the stage. What minister is there now living who could command the prices commanded by Edwin Booth or Joseph Jefferson? And what two clergymen, by making a combination, could contend successfully with Robeson and Crane? How many clergymen would it take to command, at regular prices, the audiences that attend the presentation of Wagner's operas? It's very easy to see why the pulpit attacks the stage. Nothing could have been in more wretched taste than for the minister to condemn Miss Emma Abbott for rising in church and defending not only herself, but other good women who are doing honest work for an honest living. Of course, no minister wishes to be answered. No minister wishes to have anyone in the congregation call for the proof. A few questions would break up all the theology in the world. Ministers can succeed only when congregations keep silent. When superstition succeeds, doubt must be dumb. The Methodist bishop who attacked Miss Abbott simply repeated the language of several centuries ago. In the laws of England, actors were described as sturdy vagrants, and this bishop calls them strolling players. If we only had some strolling preachers like Garrick, like Edwin Forrest, or Booth, or Barrett, or some crusade sisters like Mrs. Siddons, Madame Ristori, Charlotte Cushman, or Madame Modjeska, how fortunate the church would be!
What is your opinion of the relative merits of the pulpit and the stage, preachers and actors?
We must remember that the stage presents an ideal life. It is a world controlled by the imagination, a world in which the justice delayed in real life may be done, and in which that may happen which, according to the highest ideal, should happen. It is a world, for the most part, in which evil does not succeed, in which the vicious are foiled, in which the right, the honest, the sincere, and the good prevail. It cultivates the imagination, and in this respect is far better than the pulpit. The mission of the pulpit is to narrow and shrivel the human mind. The pulpit denounces the freedom of thought and of expression, but on the stage the mind is free. And for thousands of years the poor, the oppressed, the enslaved have been permitted to witness plays wherein the slave was freed, wherein the oppressed became the victor, and where the downtrodden rose supreme. And there is another thing. The stage has always laughed at the spirit of caste. The low-born lass has loved the prince. All human distinctions in this ideal world have for the moment vanished, while honesty and love have triumphed. The stage lightens the cares of life. The pulpit increases the tears and groans of man. There is this difference, the pretense of honesty and the honesty of pretense.
How do you view the Episcopalian scheme of building a $6 million untaxed cathedral in this city for the purpose of uniting the sects, and when that is accomplished, unifying the world in the love of Christ, and thereby abolishing misery?
I regard the building of an Episcopal cathedral simply as a piece of religious folly. The world will never be converted by Christian palaces and temples. Every dollar used in its construction will be wasted. It will have no tendency to unite the various sects. On the contrary, it will excite the envy and jealousy of every other sect. It will widen the gulf between the Episcopalian and the Methodist, between the Episcopalian and the Presbyterian, and this hatred will continue until the other sects build a cathedral just a little larger, and then the envy and the hatred will be on the other side. Religion will never unify the world, and never will give peace to mankind. There has been more war in the last 1800 years than during any similar period within historic times. War will be abolished, if it ever is abolished, not by religion, but by intelligence. It will be abolished when the poor people of Germany, of France, of Spain, of England, and other countries find that they have no interest in war. When those who pay and those who do the fighting find that they are simply destroying their own interests, wars will cease. There ought to be a national court to decide national difficulties. We consider a community civilized when the individuals of that community submit their differences to a legal tribunal. But there being no national court, nations now sustain, as to each other, the relation of savages. That is to say, each one must defend its rights by brute force. The establishment of a national court civilizes nations and tends to do away with war. Christianity caused so much war, so much bloodshed, that Christians were forced to interpolate a passage to account for their history, and the interpolated passage is, quote, "I came not to bring peace, but a sword." End quote. Suppose that all the money wasted in cathedrals in the Middle Ages had been used for the construction of schoolhouses, academies, and universities, how much better the world would have been. Suppose that instead of supporting hundreds of thousands of idle priests, the money had been given to men of science for the purpose of finding out something of benefit to the human race here in this world.
What is your opinion of Christian charity and the fatherhood of God as an economic polity for abolishing poverty and misery?
Of course, the world is not to be civilized and clothed and fed through charity. Ordinary charity creates more want than it alleviates. The greatest possible charity is the greatest possible justice. When proper wages are paid, when everyone is as willing to give what a thing is worth as he is now willing to get it for less, the world will be fed and clothed. I believe in helping people to help themselves. I believe that corporations and successful men and superior men intellectually should do all within their power to keep from robbing their fellow men. The superior man should protect the inferior. The powerful should be the shield of the weak. Today it is, for the most part, exactly the other way. The failures among men become the food of success. The world is to grow better and better through intelligence, through a development of the brain, through taking advantage of the forces of nature, through science, through chemistry, and through the arts. Religion can do nothing except to sow the seeds of discord between men and nations. Commerce, manufactures, and the arts tend to peace and the well-being of the world. What is known as religion, that is to say, a system by which this world is wasted in preparation for another, a system in which the duties of men are greater to God than to his fellow men, a system that denies the liberty of thought and expression, tends only to discord and retrogression. Of course, I know that religious people cling to the Bible on account of the good that is in it, and in spite of the bad, and I know that free thinkers throw away the Bible on account of the bad that is in it, in spite of the good. I hope the time will come when that book will be treated like other books, and will be judged upon its merits, apart from the fiction of inspiration. The Church has no right to speak of charity, because it is an object of charity itself. It gives nothing, all it can do is to receive. At best, it is only a respectable beggar. I never care to hear one who receives alms pay a tribute to charity. The one who gives alms should pay this tribute. The amount of money expended upon churches and priests and all the paraphernalia of superstition is more than enough to drive the wolves from the doors of the world.
Have you noticed the progress Catholics are making in the Northwest, discontinuing public schools and forcing people to send their children to the parochial schools? Also at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a Roman Catholic priest has been elected principal of a public school, and he has appointed nuns as assistant teachers.
Sectarian schools ought not to be supported by public taxation. It is the very essence of religious tyranny to compel a Methodist to support a Catholic school, or to compel a Catholic to support a Baptist academy. Nothing should be taught in the public schools that the teachers do not know. Nothing should be taught about any religion, and nothing should be taught that can in any way be called sectarian. The sciences are not religion. There is no such thing as Methodist mathematics or Baptist botany. In other words, no religion has anything to do with facts. The facts are all secular. The sciences are all of this world. If Catholics wish to establish their own schools for the purpose of preserving their ignorance, they have the right to do so. So has any other denomination. But in this country, the state has no right to teach any form of religion whatever. Persons of all religions have the right to advocate and defend any religion in which they believe, or they have a right to denounce all religions. If the Catholics establish parochial schools, let them support such schools, and if they do, they will simply lessen or shorten the longevity of that particular superstition. It has often been said that nothing will repeal a bad law as quickly as its enforcement. So, in my judgment, nothing will destroy any church as certainly and as rapidly as for the members of that church to live squarely up to the creed. The church is indebted to its hypocrisy today for its life. No Orthodox church in the United States dare meet for the purpose of revising the creed. They know that the whole thing would fall to pieces. Nothing could be more absurd than for a Roman Catholic priest to teach a public school assisted by nuns. The Catholic Church is the enemy of human progress. It teaches every man to throw away his reason, to deny his observation and experience.
Your opinions have frequently been quoted with regard to the anarchists, with regard to their trial and execution. Have you any objection to stating your real opinion in regard to the matter?
Not in the least. I am perfectly willing that all civilized people should know my opinions on any question in which others than myself can have an interest. I was anxious, in the first place, that the defendants should have a fair and impartial trial. The worst form of anarchy is when a judge violates his conscience and bows to a popular demand. A court should care nothing for public opinion. An honest judge decides the law, not as it ought to be, but as it is, and the state of the public mind throws no light upon the question of what the law then is. I thought that some of the rulings on the trial of the anarchists were contrary to law. I still think so. I have read the opinion of the Supreme Court of Illinois, and while the conclusion reached by that tribunal is the law of the case, I was not satisfied with the reasons given, and do not regard the opinion as good law. There is no place for an anarchist in the United States. There is no excuse for any resort to force, and it is impossible to use language too harsh or too bitter in denouncing the spirit of anarchy in this country. But no matter how bad a man is, he has the right to be fairly tried, and if he can't be fairly tried, then there is anarchy on the bench. So I was opposed to the execution of these men. I thought it would have been far better to commute the punishment to imprisonment, and I said so. And I not only said so, but I wrote a letter to Governor Oglesby, in which I urged the commutation of the death sentence. In my judgment, a great mistake was made. I am on the side of mercy, and if I ever make mistakes, I hope they will all be made on that side. I have not the slightest sympathy with the feeling of revenge, neither have I ever admitted, and I never shall, that every citizen has not the right to give his opinion on all that may be done by any servant of the people, by any judge, or by any court, by any officer, however small or however great. Each man in the United States is a sovereign, and a king can freely speak his mind. Words were put in my mouth that I never uttered with regard to the anarchists. I never said that they were saints or that they would be martyrs. What I said was that they would be regarded as saints and martyrs by many people if they were executed, and that has happened which I said would happen. I am, so far as I know, on the side of the right. I wish above all things for the preservation of human liberty. This government is the best, and we should not lose confidence in liberty. Property is of very little value in comparison with freedom. A civilization that rests upon slavery is utterly worthless. I do not believe in sacrificing all there is of value in the human heart or in the human brain for the preservation of what is called property, or rather on account of the fear that what is called property may perish. Property is in no danger while man is free. It is the freedom of man that gives value to property. It is the happiness of the human race that creates what we call value. If we preserve liberty, the spirit of progress, the conditions of development, property will take care of itself.
The Christian press during the past few months has been very solicitous as to your health, and has reported you weak and feeble physically, and not only so, but asserts that there is a growing disposition on your part to lay down your arms, and even to join the church.
I do not think the Christian press has been very solicitous about my health. Neither do I think that my health will ever add to theirs. The fact is, I am exceedingly well, and my throat is better than it has been for many years. Anyone who imagines that I am disposed to lay down my arms can read my reply to Dr. Field in the November number of the North American Review. I see no particular difference in myself, except this, that my hatred of superstition becomes a little more and more intense. On the other hand, I see more clearly that all the superstitions were naturally produced, and I am now satisfied that every man does as he must, including priests and editors of religious papers. This gives me hope for the future. We find that certain soil, with a certain amount of moisture and heat, produces good corn, and we find when the soil is poor, or when the ground is too wet or too dry, that no amount of care can by any possibility produce good corn. In other words, we find that the fruit, that is to say, the result, whatever it may be, depends absolutely upon the conditions. This being so, we will in time find out the conditions that produce good, intelligent, honest men. This is the hope for the future. We shall know better than to rely on what is called reformation, or regeneration, or a resolution born of ignorant excitement. We shall rely then on the eternal foundation, the fact in nature that like causes produce like results, and that good conditions will produce good people.
Every now and then someone challenges you to a discussion, and nearly everyone who delivers lectures or speeches attacking you or your views says that you are afraid publicly to debate these questions. Why do you not meet these men, and why do you not answer these attacks?
In the first place, it would be a physical impossibility to reply to all the attacks that have been made, to all the answers. I receive these attacks and these answers and these lectures almost every day. Hundreds of them are delivered every year. A great many are put in pamphlet form, and of course copies are received by me. Some of them I read, at least I look them over, and I have never yet received one worthy of the slightest notice, never one in which the writer showed the slightest appreciation of the questions under discussion. All these pamphlets are about the same, and they could, for the matter, have all been produced by one person. They are impudent, shallow, abusive, illogical, and in most respects ignorant. So far as the lecturers are concerned, I know of no one who has yet said anything that challenges a reply. I do not think a single paragraph has been produced by any of the gentlemen who have replied to me in public that is now remembered by reason of its logic or beauty. I do not feel called upon to answer any argument that does not at least appear to be of value. Whenever any article appears worthy of an answer, written in a kind and candid spirit, it gives me pleasure to reply. I should like to meet someone who speaks by authority, someone who really understands his creed, but I cannot afford to waste time on little priests or obscure parsons or ignorant laymen.
This ends our interview, the stage and the pulpit.
Section 16 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Interview title, Protection and Free Trade, published in the New York Press, May 27, 1888. First question. Do you take much interest in politics, Colonel Ingersoll?
I take as much interest in politics as a Republican ought, who expects nothing and who wants nothing for himself. I want to see this country again controlled by the Republican Party. The present administration has not, in my judgment, the training and the political intelligence to decide upon the great economic and financial questions. There are a great many politicians and but few statesmen. Here, where men have to be elected every 2 or 6 years, there is hardly time for the officials to study statesmanship. They are busy laying pipes and fixing fences for the next election. Each one feels much like a monkey at a fair, on the top of a greased pole, and puts in the most of his time dodging stones and keeping from falling. I want to see the party in power best qualified, best equipped to administer the government.
What do you think will be the particular issue of the coming campaign?
That question has already been answered. The great question will be the tariff. Mr. Cleveland imagines that the surplus can be gotten rid of by a reduction of the tariff. If the reduction is so great as to increase the demand for foreign articles, the probability is that the surplus will be increased. The surplus can surely be done away with by either of 2 methods. First, make the tariff prohibitory. Second, have no tariff. But if the tariff is just at the point where the foreign goods could pay it and yet undersell the American so as to stop home manufacturers, then the surplus would increase. As a rule, we can depend on American competition to keep prices at a reasonable rate. When that fails, we have at all times the governing power in our hands. That is to say, we can reduce the tariff. In other words, the tariff is not for the benefit of the manufacturer. The protection is not for the mechanic or the capitalist. It is for the whole country. I do not believe in protecting silk simply to help the town of Paterson, but I am for the protection of the manufacture, because in my judgment it helps the entire country, and because I know that it has given us a far better article of silk at a far lower price than we obtained before the establishment of those factories. I believe in the protection of every industry that needs it, to the end that we may make use of every kind of brain and find use for all human capacities. In this way, we will produce greater and better people. A nation of agriculturalists or a nation of mechanics would become narrow and small, but where everything is done, then the brain is cultivated on every side, from artisan to artist. That is to say, we become thinkers as well as workers. Muscle and mind form a partnership. I don't believe that England is particularly interested in the welfare of the United States. It never seemed probable to me that men like Godwin Smith sat up nights fearing that we in some way might injure ourselves. To use a phrase that will be understood by theologians at least, we ought to copper all English advice. The free traders say that there ought to be no obstructions placed by governments between buyers and sellers. If we want to make the trade, of course there should be no obstruction. But if we prefer that Americans should trade with Americans, that Americans should make what Americans want, then, so far as trading with foreigners is concerned, there ought to be an obstruction. I am satisfied that the United States could get along if the rest of the world should be submerged, and I want to see this country in such a condition that it can be independent of the rest of mankind. There is more mechanical genius in the United States than in the rest of the world, and this genius has been fostered and developed by protection. The democracy wished to throw all this away, to make useless this skill, this ingenuity, born of generations of application and thought. These deft and marvelous hands that create the countless things of use and beauty to be worth no more than the common hands of ignorant delvers and shovelers. To the extent that thought is mingled with labor, labor becomes honorable and its burden lighter. Thousands of millions of dollars have been invested on the faith of this policy. Millions and millions of people are this day earning their bread by reason of protection, and they are better housed and better fed and better clothed than any other workman on the globe. The intelligent people of this country will not be satisfied with President Cleveland's platform with his free trade primer. They believe in good wages for good work, and they know that this is the richest nation in the world. The Republic is worth at least $60 billion. This vast sum is the result of labor, and this labor has been protected either directly or indirectly. This vast sum has been made by the farmer, the mechanic, the laborer, the miner, the inventor. Protection has given work and wages to the mechanic and a market to the farmer. The interests of all laborers in America, all men who work, are identical. If the farmer pays more for his plow, he gets more for his plowing. In old times, when the South manufactured nothing and raised only raw material for the reason that its labor was enslaved and could not be trusted with education enough to become skillful, it was in favor of free trade. It wanted to sell the raw material to England and buy the manufactured article where it could buy the cheapest. Even under these circumstances, it was a short-sighted and unpatriotic policy. Now everything is changing in the South. They are beginning to see that he who simply raises raw material is destined to be forever poor. For instance, the farmer who sells corn will never get rich. The farmer should sell pork and beef and horses. So a nation, a state, that parts with its raw material loses nearly all the profits for the reason that the profit rises with the skill requisite to produce. It requires only brute strength to raise cotton. It requires something more to spin it, to weave it, and the more beautiful the fabric, the greater the skill, and consequently the higher the wages and the greater the profit. In other words, the more thought is mingled with labor, the more valuable is the result. Besides all this, protection is the mother of economy, the cheapest at last, no matter whether the amount paid is less or more. It is far better for us to make glass than to sell sand to other countries. The profit on sand will be exceedingly small. The interests of this country are united. They depend upon each other. You destroy one, and the effect upon all the rest may be disastrous. Suppose we had free trade today. What would become of the manufacturing interests tomorrow? The value of property would fall thousands of millions of dollars in an instant. The fires would die out in thousands and thousands of furnaces, innumerable engines would stop, thousands and thousands would stop digging coal and iron and steel. What would the city that had been built up by the factories be worth? What would be the effect on farms in that neighborhood? What would be the effect on railroads, on freights, on business? What upon the town through which they passed? Stop making iron in Pennsylvania and the state would be bankrupt in an hour. Give us free trade and New Jersey, Connecticut, and many other states would not be worth $1 an acre. If a man will think of the connection between all industries, of the dependence and interdependence of each on all, of the subtle relations between all human pursuits, he will see that to destroy some of the grand interest makes financial ruin and desolation. I'm not talking now about a tariff that is too high, because that tariff does not produce a surplus. Neither am I asking to have that protected which needs no protection. I'm only insisting that all the industries that have been fostered and that need protection should be protected, and that we should turn our attention to the interests of our own country, letting other nations take care of themselves. If every American would use only articles produced by Americans, if they would wear only American cloth, only American silk, if we would absolutely stand by each other, the prosperity of this nation would be the marvel of human history. We can live at home, and we have now the ingenuity, the intelligence, the industry to raise from nature everything that a nation needs.
What have you to say about the claim that Mr. Cleveland does not propose free trade?
I suppose that he means what he said. His argument was all for free trade, and he endeavored to show to the farmer that he lost altogether more money by protection, because he paid a higher price for manufactured articles and received no more for what he had to sell. This certainly was an argument in favor of free trade, and there is no way to decrease the surplus except to prohibit the importation of foreign articles, which certainly Mr. Cleveland is not in favor of doing, or to reduce the tariff to a point so low that no matter how much may be imported, the surplus will be reduced. If the message means anything, it means free trade, and if there is any argument in it, it is an argument in favor of absolutely free trade. The party not willing to say free trade uses the word reform. This is simply a mask and a pretense. The party knows that the president made a mistake. The party, however, is so situated that it cannot get rid of Cleveland, and consequently must take him with his mistake. They must take him with his message, and then show that all he intended by free trade was reform.
Who do you think ought to be nominated at Chicago?
Personally, I am for General Gresham. I am saying nothing against the other prominent candidates. They have their friends, and many of them are men of character and capacity, and would make good presidents. But I know of no man who has a better record than Gresham, and of no man who, in my judgment, would receive a larger number of votes. I know of no Republican who would not support Judge Gresham. I have never heard one say that he had anything against him or know of any reason why he should not be voted for. He is a man of great natural capacity. He is candid and unselfish. He has for many years been engaged in the examination and decision of important questions, of good principles, and consequently he has a trained mind. He knows how to take hold of a question, to get at a fact, to discover in a multitude of complications the real principle, the heart of the case. He has always been a man of affairs. He is not simply a judge, that is to say, a legal pair of scales. He knows the effect of his decision on the welfare of communities. He is not governed entirely by precedents. He has opinions of his own. In the next place, he is a man of integrity in all the relations of life. He is not a seeker after place, and so far as I know, he has done nothing for the purpose of inducing any human being to favor his nomination. I have never spoken to him on the subject. In the West, he has developed great strength. In fact, his popularity has astonished even his best friends. The great mass of people want a perfectly reliable man, one who will be governed by his best judgment and by a desire to do the fair and honorable thing. It has been stated that the great corporations might not support him with much warmth for the reason that he has failed to decide certain cases in their favor. I believe that he has decided the law as he believed it to be, and that he has never been influenced in the slightest degree by the character, position, or the wealth of the parties before him. It may be that some of the great financiers, the manipulators, the creators of bonds and stocks, the blowers of financial bubbles, will not support him and will not contribute any money for the payment of election expenses, because they are perfectly satisfied that they could not make any arrangements with him to get the money back, together with interest thereon. But the people of this country are intelligent enough to know what that means, and they will be patriotic enough to see to it that no man needs to bow or bend or cringe to the rich to attain the highest place. The possibility is that Mr. Blaine could have been nominated had he not withdrawn, but having withdrawn, of course the party is released. Others were induced to become candidates, and under these circumstances Mr. Blaine has hardly the right to change his mind, and certainly other persons ought not to change it for him.
Do you think that the friends of Gresham would support Blaine if he should be nominated?
Undoubtedly they would. If they go into convention, they must abide the decision. It would be dishonorable to do that which you would denounce in others. Whoever is nominated ought to receive the support of all good Republicans. No party can exist that will not be bound by its own decision. When the platform is made, then is the time to approve or reject. The conscience of the individual cannot be bound by the action of party, church, or state. But when you ask a convention to nominate your candidate, you really agree to stand by the choice of the convention. Principles are of more importance than candidates. As a rule, men who refuse to support the nominee while pretending to believe in the platform are giving an excuse for going over to the enemy. It is a pretense to cover desertion. I hope that whoever may be nominated at Chicago will receive the cordial support of the entire party, of every man who believes in Republican principles, who believes in good wages for good work, and has confidence in the old firms of mind and muscle, of head and hand.
This ends our interview, Protection and Free Trade.
Section 17 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviews questions, read by Christine G. Ingersoll's response, read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Labor and Tariff Reform, printed in the New York Press, June 3, 1888. First question. What, in your opinion, is the condition of labor in this country as compared with that abroad? Ingersoll's answer.
In the first place, it is self-evident that if labor received more in other lands than in this, the tide of immigration would be changed. The workingmen would leave our shores. People who believe in free trade are always telling us that the laboring man is paid much better in Germany than in the United States, and yet nearly every ship that comes from Germany is crammed with Germans who, for some unaccountable reason, prefer to leave a place where they are doing well and come to one where they must do worse. The same thing can be said of Denmark and Sweden, of England, Scotland, Ireland, and of Italy. The truth is that in all those lands the laboring man can earn just enough today to do the work of tomorrow. Everything he earns is required to get food enough in his body and rags enough on his back to work from day to day, to toil from week to week. There are only 3 luxuries within his reach: air, light, and water. Probably a 4th might be added: death. In those countries, the few own the land, the few have the capital, the few make the laws, and the laboring man is not a power. His opinion is neither asked nor heeded. The employers pay as little as they can. When the world becomes civilized, everybody will want to pay what things are worth, but now capital is perfectly willing that labor shall remain at the starvation line. Competition on every hand tends to put down wages. The time will come when the whole community will see that justice is economical. If you starve laboring men, you increase crime, you multiply, as they do in England, workhouses, hospitals, and all kinds of asylums, and these public institutions are for the purpose of taking care of the wrecks that have been produced by greed and stinginess and meanness, that is to say, by the ignorance of capital.
What effect has the protective tariff on the condition of labor in this country?
To the extent that the tariff keeps out the foreign article, it is a direct protection to American labor. Everything in this country is on a larger scale than in any other. There is far more generosity among the manufacturers and merchants and millionaires and capitalists of the United States than among those of any other country, although they are bad enough and mean enough here. But the great thing for the laboring man in the United States is that he is regarded as a man. He is a unit of political power. His vote counts just as much as that of the richest and most powerful. The laboring man has to be consulted. The candidate has either to be his friend or to pretend to be his friend before he can succeed. A man running for the presidency could not say the slightest word against the laboring man, or calculated to put a stain upon industry, without destroying every possible chance of success. Generally, every candidate tries to show that he is a laboring man, or that he was a laboring man, or that his father was before him. There is in this country very little of the spirit of caste, the most infamous spirit that ever infested the heartless breast of the brainless head of a human being.
What will be the effect on labor of a departure in American policy in the direction of free trade?
If free trade could be adopted tomorrow, there would be an instant shrinkage of values in this country. Probably the immediate loss would equal $20 billion, that is to say, 1/3 of the value of the country. No one can tell its extent. All things are so interwoven that to destroy one industry cripples another, and the influence keeps on until it touches the circumference of human interests. I believe that labor is a blessing. It never was and never will be a curse. It is a blessed thing to labor for your wife and children, for your father and mother, and for the ones you love. It is a blessed thing to have an object in life, something to do, something to call into play your best thoughts, to develop your faculties and to make you a man. How beautiful, how charming are the dreams of the young mechanic, the artist, the musician, the actor, and the student. How perfectly stupid must be the life of a young man with nothing to do, no ambition, no enthusiasm, that is to say, nothing of the divine in him. The young man with an object in life, of whose brain a great thought, a great dream has taken possession, and in whose heart there is a great throbbing hope. He looks forward to success, to wife, children, home, all the blessings and sacred joys of human life. He thinks of wealth and fame and honor, and of a long, genial, golden, happy autumn. Work gives the feeling of independence, of self-respect. A man who does something necessarily puts a value on himself. He feels that he is a part of the world's force. The idler, no matter what he says, no matter how scornfully he may look at the laborer, in his very heart knows exactly what he is. He knows that he is a counterfeit, a poor, worthless imitation of a man. But there is a vast difference between work and what I call toil. What must be the life of a man who can earn only $1 or $2 a day? If this man has a wife and a couple of children, how can the family live? What must they eat? What must they wear? From the cradle to the coffin they are ignorant of any luxury of life. If the man is sick, if one of the children dies, how can doctors and medicines be paid for? How can the coffin or the grave be purchased? These people live on what might be called the snow line. just at the point where trees end and the mosses begin. What are such lives worth? The wages of months would hardly pay for the ordinary dinner of the family of a rich man. The savings of a whole life would not purchase one fashionable dress or the lace on it. Such a man could not save enough during his whole life to pay for the flowers of a fashionable funeral. And yet how often hundreds of thousands of persons who spend thousands of dollars every year on luxuries really wonder why the laboring people should complain. They are astonished when a car driver objects to working 14 hours a day. Men give millions of dollars to carry the gospel to the heathen and leave their own neighbors without bread. And these same people insist on closing libraries and museums of art on Sunday. And yet Sunday is the only day that these institutions can be visited by the poor. They even want to stop the streetcars so that these workers, these men and women, cannot go to the parks or the fields on Sunday. They want stages stopped on fashionable avenues so that the rich may not be disturbed in their prayers and devotions. The condition of the working man, even in America, is bad enough. If free trade will not reduce wages, what will? If manufactured articles become cheaper, the skilled laborers of America must work cheaper or stop producing the articles. Everyone knows that most of the value of a manufactured article comes from labor. Think of the difference between the value of a pound of cotton and a pound of the finest cotton cloth, between a pound of flax and enough point lace to weigh a pound, between a few ounces of paint, 2 or 3 yards of canvas, and a great picture, between a block of stone and a statue. Labor is the principal factor in price. When the price falls, wages must go down. I do not claim that protection is for the benefit of any particular class, but that it is for the benefit not only of that particular class, but of the entire country. In England, the common laborer expects to spend his old age in some workhouse. He is cheered through all his days of toil, through all his years of weariness, by the prospect of dying a respectable pauper. The women work as hard as the men. They toil in the iron mills. They make nails. They dig coal. They toil in the fields. In Europe, they carry the hod. They work like beasts and with beasts until they lose almost the semblance of human beings, until they look inferior to the animals they drive. On the labor of these deformed mothers, of these bent and wrinkled girls, of little boys with the faces of old age, the heartless nobility live in splendor and extravagant idleness. I am not now speaking of the French people, as France is the most prosperous country in Europe. Let us protect our mothers, our wives, and our children from the deformity of toil, from the depths of poverty.
Is not the ballot an assurance to the laboring man that he can get fair treatment from his employer?
The laboring man in this country has the political power, provided he has the intelligence to know it and the intelligence to use it. Insofar as laws can assist labor, the working man has it in his power to pass such laws, but in most foreign lands the laboring man has really no voice. It is enough for him to work and wait and suffer and emigrate. He can take refuge in the grave or go to America. In the old country, where people have been taught that all blessings come from the king, it is very natural for the poor to believe the other side of that proposition, that is to say, all evils come from the king, from the government. They are rocked in the cradle of this falsehood. So when they come to this country, if they are unfortunate, it is natural for them to blame the government. The discussion of these questions, however, has already done great good. The working man is becoming more and more intelligent. He is getting a better idea every day of the functions and powers and limitations of government, and if the problem is ever worked out, and by problem I mean the just and due relations that should exist between labor and capital, it will be worked out here in America.
What assurance has the American laborer that he will not be ultimately swamped by foreign immigration?
Most of the immigrants that come to America come because they want a home. Nearly every one of them is what you may call land hungry. In his country, to own a piece of land was to be respectable, almost a nobleman. The owner of a little land was regarded as the founder of a family, which you might call a village dynasty. When they leave their native shores for America, their dream is to become a landowner, to have fields, to own trees, and to listen to the music of their own brooks. The moment they arrive, the mass of them seek the West, where land can be obtained. The great Northwest now is being filled with Scandinavian farmers, with persons from every part of Germany, in fact, from all foreign countries, and every year they are adding millions of acres to the plowed fields of the Republic. This land hunger, this desire to own a home, to have a field, to have flocks and herds, to sit under your own vine and fig tree, will prevent foreign immigration from interfering to any hurtful degree with the skilled workmen of America. These landowners, these farmers, become consumers of manufactured articles. They keep the wheels and spindles turning and the fires in the forges burning.
What do you think of Cleveland's message?
Only the other day I read a speech made by the Honorable William D. Kelly of Pennsylvania upon this subject, in which he says, in answer to what he calls, quote, the puerile absurdity of President Cleveland's assumption, end quote, that the duty is always added to the cost, not only of imported commodities, but to the price of like commodities produced in this country. Quote, that the duties imposed by our government on sugar reduced to ad valorem were never so high as now, and the price of sugar was never in this country so low as it is now. End quote. He also showed that this tax on sugar has made it possible for us to produce sugar from other plants, and he gives the facts in relation to corn sugar. We are now using annually 19 million bushels of corn for the purpose of making glucose, or corn sugar. He shows that in this industry alone there has been a capital invested of $11 million, that 732,000 acres of land are required to furnish the supply, and that this one industry now gives employment to about 22,000 farmers, about 5,000 laborers in factories, and that the annual value of this product of corn sugar is over $17 million. He also shows what we may expect from the cultivation of the beet. I advise everyone to read that speech so that they may have some idea of the capabilities of this country, of the vast wealth asking for development, of the countless avenues open for ingenuity, energy, and intelligence.
Does the protective tariff cheapen the prices of commodities to the laboring man?
In this there are involved two questions. If the tariff is so low that the foreign article is imported, of course this tariff is added to the cost and must be paid by the consumer. But if the protective tariff is so high that the importer cannot pay it, and as a consequence the article is produced in America, then it depends largely upon competition whether the full amount of the tariff will be added to the article. As a rule, competition will settle that question in America, and the article will be sold as cheaply as the producers can afford. For instance, if there is a tariff, we will say of 50 cents on a pair of shoes, and this tariff is so low that the foreign article can afford to pay it, then that tariff, of course, must be paid by the consumer. But suppose the tariff was $5 on a pair of shoes, that is to say, absolutely prohibitory. Does any man in his senses say that $5 would be added to each pair of American shoes? Of course, the statement is the answer. I think it is the duty of the laboring man in this country first thoroughly to post himself upon these great questions, to endeavor to understand his own interest as well as the interest of his country, and if he does, I believe he will arrive at the conclusion that it is far better to have the country filled with manufacturers than to be employed simply in the raising of raw material. I think he will come to the conclusion that we had better have skilled labor here, and that it is better to pay for it than not to have it. I think you will find that it is better for America to be substantially independent of the rest of the world. I think you will conclude that nothing is more desirable than the development of American brain, and that nothing better can be raised than great and splendid men and women. I think he will conclude that the cloud coming from the factories, from the great stacks and chimneys, is the cloud on which will be seen, and always seen, the bow of American promise.
What have you to say about tariff reform?
I have this to say, that the tariff is for the most part the result of compromises, That is, one state wishing to have something protected agrees to protect something else in some other state, so that, as a matter of fact, many things are protected that need no protection, and many things are unprotected that ought to be cared for by the government. I am in favor of a sensible reform of the tariff. That is to say, I do not wish to put it in the power of the few to practice extortion upon the many. Congress should always be wide awake, and whenever there is any abuse, it should be corrected. At the same time, next to having the tariff just, next in importance is to have it stable. It does us great injury to have every dollar invested in manufactures frightened every time Congress meets. Capital should feel secure. Insecurity calls for a higher interest, wants to make up for the additional risk, whereas when a dollar feels absolutely certain that it is well invested, that it is not to be disturbed, it is satisfied with a very low rate of interest. The present agitation, the message of President Cleveland upon these questions, will cost the country many hundred millions of dollars.
I see that someone has been charging that Judge Gresham is an infidel.
I have known Judge Gresham for many years, and of course have heard him talk upon many subjects, but I do not remember ever discussing with him a religious topic. I only know that he believes in allowing every man to express his opinions, and that he does not hate a man because he differs with him. I believe that he believes in intellectual hospitality, and that he would give all churches equal rights and would treat them all with the utmost fairness. I regard him as a fair-minded, intelligent, and honest man, and that is enough for me. I am satisfied with the way he acts, and care nothing about his particular creed. I like a manly man, whether he agrees with me or not. I believe that President Garfield was a minister of the Church of the Disciples. That made no difference to me. Mr. Blaine is a member of some church in Augusta. I care nothing for that. Whether Judge Gresham belongs to any church, I do not know. I never asked him, but I know he does not agree with me by a large majority. In this country, where a divorce has been granted between church and state, the religious opinions of candidates should be let alone. To make the inquiry is a piece of impertinence, a piece of impudence. I have voted for men of all persuasions, and expect to keep right on, and if they are not civilized enough to give me the liberty they ask for themselves, why, I shall simply set them an example of decency.
What do you think of the political outlook?
The people of this country have a great deal of intelligence. Tariff and free trade and protection and home manufactures and American industries, all these things will be discussed in every schoolhouse of the country and in thousands and thousands of political meetings, and when next November comes you will see the Democratic Party overthrown and swept out of power by a cyclone. All other questions will be lost sight of. Even the prohibitionists would rather drink beer in a prosperous country than burst with cold water in hard times. The preservation of what we have will be the great question. This is the richest country and the most prosperous country, and I believe that the people have sense enough to continue the policy that has given them those results. I never want to see the civilization of the Old World, or rather the barbarism of the Old World, gain a footing on this continent. I am an American. I believe in American ideas, that is to say, in equal rights and in the education and civilization of all the people.
This ends our interview, Labor and Tariff Reform.
Section 18 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewer's question read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's response read by Joseph Tabler. Interview title, James G. Blaine and Politics. Printed in the Press, New York, July 16, 1888. Question. I see that there has lately been published a long account of the relations between Mr. Blaine and yourself, and the reason given for your failure to support him for the nomination in 1884 and 1888. Ingersoll's answer.
Every little while some donkey writes a long article pretending to tell all that happened between Mr. Blaine and myself. I have never seen any article on the subject that contained any truth. They are always the invention of the writer or of somebody who told him. The last account is more than usually idiotic. An unpleasant word has never passed between Mr. Blaine and myself. We have never had any falling out. I never asked Mr. Blaine's influence for myself. I never asked President Hayes or Garfield or Arthur for any position whatever, and I have never asked Mr. Cleveland for any appointment under the civil service. With regard to the German mission, about which so much has been said, all that I ever did in regard to that was to call on Secretary Evarts and inform him that there was no place in the gift of the administration that I would accept. I could not afford to throw away a good many $1,000 a year for the sake of an office. So I say again that I never asked, or dreamed of asking, any such favor of Mr. Blaine. The favors have been exactly the other way, from me, and not from him. So there is not the slightest truth in the charge that there was some difference between our families. I have great respect for Mrs. Blaine, have always considered her an extremely good and sensible woman. Our relations have been of the friendliest character, and such relations have always existed between all the members of both families, so far as I know. Nothing could be more absurd than the charge that there was some feeling growing out of our social relations. We do not depend upon others to help us socially. We need no help, and if we did, we would not accept it. The whole story about there having been any lack of politeness or kindness is without the slightest foundation. In 1884 I did not think that Mr. Blaine could be elected. I thought the same at the Chicago Convention this year. I know that he has a great number of ardent admirers and of exceedingly self-denying and unselfish friends. I believe that he has more friends than any other man in the Republican party. But he also has very bitter enemies, enemies with influence. Taking this into consideration, and believing that the success of the party was more important than the success of any individual, I was in favor of nominating some man who would poll the entire Republican vote. This feeling did not grow out of any hostility to any man, but simply out of a desire for Republican success. In other words, I endeavored to take an unprejudiced view of the situation. Under no circumstances would I underrate the ability and influence of Mr. Blaine, nor would I endeavor to deprecate the services he has rendered to the Republican party and to the country. But by this time it ought to be understood that I belong to no man, and that I am the proprietor of myself. There are two kinds of people that I have no use for, leaders and followers. The leader should be principal. The leader should be a great object to be accomplished. The follower should be the man dedicated to the accomplishment of a noble end. He who simply follows persons gains no honor and is incapable of giving honor even to the one he follows. There are certain things to be accomplished, and these things are the leaders. We want in this country an American system. We wish to carry into operation, into practical effect, ideas, policies, theories in harmony with our surroundings. This is a great country filled with intelligent, industrious, restless, ambitious people. Millions came here because they were dissatisfied with the laws, the institutions, the tyrannies, the absurdities, the poverty, the wretchedness, and the infamous spirit of caste found in the Old World. Millions of these people are thinking for themselves, and only the people who can teach, who can give new facts, who can illuminate, should be regarded as political benefactors. This country is, in my judgment, in all that constitutes true greatness, the nearest civilized of any country. Only yesterday the German Empire robbed a woman of her child. This was done as a political necessity. Nothing is taken into consideration except some move on the political chessboard. The feelings of a mother are utterly disregarded. They are left out of the question. They are not even passed upon. They are naturally ignored because in these governments only the unnatural is natural. In our political life we have substantially outgrown the duel. There are some small, insignificant people who still think it important to defend a worthless reputation on the field of honor. But for respectable members of the Senate, of the House, of the Cabinet, to settle a political argument with pistols would render them utterly contemptible in this country. That is to say, the opinion that governs, that dominates in this country, holds the duel in abhorrence and in contempt. What could be more idiotic, absurd, childish than the duel between Boulanger and Fouquet? What was settled? It needed no duel to convince the world that Fouquet is a man of courage. The same may be said of Boulanger. He has faced death upon many fields. Why, then, resort to the duel? If Boulanger's wound proves fatal, that certainly does not tend to prove that Fouquet told the truth, and if Boulanger recovers, it does not tend to prove that he did not tell the truth. Nothing is settled. Two men controlled by vanity, that individual vanity born of national vanity, try to kill each other, the public ready to reward the victor, the cause of the quarrel utterly ignored, the hands of the public ready to applaud the successful swordsman, and yet France is called a civilized nation. No matter how serious the political situation may be, no matter if everything depends upon one man, that man is at the mercy of anyone in opposition who may see fit to challenge him. The greatest general at the head of their armies may be forced to fight a duel with a nobody. Such ideas, such a system, keeps a nation in peril and makes every cause, to a greater or less extent, depend upon the sword or the bullet of a criminal.
This ends our interview, James G. Blaine and Politics. Section 19 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prologue and interviewer's questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Interview title, Society and Its Criminals. Printed in the New York World, August 5, 1888. Colonel Robert G. Ingersoll was greatly interested in securing for Chiara Signorelli a commutation of the death sentence to imprisonment for life. In view of the fact that the great agnostic has made a close study of capital punishment, a reporter for the World called upon him a day or two ago for an interview touching modern reformatory measures and the punishment of criminals. Speaking generally on the subject, Colonel Ingersoll said,
I suppose that society, that is to say a state or a nation, has the right of self-defense. It is impossible to maintain society, that is to say to protect the rights of individuals in life, in property, in reputation, and in the various pursuits known as trades and professions, without in some way taking care of those who violate these rights. The principal object of all government should be to protect those in the right from those in the wrong. There are a vast number of people who need to be protected who are unable, by reason of the defects in their minds and by the countless circumstances that enter into the question of making a living, to protect themselves. Among the barbarians there was, comparatively speaking, but little difference. A living was made by fishing and hunting. These arts were simple and easily learned. The principal difference in barbarians consisted in physical strength and courage. As a consequence, there were comparatively few failures. Most men were on an equality. Now that we are somewhat civilized, life has become wonderfully complex. There are hundreds of arts, trades, and professions, and in every one of these there is great competition. Besides all this, something is needed every moment. Civilized man has less credit than the barbarian. There is something by which everything can be paid for, including the smallest services. Everybody demands payment, and he who fails to pay is a failure. Owing to the competition, owing to the complexity of modern life, owing to the thousand things that must be known in order to succeed in any direction, on either side of the great highway that is called progress, are innumerable wrecks. As a rule, failure in some honest direction, or at least in some useful employment, is the dawn of crime. People who are prosperous, people who by reasonable labour can make a reasonable living, who, having a little leisure, can lay in a little for the winter that comes to all, are honest. As a rule, reasonable prosperity is virtuous. I don't say great prosperity, because it is very hard for the average man to withstand extremes. When people fail under this law, or rather this fact, of the survival of the fittest, they endeavour to do by some illegal way that which they fail to do in accordance with law. Persons driven from the highway take to the fields, and endeavour to reach their end or object in some shorter way, by some quicker path, regardless of its being right or wrong. I have said this much to show that I regard criminals as unfortunates. Most people regard those who violate the law with hatred. They do not take into consideration the circumstances. They do not believe that man is perpetually acted upon. They throw out of consideration the effect of poverty, of necessity, and, above all, of opportunity. For these reasons they regard criminals with feelings of revenge. They wish to see them punished. They want them imprisoned or hanged. They do not think the law has been vindicated unless somebody has been outraged. I look at these things from an entirely different point of view. I regard these people who are in the clutches of the law not only as unfortunates, but, for the most part, as victims. You may call them victims of nature, or of nations, or of governments. It makes no difference. They are victims. Under the same circumstances, the very persons who punish them would be punished. But whether the criminal is a victim or not, the honest man, the industrious man, has the right to defend the product of his labour. He who sows and ploughs should be allowed to reap, and he who endeavours to take from him his harvest is what we call a criminal. And it is the business of society to protect the honest from the dishonest. Without taking into account whether the man is or is not responsible, still society has the right of self-defence. Whether that right of self-defence goes to the extent of taking life depends, I imagine, upon the circumstances in which society finds itself placed. 1,000 men on a ship form a society. If a few men should enter into a plot for the destruction of the ship, or for turning it over to pirates, or for poisoning and plundering the most of the passengers, if the passengers found this out, certainly they would have the right of self-defence. They might not have the means to confine the conspirators with safety. Under such circumstances it might be perfectly proper for them to destroy their lives and to throw their worthless bodies into the sea. But what society has the right to do depends upon the circumstances. Now, in my judgment, society has the right to do two things: to protect itself and to do what it can to reform the individual. Society has no right to take revenge, no right to torture a convict, no right to do wrong because some individual has done wrong. I am opposed to all corporal punishment in penitentiaries. I am opposed to anything that degrades a criminal or leaves upon him an unnecessary stain, or puts upon him any stain that he did not put upon himself. Most people defend capital punishment on the ground that the man ought to be killed because he has killed another. The only real ground for killing him, even if that be good, is not that he is killed, but that he may kill. What he has done simply gives evidence of what he may do, and to prevent what he may do instead of to revenge what he has done should be the reason given. Now, there is another view. To what extent does it harden the community for the government to take life? Don't people reason in this way, that man ought to be killed? The government, under the same circumstances, would kill him. Therefore, I will kill him. Does not the government feed the mob spirit, the lynch spirit? Does not the mob follow the example set by the government? The government certainly cannot say that it hangs a man for the purpose of reforming him. Its feelings toward that man are only feelings of revenge and hatred. These are the same feelings that animate the lowest and basest mob. Let me give you an example. In the city of Bloomington, in the state of Illinois, a man confined in the jail in his efforts to escape shot and, I believe, killed the jailer. He was pursued, recaptured, brought back, and hanged by a mob. The man who put the rope around his neck was then under indictment for an assault to kill, and was out on bail. And after the poor wretch was hanged, another man climbed the tree, and, in a kind of derision, put a piece of cigar between the lips of the dead man. The man who did this had also been indicted for a penitentiary offence, and was then out on bail. I mention this simply to show the kind of people you find in mobs. Now, if the government had a greater and nobler thought, if the government said, "We will reform, we will not destroy, but if the man is beyond reformation, we will simply put him where he can do no more harm," then, in my judgment, the effect would be far better. My own opinion is that the effect of an execution is bad upon the community, degrading and debasing. The effect is to cheapen human life, and although a man is hanged because he has taken human life, the very fact that his life is taken by the government tends to do away with the idea that human life is sacred. Let me give you an illustration. A man in the city of Washington went to Alexandria, Virginia, for the purpose of seeing a man hanged who had murdered an old man and a woman for the purpose of getting their money. On his return from that execution he came through what is called the Smithsonian grounds. This was on the same day, late in the evening. There he met a peddler, whom he proceeded to murder for his money. He was arrested in a few hours, in a little while was tried and convicted, and in a little while was hanged. And another man, present at this second execution, went home on that same day, and, in passing by a butcher's shop near his house, went in, took from the shop a cleaver, went into his house, and chopped his wife's head off. This, I say, throws a little light upon the effect of public executions. In the Signorale case, of course, the sentence should have been commuted. I think, however, that she ought not to be imprisoned for life. From what I read of the testimony, I think she should have been pardoned. It is hard, I suppose, for a man fully to understand and enter into the feelings of a wife who has been trampled upon, abused, bruised, and blackened by the man she loved, by the man who made to her the vows of eternal affection. The woman, as a rule, is so weak, so helpless. Of course, it does not all happen in a moment. It comes on as the night comes. She notices that he does not act quite as affectionately as he formerly did. Day after day, month after month, she feels that she is entering a twilight, but she hopes that she is mistaken, and that the light will come again. The gloom deepens, and at last she is in midnight, a midnight without a star, and this man, whom she once worshipped, is now her enemy. One who delights to trample upon every sentiment she has, who delights in humiliating her, and who is guilty of 1,000 nameless tyrannies. Under these circumstances, it is hardly right to hold that woman accountable for what she does. It has always seemed to me strange that a woman so circumstanced, in such fear that she dare not even tell her trouble, in such fear that she dare not even run away, dare not tell a father or a mother, for fear that she will be killed, I say that in view of all this, it has always seemed strange to me that so few husbands have been poisoned. The probability is that society raises its own criminals. It ploughs the land, sows the seed, and harvests the crop. I believe that the shadow of the gibbet will not always fall upon the earth. I believe the time will come when we shall know too much to raise criminals, know too much to crowd those that labour into the dens and dungeons that we call tenements, while the idle live in palaces. The time will come when men will know that real progress means the enfranchisement of the whole human race, and that our interests are so united, so interwoven, that the few cannot be happy while the many suffer, so that the many cannot be happy while the few suffer, so that none can be happy while one suffers. In other words, it will be found that the human race is interested in each individual. When that time comes, we will stop producing criminals. We will stop producing failures. We will not leave the next generation to chance. We will not regard the gutter as a proper nursery for posterity. People imagine that if the thieves are sent to the penitentiary, that is the last of the thieves. That if those who kill others are hanged, society is on a safe and enduring basis. But the trouble is here. A man comes to your front door and you drive him away. You have an idea that the man's case is settled. You are mistaken. He goes to the back door. He is again driven away. But the case is not settled. The next thing you know, he enters at night. He is a burglar. He is caught. He is convicted. He is sent to the penitentiary, and you imagine that the case is settled. But it is not. You must remember that you have to keep all the agencies alive for the purpose of taking care of these people. You have to build and maintain your penitentiaries, your courts of justice. You have to pay your judges, your district attorneys, your juries, your witnesses, your detectives, your police. All these people must be paid. So that, after all, it is a very expensive way of settling this question. You could have done it far more cheaply had you found this burglar when he was a child, had you taken his father and mother from the tenement house, or had you compelled the owners to keep the tenement clean, or if you had widened the streets, if you had planted a few trees, if you had had plenty of baths, if you had had a school in the neighborhood. If you had taken some interest in this family, some interest in this child, instead of breaking into houses, he might have been a builder of houses. There is, and it cannot be said too often, no reforming influence in punishment, no reforming power in revenge. Only the best of men should be in charge of penitentiaries. Only the noblest minds and the tenderest hearts should have the care of criminals. Criminals should see from the first moment that they enter a penitentiary that is filled with the air of kindness, full of the light of hope. The object should be to convince every criminal that he has made a mistake, that he has taken the wrong way, that the right way is the easy way, and that the path of crime never did and never can lead to happiness, that the idea is a mistake, and that the government wishes to convince him that he has made a mistake, wishes to open his intellectual eyes, wishes so to educate him, so to elevate him, that he will look back upon what he has done only with horror. This is reformation. Punishment is not. When the convict is taken to Sing Sing or to Auburn, and when a striped suit of clothes is put upon him, that is to say, when he is made to feel the degradation of his position, no step has been taken toward reformation. You have simply filled his heart with hatred. Then, when he has been abused for several years, treated like a wild beast, and finally turned out again in the community, he has no thought in the majority of cases except to get even with those who have persecuted him. He feels that it is a persecution.
Do you think that men are naturally criminals and naturally virtuous?
I think that man does all that he does naturally. That is to say, a certain man does a certain act under certain circumstances, and he does this naturally. For instance, a man sees a $5 bill, and he knows that he can take it without being seen. $5 is no temptation to him. Under the circumstances, it is not natural that he should take it. The same man sees $5 million and feels that he can get possession of it without detection. If he takes it, then, under the circumstances, that was natural to him. And yet I believe there are men above all price, and that no amount of temptation or glory or fame could mislead them. Still, whatever man does is or was natural to him. Another view of the subject is this. I have read that out of 50 criminals who had been executed, it was found, I believe, in nearly all the cases that the shape of the skull was abnormal. Whether this is true or not, I don't know, but that some men have a tendency toward what we call crime, I believe. Where this has been ascertained, then, it seems to me, such men should be placed where they cannot multiply their kind. Women who have a criminal tendency should be placed where they cannot increase their kind. For hardened criminals, that is to say, for the people who make crime a business, it would probably be better to separate the sexes, to send the men to one island, the women to another. Let them be kept apart, to the end that people with criminal tendencies may fade from the earth. This is not prompted by revenge. This would not be done for the purpose of punishing these people, but for the protection of society, for the peace and happiness of the future. My own belief is that the system in vogue now in regard to the treatment of criminals in many states produces more crime than it prevents. Take, for instance, the southern states. There is hardly a chapter in the history of the world the reading of which could produce greater indignation than the history of the convict system in many of the southern states. These convicts are hired out for the purpose of building railways, or ploughing fields, or digging coal, and in some instances the death rate has been over 12% a month. The evidence shows that no respect was paid to the sexes. Men and women were chained together indiscriminately. The evidence also shows that for the slightest offences they were shot down like beasts. They were pursued by hounds, and their flesh was torn from their bones. So in some of the northern prisons they have what they call the weighing machine, an infamous thing. He who uses it commits as great a crime as the convict he punishes could have committed. All these things are degrading, debasing, and demoralizing. There is no need for any such punishment in any penitentiary. Let the punishment be of such kind that the convict is responsible himself. For instance, if the convict refuses to obey a reasonable rule, he can be put into a cell. He can be fed when he obeys the rule. If he goes hungry, it is his own fault. It depends upon himself to say when he shall eat. Or he may be placed in such a position that if he does not work, if he does not pump, the water will rise and drown him. If the water does rise, it is his fault. Nobody pours it upon him. He takes his choice. These are suggested as desperate cases, but I can imagine no case where what is called corporal punishment should be inflicted, and the reason I am against it is this: I am opposed to any punishment that cannot be inflicted by a gentleman. I am opposed to any punishment the infliction of which tends to harden and debase the man who inflicts it. I am for no laws that have to be carried out by human curs. Take, for instance, the whipping post. Nothing can be more degrading. The man who applies the lash is necessarily a cruel and vulgar man, and the oftener he applies it, the more and more debased he will become. The whole thing can be stated in the one sentence: I am opposed to any punishment that cannot be inflicted by a gentleman, and by gentleman I mean a self-respecting, honest, generous man.
What do you think of the efficacy or the propriety of punishing criminals by solitary confinement?
Solitary confinement is a species of torture. I am opposed to all torture. I think the criminal should not be punished. He should be reformed, if he is capable of reformation. But whatever is done, it should not be done as a punishment. Society should be too noble, too generous, to harbour a thought of revenge. Society should not punish. It should protect itself only. It should endeavour to reform the individual. Now, solitary confinement does not, I imagine, tend to the reformation of the individual. Neither can the person in that position do good to any human being. The prisoner will be altogether happier when his mind is engaged, when his hands are busy, when he has something to do. This keeps alive what we call cheerfulness, and let me say a word on this point. I don't believe that the state ought to steal the labor of a convict. He is a man who has a family. He is sent to the penitentiary. He works from morning till night. Now, in my judgment, he ought to be paid for the labor over and above what it costs to keep him. That money should be sent to his family. That money should be subject at least to his direction. If he is a single man, when he comes out of the penitentiary he should be given his earnings, and all his earnings, so that he would not have the feeling that he had been robbed. A statement should be given to him to show what it had cost to keep him and how much his labor had brought, and the balance remaining in his favor. With this little balance he could go out into the world with something like independence. This little balance would be a foundation for his honesty, a foundation for a resolution on his part to be a man. But now each one goes out with the feeling that he has not only been punished for the crime which he committed, but that he has been robbed of the results of his labor while there. The idea is simply preposterous that the people sent to the penitentiary should live in idleness. They should have the benefit of their labor, and if you give them the benefit of their labor, they will turn out as good work as if they were out of the penitentiary. They will have the same reason to do their best. Consequently, poor articles, poorly constructed things, would not come into competition with good articles made by free people outside of the walls. Now many mechanics are complaining because work done in the penitentiaries is brought into competition with their work. But the only reason that convict work is cheaper is because the poor wretch who does it is robbed. The only reason that the work is poor is because the man who does it has no interest in its being good. If he had the profit of his own labor, he would do the best that was in him, and the consequence would be that the wares manufactured in the prisons would be as good as those manufactured elsewhere. For instance, we will say here are 3 or 4 men working together. They are all free men. One commits a crime, and he is sent to the penitentiary. Is it possible that his companions would object to his being paid for honest work in the penitentiary? And let me say right here, all labor is honest. Whoever makes a useful thing, the labor is honest, no matter whether the work is done in a penitentiary or in a palace, in a hovel or the open field. Wherever work is done for the good of others, it is honest work. If the laboring man would stop and think, they would know that they support everybody. Labor pays all the taxes. Labor supports all the penitentiaries. Labor pays the warden. Labor pays everything. And if the convicts are allowed to live in idleness, labor must pay their board. Every cent of tax is borne by the back of labor. No matter whether your tariff is put on champagne and diamonds, it has to be paid by the men and women who work, those who plough in the fields, who wash and iron, who stand by the forge, who run the cars and work in the mines, and by those who battle with the waves of the sea. Labor pays every bill. There is one little thing to which I wish to call the attention of all who happen to read this interview, and that is this. Undoubtedly you think of all criminals with horror, and when you hear about them you are, in all probability, filled with virtuous indignation. But first of all, I want you to think of what you have in fact done. Secondly, I want you to think of what you have wanted to do. Thirdly, I want you to reflect whether you were prevented from doing what you wanted to do by fear or by lack of opportunity. Then, perhaps you will have more charity.
What do you think of the new legislation in the state changing the death penalty to death by electricity?
If death by electricity is less painful than hanging, then the law, so far as that goes, is good. There is not the slightest propriety in inflicting upon the person executed one single unnecessary pang, because that partakes of the nature of revenge, that is to say, of hatred, and, as a consequence, the state shows the same spirit that the criminal was animated by when he took the life of his neighbor. If the death penalty is to be inflicted, let it be done in the most humane way. For my part, I should like to see the criminal removed, if he must be removed, with the same care and with the same mercy that you would perform a surgical operation. Why inflict pain? Who wants it inflicted? What good can it, by any possibility, do? To inflict unnecessary pain hardens him who inflicts it, hardens each among those who witness it, and tends to demoralize the community.
Is it not the fact that punishments have grown less and less severe for many years past?
In the old times, punishment was the only means of reformation. If anybody did wrong, punish him. If people still continued to commit the same offense, increase the punishment, and that went on until in what they call civilized countries they hanged people, provided they stole the value of 1 shilling. But larceny kept right on. There was no diminution. So, for treason, barbarous punishments were inflicted. Those guilty of that offence were torn asunder by horses, their entrails were cut out of them while they were yet living and thrown into their faces. Their bodies were quartered, and their heads were set on pikes above the gates of the city. Yet there was 100 times more treason then than now. Every time a man was executed and mutilated and tortured in this way, the seeds of other treason were sown. So in the Church there was the same idea: no reformation but by punishment. Of course, in this world the punishment stopped when the poor wretch was dead. It was found that that punishment did not reform, so the Church said, after death it will go right on, getting worse and worse for ever and for ever. Finally, it was found that this did not tend to the reformation of mankind. Slowly the fires of hell have been dying out. The climate has been changing from year to year. Men have lost confidence in the power of the thumbscrew, the faggot, and the rack here, and they are losing confidence in the flames of perdition hereafter. In other words, it is simply a question of civilization. When men become civilized in matters of thought, they will know that every human being has the right to think for himself, and the right to express his honest thought. Then the world of thought will be free. At that time they will be intelligent enough to know that men have different thoughts, that their ways are not alike, because they have lived under different circumstances, and in that time they will also know that men act as they are acted upon. And it is my belief that the time will come when men will no more think of punishing a man because he has committed the crime of larceny than they will think of punishing a man because he has the consumption. In the first case they will endeavor to reform him, and in the second case they will endeavor to cure him. The intelligent people of the world, many of them, are endeavoring to find out the great facts in nature that control the dispositions of men. So other intelligent people are endeavoring to ascertain the facts and conditions that govern what we call health and what we call disease, and the object of these people is finally to produce a race without disease of flesh and without disease of mind. These people look forward to the time when there need to be neither hospitals nor penitentiaries.
This ends our interview, Society and its Criminals. Section 20 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Christine G. Interview title: Woman's Right to Divorce, printed in the New York World, 1888. Colonel Robert G. Ingersoll, the great agnostic, has always been an ardent defender of the sanctity of the home and of the marriage relation. Apropos of the horrible account of a man's tearing out the eyes of his wife at Far Rockaway last week, Colonel Ingersoll was asked what recourse the woman had under such circumstances. His answer:
I read the account, and I don't remember of ever having read anything more perfectly horrible and cruel. It is impossible for me to imagine such a monster, or to account for such an inhuman human being. How a man could deprive a human being of sight, except where some religious question is involved, is beyond my comprehension. We know that for many centuries frightful punishments were inflicted, and inflicted by the pious, by the theologians, by the spiritual-minded, and by those who love their neighbors as themselves. We read the accounts of how the lids of men's eyes were cut off, and then the poor victims tied where the sun would shine upon their lifeless orbs, of others who were buried alive, of others staked out on the sands of the sea, to be drowned by the rising tide, of others put in sacks filled with snakes. Yet these things appeared far away, and we flattered ourselves that, to a great degree, the world had outgrown these atrocities. And now, here, near the close of the 19th century, we find a man, a husband, cruel enough to put out the eyes of the woman he swore to love, protect, and cherish. This man has probably been taught that there is forgiveness for every crime, and now imagines that when he repents there will be more joy in heaven over him than over 99 good and loving husbands, who have treated their wives in the best possible manner, and who, instead of tearing out their eyes, have filled their lives with content and covered their faces with kisses.
You told me last week, in a general way, what society should do with the husband in such a case as that. I would like to ask you today what you think society ought to do with the wife in such a case, or what ought the wife to be permitted to do for herself.
When we take into consideration the crime of the man who blinded his wife, it is impossible not to think of the right of divorce. Many people insist that marriage is an indissoluble tie, that nothing can break it, and that nothing can release either party from the bond. Now, take this case at Far Rockaway. 1 year ago the husband tore out one of his wife's eyes. Has she then good cause for divorce? Is it possible that an infinitely wise and good God would insist on this poor, helpless woman remaining with the wild beast, her husband? Can anyone imagine that such a course would add to the joy of paradise, or even tend to keep one harp in tune? Can the good of society require the woman to remain? She did remain, and the result is that the other eye has been torn from its socket by the hands of the husband. Is she entitled to a divorce now? And if she is granted one, is virtue in danger, and shall we lose the high ideal of home life? Can anything be more infamous than to endeavour to make a woman, under such circumstances, remain with such a man? It may be said that she should leave him, that they should live separate and apart. That is to say, that this woman should be deprived of a home, that she should not be entitled to the love of man, that she should remain, for the rest of her days, worse than a widow. That is to say, a wife, hiding, keeping out of the way, secreting herself from the hyena to whom she was married. Nothing, in my judgment, can exceed the heartlessness of a law or of a creed that would compel this woman to remain the wife of this monster. And it is not only cruel, but it is immoral, low, vulgar. The ground has been taken that woman would lose her dignity if marriages were dissolvable. Is it necessary to lose your freedom in order to retain your character, in order to be womanly or manly? Must a woman, in order to retain her womanhood, become a slave, a serf, with a wild beast for a master, or with society for a master, or with a phantom for a master? Has not the married woman the right of self-defence? Is it not the duty of society to protect her from her husband? If she owes no duty to her husband, if it is impossible for her to feel toward him any thrill of affection, what is there of marriage left? What part of the contract remains in force? She is not to live with him, because she abhors him. She is not to remain in the same house with him, for fear he may kill her. What, then, are their relations? Do they sustain any relation except that of hunter and hunted, that is, of tyrant and victim? And is it desirable that this relation should be rendered sacred by a church? Is it desirable to have families raised under such circumstances? Are we really in need of the children born of such parents? If the woman is not in fault, does society insist that her life should be wrecked? Can the virtue of others be preserved only by the destruction of her happiness, and by what might be called her perpetual imprisonment? I hope the clergy who believe in sacredness of marriage, in the indissolubility of the marriage tie, will give their opinions on this case. I believe that marriage is the most important contract that human beings can make. I always believe that a man will keep his contract, that a woman, in the highest sense, will keep hers. But suppose the man does not? Is the woman still bound? Is there no mutuality? What is a contract? It is where one party promises to do something in consideration that the other party will do something. That is to say, there is a consideration on both sides, moving from one to the other. A contract without consideration is null and void, and a contract duly entered into, where the consideration of one party is withheld, is voidable, and can be voided by the party who has kept, or who is willing to keep, the contract. A marriage without love is bad enough, but what can we say of a marriage where the parties hate each other? Is there any morality in this? Any virtue? Will any decent person say that a woman, true, good, and loving, should be compelled to live with a man she detests, compelled to be the mother of his children? Is there a woman in the world who would not shrink from this herself? And is there a woman so heartless and so immoral that she would force another to bear what she would shudderingly avoid? Let us bring these questions home. In other words, let us have some sense, some feeling, some heart, and just a little brain. Marriages are made by men and women. They are not made by the state, and they are not made by the gods. By this time people should learn that human happiness is the foundation of virtue, the foundation of morality. Nothing is moral that does not tend to the well-being of sentient beings. Nothing is virtuous, the result of which is not a human good. The world has always been living for phantoms, for ghosts, for monsters begotten by ignorance and fear. The world should learn to live for itself. Man should, by this time, be convinced that all the reasons for doing right, and all the reasons for doing wrong, are right here in this world, all within the horizon of this life. And besides, we should have imagination to put ourselves in the place of another. Let a man suppose himself a helpless wife, beaten by a brute, who believes in the indissolubility of marriage. Would he want a divorce? I suppose that very few people have an adequate idea of the sufferings of women and children, of the number of wives who tremble when they hear the footsteps of a returning husband, of the number of children who hide when they hear the voice of a father. Very few people know the number of blows that fall on the flesh of the helpless every day. Few know the nights of terror passed by mothers holding young children at their breasts. Compared with this, the hardship of poverty, borne by those who love each other, are nothing. Men and women, truly married, bear the sufferings of poverty. They console each other, their affection gives to the heart of each perpetual sunshine. But think of the others. I have said 1,000 times that the home is the unit of good government. When we have kind fathers and loving mothers, then we shall have civilized nations, and not until then. Civilization commences at the hearthstone. When intelligence rocks the cradle, when the house is filled with philosophy and kindness, you will see a world at peace. Justice will sit in the courts, wisdom in the legislative halls, and over all, like the dome of heaven, will be the spirit of liberty.
What is your idea with regard to divorce?
My idea is this. As I said before, marriage is the most sacred contract, the most important contract, that human beings can make. As a rule, the woman dowers her husband with her youth, with all she has. From this contract the husband should never be released, unless the wife has broken a condition, that is to say, has failed to fulfill the contract of marriage. On the other hand, the woman should be allowed a divorce for the asking. This should be granted in public, precisely as the marriage should be in public. Every marriage should be known. There should be witnesses, to the end that the character of the contract entered into should be understood. And as all marriage records should be kept, so the divorce should be open, public, and known. The property should be divided by a court of equity, under certain regulations of law. If there are children, they should be provided for through the property and the parents. People should understand that men and women are not virtuous by law. They should comprehend the fact that law does not create virtue, that law is not the foundation, the fountain of love. They should understand that love is in the human heart, and that real love is virtuous. People who love each other will be true to each other. The death of love is the commencement of a vice. Besides this, there is a public opinion that has great weight. When that public opinion is right, it does a vast amount of good, and when wrong, a great amount of harm. People marry, or should marry, because it increases the happiness of each and all. But where the marriage turns out to have been a mistake, and where the result is misery and not happiness, the quicker they are divorced the better, not only for themselves, but for the community at large. These arguments are generally answered by some donkey braying about free love, and by free love he means a condition of society in which there is no love. The persons who make this cry are, in all probability, incapable of the sentiment, of the feeling, known as love. They judge others by themselves, and they imagine that without law there would be no restraint. What do they say of natural modesty? Do they forget that people have a choice? Do they not understand something of the human heart, and that true love has always been as pure as the morning star? Do they believe that by forcing people to remain together who despise each other, they are adding to the purity of the marriage relation? Do they not know that all marriage is an outward act, testifying to that which has happened in the heart? Still, I always believe that words are wasted on such people. It is useless to talk to anybody about music who is unable to distinguish one tune from another. It is useless to argue with a man who regards his wife as his property, and it is hardly worth while to suggest anything to a gentleman who imagines that society is so constructed that it really requires, for the protection of itself, that the lives of good and noble women should be wrecked. I am a believer in the virtue of women, in the honesty of man. The average woman is virtuous, the average man is honest, and the history of the world shows it. If it were not so, society would be impossible. I don't mean by this that most men are perfect, but what I mean is this, that there is far more good than evil in the average human being, and that the natural tendency of most people is toward the good and toward the right. And I most passionately deny that the good of society demands that any good person should suffer. I do not regard government as a juggernaut, the wheels of which must, of necessity, roll over and crush the virtuous, the self-denying, and the good. My doctrine is the exact opposite of what is known as free love. I believe in the marriage of true minds and of true hearts. But I believe that thousands of people are married who do not love each other. That is the misfortune of our century. Other things are taken into consideration: position, wealth, title, and the thousand things that have nothing to do with real affection. Where men and women truly love each other, that love, in my judgment, lasts as long as life. The greatest line that I know of in the poetry of the world is in the 116th sonnet of Shakespeare: "Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds."
Why do you make such a distinction between the rights of man and the rights of women?
The woman has, as her capital, her youth, her beauty. We will say that she is married at 20 or 25. In a few years she has lost her beauty. During these years the man, so far as capacity to make money is concerned, to do something, has grown better and better. That is to say, his chances have improved, hers have diminished. She has dowered him with the spring of her life, and as her life advances her chances decrease. Consequently I would give her the advantage, and I would not compel her to remain with him against her will. It seems to me far worse to be a wife upon compulsion than to be a husband upon compulsion. Besides this, I have a feeling of infinite tenderness toward mothers. The woman that bears children certainly should not be compelled to live with a man whom she despises. The suffering is enough when the father of the child is to her the one man of all the world. Many people, who have a mechanical apparatus in their breasts that assist in the circulation of what they call blood, regard these views as sentimental. But when you take sentiment out of the world, nothing is left worth living for, and when you get sentiment out of the heart, it is nothing more or less than a pump, an old piece of rubber that has acquired a habit of contracting and dilating. But I have this consolation: the people that do not agree with me are those who do not understand me.
This ends our interview, Woman's Right to Divorce. Section 21 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Herman Roskams in France. Interview title: Music, Newspapers, Lynching, and Arbitration. Published in the Inter-Ocean, Chicago, Illinois, March 1897. First question: How do you enjoy staying in Chicago? Ingersoll's answer:
Well, I am about as happy as a man can be when he is away from home. I was at the opera last night. I am always happy when I hear the music of Wagner interpreted by such a genius as Seidel. I do not believe there is a man in the world who has in his brain and heart more of the real spirit of Wagner than Anton Seidel. He knows how to lead, how to phrase and shade, how to rush and how to linger, and to express every passion and every mood. So I was happy last night to hear him. Then I heard Edward Dereske, the best of bass singers, with tones of a great organ, and others soft and liquid, and Jean Dereske, a great tenor, who sings the swan song as though inspired. And I liked Bisson, but hated his part. He is a great singer, so is Madame Litvin. So I can say that I am enjoying Chicago. In fact, I always did. I was here when the town was small, not much more than huts and rocks, lumber and mud, and now it is one of the greatest of cities. It makes me happy just to think of the difference. I was born in the year Chicago was incorporated. In my time, matches were invented, steam navigation became really useful, the telegraph was invented, gas was discovered and applied to practical uses, and electricity was made known in its practical workings to mankind. Thus, it is seen the world is progressing. Men are becoming civilized. But the process of civilization, even now, is slow. In 1 or 2,000 years, we may hope to see a vast improvement in man's condition. We may expect to have the employer so far civilized that he will not try to make money for money's sake, but in order that he may apply it to good uses, to the amelioration of his fellow man's condition. We may also expect to see the workingman, the employee, so far civilized that he will know it is impossible and undesirable for him to attempt to fix the wages paid by his employer. We may in 1,000 or more years reasonably expect that the employee will be so far civilized and become sufficiently sensible to know that strikes and threats and mob violence can never improve his condition. Altruism is nonsense, craziness.
Is Chicago as liberal intellectually as New York?
I think so. Of course, you will find thousands of free, thoughtful people in New York, people who think and want others to do the same. So, there are thousands of respectable people who are centuries behind the age. In other words, you will find all kinds. I presume the same is true in Chicago. I find many liberal people here, and some not quite so liberal. Some of the papers here seem to be edited by real pious men. On last Tuesday, the Times Herald asked pardon of its readers for having given a report of my lecture. That editor must be pious. In the same paper, columns were given to the prospective prize fight at Carson City. All the news about the good Corbett and the orthodox Fitzsimmons, about the training of the gentlemen who are going to attack each other's jugulars and noses, who are expected to break jaws, blacken eyes, and peel foreheads in a few days, to settle the question of which can bear the most pounding. In this great contest, and in all its vulgar details, the readers of the Time Herald are believed by the editor of that religious daily to take great interest. The editor did not ask the pardon of his readers for giving so much space to the nose-smashing sport. No, he knew that would fill their souls with delight, and, so knowing, he reached the correct conclusion that such people would not enjoy anything I had said. The editor did a wise thing and catered to a large majority of his readers. I do not think that we have as religious a daily paper in New York as the Times Herald. So the editor of the Times Herald took the ground that men with little learning in York might be agnostic, but as they grew sensible, they would become orthodox. When he wrote that, he was probably thinking of Humboldt and Darwin, of Huxley and Haeckel. Maybe Herbert Spencer was in his mind, but I think that he must have been thinking of a few boys in his native village.
What do you think about prize fighting, anyway?
Well, I think that prize fighting is worse, if possible, than revival meetings. Next to fighting to kill, as they did in the old Roman days, I think the modern prize fight is the most disgusting and degrading of exhibitions. All fights, whether cockfights, bullfights, and pugilistic encounters, are practiced and enjoyed only by savages. No matter what office they hold, what wealth or education they have, they are simply savages. Under no possible circumstances would I witness a prize fight, or a bullfight, or a dog fight. The Marquis of Queensberry was once at my house, and I found his opinions were the same as mine. Everyone thinks that he had something to do with the sport of prize fighting, but he did not, except to make some rules once for a college boxing contest. He told me that he never saw but one prize fight in his life, and that made him sick.
How are you on the arbitration treaty?
I am for it with all my heart. I have read it and read it with care, and to me it seems absolutely fair. England and America should set an example to the world. The English-speaking people have reason enough and sense enough, I hope, to settle their differences by argument, by reason. Let us get the wild beast out of us. Two great nations like England and America appealing to force, arguing with shot and shell. What is education worth? Is what we call civilization a sham? Yes, I believe in peace, in arbitration, in settling disputes like reasonable human beings. All that war can do is to determine who is the stronger. It throws no light on any question, addresses no argument. There is a point to a bayonet, but no logic. After the war is over, the victory does not tell which nation was right. Civilized men take their difference to courts or arbitrations. Civilized nations should do the same. There ought to be an international court. Let every man do all he can to prevent war, to prevent the waste, the cruelties, the horrors that follow every flag on every field of battle. It is time that man was human, time that the beast was out of his heart.
What do you think of McKinley's inaugural?
It is good, honest, clear, patriotic, and sensible. There is one thing in it that touched me. I agree with him that lynching has to be stopped. You see that now we are citizens of the United States, not simply of the state in which we happen to live. I take the ground that it is the business of the United States to protect its citizens, not only when they are in some other country, but when they are at home. The United States cannot discharge these obligations by allowing the states to do as they please. where citizens are being lynched, the government should interfere. If the government of some barbarian state says that he cannot protect the lives of citizens, then the United States should, if it took the entire army and navy.
What is your opinion of charity organizations?
I think that the people who support them are good and generous, splendid. But I have a poor opinion of the people in charge. As a rule, I think they are cold, impudent, and heartless. There is too much circumlocution, or too many details, and too little humanity. The Jews are exceedingly charitable. I think that in New York the men who are doing the most for their fellow men are Jews. Nathan Strauss is trying to feed the hungry, warm the cold, and clothe the naked. For the most part, organized charities are, I think, failures. A real charity has to be in the control of a good man, a real sympathetic, a sensible man, one who helps others to help themselves. Let the hungry man go to an organized society, and it requires several days to satisfy the officers that a man is hungry. Meanwhile, he will probably starve to death.
Do you believe in free textbooks in the public schools?
I do not care about the textbook question, but I am in favor of the public school. Nothing should be taught that somebody does not know. No superstitions, nothing but science.
There's been a good deal said lately about your suicide theology, Colonel. Do you still believe that suicide is justifiable?
Certainly, when a man is useless to himself and to others, he has a right to determine what he will do about living. The only thing to be considered is a man's obligation to his fellow beings and to himself. I don't take into consideration any supernatural nonsense. If God wants a man to stay here, he ought to make it more comfortable for him.
Since you expounded your justification of suicide, Colonel, I believe you have had some cases of suicide laid at your door.
Oh, yes, every suicide that has happened since that time has been charged to me. I don't know how the people account for the suicides before my time. I have not yet heard of my being charged with the death of Cato, but that may yet come to pass. I was reading the other day that the rate of suicide in Germany is increasing. I suppose my article has been translated into German.
How about lying, Colonel? Is it ever right to lie?
Of course, sometimes. In war, when a man is captured by the enemy, he ought to lie to them to mislead them. What we call strategy is nothing more than lies. For the accomplishment of a good end, for instance, the saving of a woman's reputation, it is many times perfectly right to lie. As a rule, people ought to tell the truth. If it is right to kill a man to save your own life, it certainly ought to be right to fool him for the same purpose. I would rather be deceived than killed. Wouldn't you?
This ends our interview, music, newspapers, lynching, and arbitration. Section 22 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Interview title, Prohibition. Printed in the New York World, October 21st, 1888. The article begins with Ingersoll's comments on the subject of prohibition.
It has been decided in many courts in various states that the traffic in liquor can be regulated, that it is a police question. It has been decided by the courts in Iowa that its manufacture and sale can be prohibited, and not only so, but that a distillery or a brewery may be declared a nuisance and may legally be abated, and these decisions have been upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States. Consequently, it has been settled by the highest tribunal that states have the power either to regulate or to prohibit the sale of intoxicating liquors, and not only so, but that states have the power to destroy breweries and distilleries without making any compensation to owners. So it has always been considered within the power of the state to license the selling of intoxicating liquors. In other words, this question is one that the states can decide for themselves. It is not, and it should not be, in my judgment, a federal question. It is something with which the United States has nothing to do. It belongs to the states, and where a majority of the people are in favor of prohibition and pass laws to that effect, there is nothing in the Constitution of the United States that interferes with such action. The remaining question then is not a question of power, but a question of policy, and at the threshold of this question is another: can prohibitory laws be enforced? There are today in Kansas, a prohibition state, more saloons, that is to say, more places in which liquor is sold, than there are in Georgia, a state without prohibition legislation. There are more in Nebraska, according to the population, more in Iowa, according to the population, than in many of the states in which there is the old license system. You will find that the United States has granted more licenses to wholesale and retail dealers in these prohibition states, according to the population, than in many others in which prohibition has not been adopted. These facts tend to show that it is not enough for the legislature to say, "Be it enacted." Behind every law there must be an intelligent and powerful public opinion. A law to be enforced must be the expression of such powerful and intelligent opinion, otherwise it becomes a dead letter. It is avoided. Judges continue the cases, juries refuse to convict, and witnesses are not particular about telling the truth. Such laws demoralize the community, or, to put it another way, demoralized communities pass such laws.
What do you think of the prohibitory movement on general principles?
The trouble is that when a few zealous men, intending to reform the world, endeavor to enforce unpopular laws, they are compelled to resort to detectives, to a system of espionage. For the purpose of preventing the sale of liquors, somebody has to watch. Eyes and ears must become acquainted with keyholes. Every neighbor suspects every other. A man with a bottle or a demijohn is followed. Those who drink get behind doors in cellars and garrets. Hypocrisy becomes substantially universal. Hundreds of people become suddenly afflicted with a variety of diseases, for the cure of which alcohol in some form is supposed to be indispensable. Malaria becomes general, and it is perfectly astonishing how long a few pieces of Peruvian bark will last, and how often the liquor can be renewed without absorbing the medicinal qualities of the bark. The state becomes a paradise for patent medicine, the medicine being poor whiskey with a scientific name. Physicians become popular in proportion as liquor of some kind figures in their prescriptions. Then in the towns clubs are formed, the principal object being to establish a saloon, and in many instances the drugstore becomes a favorite resort, especially on Sundays. There is, however, another side to this question. It is this: nothing in the world is more important than personal liberty. Many people are in favor of blotting out the sun to prevent the growth of weeds. This is the mistake of all prohibitory fanaticism.
What is true temperance, Colonel Ingersoll?
Men have used stimulants for many thousand years, and as much is used today in various forms as in any other period of the world's history. They are used with more prudence now than ever before, for the reason that the average man is more intelligent now than ever before. Intelligence has much to do with temperance. The barbarian rushes to the extreme, for the reason that but little, comparatively, depends upon his personal conduct or personal habits. Now the struggle for life is so sharp, competition is so severe, that few men can succeed who carry a useless burden. The business men of our country are compelled to lead temperate lives, otherwise their credit is gone. Men of wealth, men of intelligence, do not wish to employ intemperate physicians. They are not willing to trust their health or their lives with a physician who is under the influence of liquor. The same is true of business men in regard to their legal interests. They insist upon having sober attorneys. They want the counsel of a sober man. So in every department. On the railways it is absolutely essential that the engineer, that the conductor, the train dispatcher, and every other employee in whose hands are the lives of men should be temperate. The consequence is that under the law of the survival of the fittest, the intemperate are slowly but surely going to the wall. They are slowly but surely being driven out of employments of trust and importance. As we rise in the scale of civilization, we continually demand better and better service. We are continually insisting upon better habits, upon a higher standard of integrity, of fidelity. These are the causes, in my judgment, that are working together in the direction of true temperance.
Do you believe the people can be made to do without a stimulant?
The history of the world shows that all men who have advanced one step beyond utter barbarism have used some kind of stimulant. Man has sought for it in every direction. Every savage loves it. Everything has been tried. Opium has been used by many hundreds of millions. Hashish has filled countless brains with chaotic dreams, and everywhere that civilization has gone, the blood of the grape has been used. Nothing is easier now to obtain than liquor. In 1 bushel of corn there are at least 5 gallons. 4 can easily be extracted. All starch, all sugars can be changed almost instantly into alcohol. Every grain that grows has in it the intoxicating principle, and as a matter of fact, nearly all of the corn, wheat, sugar, and starch that man eats is changed into alcohol in his stomach. Whether man can be compelled to do without a stimulant is a question that I am unable to answer. Of one thing I am certain: he has never yet been compelled to do without one. The tendency, I think, of modern times is toward a milder stimulant than distilled liquors. Whiskey and brandies are too strong. Wine and beer occupy the middle ground. Wine is a fireside, whiskey a conflagration. It seems to me that it would be far better if the prohibitionists would turn their attention toward distilled spirits. If they were willing to compromise, the probability is that they would have public opinion on their side. If they would say, "You may have all the beer and all the wine and cider you wish, and you can drink them when and where you desire, but the sale of distilled spirits shall be prohibited," it is possible that this could be carried out in good faith in many, if not in most, of the states, possibly in all. We all know the effect of wine, even when taken in excess, is nothing near as disastrous as the effect of distilled spirits. Why not take the middle ground? The wine drinkers of the old country are not drunkards. They have been drinking wine for generations. It is drunk by men, women, and children. It adds to the sociability of the family. It does not separate the husband from the rest. It keeps them all together, and in that view is rather a benefit than an injury. Good wine can be raised as cheaply here as in any part of the world. In nearly every part of our country the grape grows, and good wine can be made. If our people had a taste for wine, they would lose the taste for stronger drink, and they would be disgusted with the surroundings of the stronger drink. The same may be said in favor of beer, as long as the prohibitionists make no distinction between wine and whiskey, between beer and brandy, just so long they will be regarded by most people as fanatics. The prohibitionists cannot expect to make this question a federal one. The United States has no jurisdiction of this subject. Congress can pass no laws affecting this question that could have any force except in such parts of our country as are not within the jurisdiction of states. It is a question for the states and not for the federal government. The prohibitionists are simply throwing away their votes. Let us suppose that we had a prohibition Congress and a prohibition president. What steps could be taken to do away with drinking in the city of New York? What steps could be taken in any state of this Union? What could by any possibility be done? A few years ago the prohibitionists demanded above all things that the tax be taken from distilled spirits, claiming at that time that such a tax made the government a partner in vice. Now, when the Republican Party proposes under certain circumstances to remove that tax, the prohibitionists denounce the movement as one in favor of intemperance. We have also been told that the tax on whiskey should be kept for the reason that it increases the price, and that an increased price tends to make a temperate people. That if the tax is taken off, the price will fall and the whole country start on the downward road to destruction. Is it possible that human nature stands on such slippery ground? Is it possible that our civilization today rests upon the price of alcohol, and that should the price be reduced, we would all go down together? For one, I cannot entertain such a humiliating and disgraceful view of human nature. I believe that man is destined to grow greater, grander, and nobler. I believe that no matter what the cost of alcohol may be, life will grow too valuable to be thrown away. Men hold life according to its value. Men, as a rule, only throw away their lives when they are not worth keeping. When life becomes worth living, it will be carefully preserved, and will be hoarded to the last grain of sand that falls through the glass of time.
What is the reason for so much intemperance?
When many people are failures, when they are distanced in the race, when they fall behind, when they give up, when they lose ambition, when they finally become convinced that they are worthless, precisely as they are in danger of becoming dishonest. In other words, having failed in the race of life on the highway, they endeavor to reach to goal by going across lots, by crawling through the grass. Disguise this matter as we may, all people are not successes. All people have not the brain or the muscle or the moral stamina necessary to succeed. Some fall in one way, some in another, some in the net of strong drink, some in the web of circumstances, and others in 1,000 ways, and the world itself cannot grow better unless the unworthy fail. The law is the survival of the fittest, that is to say, the destruction of the unfit. There is no scheme of morals, no scheme of government, no scheme of charity that can reverse this law. If it could be reversed, then the result would be the survival of the unfittest, the speedy end of which would be the extinction of the human race. Temperance men say that it is wise, in so far as possible, to remove temptation from our fellow men. Let us look at this in regard to other matters. How do we do away with larceny? We cannot remove property. We cannot destroy the money of the world to keep people from stealing some of it. In other words, we cannot afford to make the world valueless to prevent larceny. All strength by which temptation is resisted must come from the inside. Virtue does not depend upon the obstacles to be overcome. Virtue depends upon what is inside of the man. A man is not honest because the safe of the bank is perfectly secure. Upon the honest man, the condition of the safe has no effect. We will never succeed in raising great and splendid people by keeping them out of temptation. Great people withstand temptation. Great people have what may be called moral muscle, moral force. They are poised within themselves. They understand their relations to the world. The best possible foundation for honesty is the intellectual perception that dishonesty can, under no circumstances, be a good investment, that larceny is not only wicked but foolish, not only criminal but stupid, that crimes are committed only by fools. On every hand there is what is called temptation. Every man has the opportunity of doing wrong. Every man in this country has the opportunity of drinking too much, has the opportunity of acquiring the opium habit, has the opportunity of taking morphine every day. In other words, has the opportunity of destroying himself. How are they to be prevented? Most of them are prevented, at least in a reasonable degree, and they are prevented by their intelligence, by their surroundings, by their education, by their objects and aims in life, by the people they love, by the people who love them. No one will deny the evils of intemperance, and it is hardly to be wondered at that people who regard only one side, who think of the impoverished and wretched, of wives and children in want, of desolate homes, become the advocates of absolute prohibition. At the same time, there is a philosophic side, and the question is whether more good cannot be done by moral influence, by example, by education, by the gradual civilization of our fellow men, than in any other possible way. The greatest things are accomplished by indirection. In this way the idea of force, of slavery, is avoided. The person influenced does not feel that he has been trampled upon, does not regard himself as a victim. He feels rather as a pupil, as one who receives a benefit, whose mind has been enlarged, whose life has been enriched, whereas the direct way of "thou shalt not" produces an antagonism, in other words, produces the natural result of "I will." By removing one temptation, you add strength to others. By depriving a man of one stimulant, as a rule you drive him to another, and the other may be far worse than the one from which he has been driven. We have hundreds of laws making certain things misdemeanors, which are naturally right. Thousands of people, honest in most directions, delight in outwitting the government, derive absolute pleasure from getting in a few clothes and gloves and shawls without the payment of duty. Thousands of people buy things in Europe for which they pay more than they would for the same things in America, and then exercise their ingenuity in slipping them through the custom house. A law to have real force must spring from the nature of things, and the justice of this law must be generally perceived, otherwise it will be evaded. The temperance people themselves are playing into the hands of the very party that would refuse to count their votes. Allow the Democrats to remain in power, allow the Democrats to be controlled by the South, and a large majority might be in favor of temperance legislation, and yet the votes would remain uncounted. The party of reform has a great interest in honest elections, and honest elections must first be obtained as the foundation of reform. The prohibitionists can take their choice between these parties. Would it not be far better for the prohibitionist to say, "We will vote for temperance men. We will stand with the party that is the nearest in favor of what we deem to be the right"? They should also take into consideration that other people are as honest as they, that others disbelieve in prohibition as honestly as they believe in it, and that other people cannot leave their principles to vote for prohibition, and they must remember that these other people are in the majority. Mr. Fiske knows that he cannot be elected president, knows that it is impossible for him to carry any state in the Union. He also knows that in nearly every state in the Union, probably in all, a majority of the people believe in stimulants. Why not work with the great and enlightened majority? Why rush to the extreme for the purpose not only of making yourself useless, but hurtful? No man in the world is more opposed to intemperance than I am. No man in the world feels more keenly the evils and the agony produced by the crime of drunkenness, and yet I would not be willing to sacrifice liberty, individuality, and the glory and greatness of individual freedom to do away with all the evils of intemperance. In other words, I believe that slavery, oppression, and suppression would crowd humanity into 1,000 deformities, the result of which would be 1,000 times more disastrous to the well-being of man. I do not believe in the slave virtues, in the monotony of tyranny, in the respectability produced by force. I admire the men who have grown in the atmosphere of liberty, who have the pose of independence, the virtues of strength, of heroism, and in whose hearts is the magnanimity, the tenderness, and the courage born of victory.
This ends our interview. Prohibition. Section 23 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Kristen G. Interview title, Working Girls. Printed in the New York World, December 2nd, 1888. First question. What is your opinion of the work undertaken by the World in behalf of the city slave girl? Ingersoll's answer.
I know of nothing better for a great journal to do. The average girl is so helpless, and the greed of the employer is such, that unless some newspaper or some person of great influence comes to her assistance, she is liable not simply to be imposed upon, but to be made a slave. Girls, as a rule, are so anxious to please, so willing to work, that they bear almost every hardship without complaint. Nothing is more terrible than to see the rich living on the work of the poor. One can hardly imagine the utter heartlessness of a man who stands between the wholesale manufacturer and the wretched women who make their living, or rather retard their death, by the needle. How a human being can consent to live on this profit, stolen from poverty, is beyond my imagination. These men, when known, will be regarded as hyenas and jackals. They are like the wild beasts which follow herds of cattle, for the purpose of devouring those that are injured, or those that have fallen by the wayside from weakness.
What effect has unlimited immigration on the wages of women?
If our country were overpopulated, the effect of immigration would be to lessen wages, for the reason that the working people of Europe are used to lower wages, and have been in the habit of practicing an economy unknown to us. But this country is not overpopulated. There is plenty of room for several hundred millions more. Wages, however, are too low in the United States. The general tendency is to leave the question of labor to what is called the law of supply and demand. My hope is that in time we shall become civilized enough to know that there is a higher law, or rather a higher meaning in the law of supply and demand, than is now perceived. Year after year, what are called the necessities of life increase. Many things now regarded as necessities were formerly looked upon as luxuries. So, as man becomes civilized, he increases what may be called the necessities of his life. When perfectly civilized, one of the necessities of his life will be that the lives of others shall be of some value to them. A good man is not happy so long as he knows that other good men and women suffer for raiment and for food, and have no roof but the sky, no home but the highway. Consequently, what is called the law of supply and demand will then have much larger meaning. In nature everything lives upon something else. Life feeds upon life. Something is lying in wait for something else, and even the victim is weaving a web or crouching for some other victim, and the other victim is the same business, watching for something else. The same is true in the human world. People are living on each other. The cunning obtain the property of the simple. Wealth picks the pockets of poverty. Success is a highwayman leaping from the edge. The rich combine. The poor are unorganized, without the means to act in concert, and for that reason become the prey of combinations and trusts. The great questions are, will man ever be sufficiently civilized to be honest? Will the time ever come when it can truthfully be said that right is might? The lives of millions of people are not worth living because of their ignorance and poverty, and the lives of millions of others are not worth living on account of their wealth and selfishness. The palace without justice, without charity, is as terrible as a hovel without food.
What effect has the women's suffrage movement had on the breadwinners of the country?
I think the women who have been engaged in the struggle for equal rights have done good for women in the direction of obtaining equal wages for equal work. There has also been for many years a tendency among women in our country to become independent, a desire to make their own living, to win their own bread. So many husbands are utterly useless, or worse, that many women hardly feel justified in depending entirely on a husband for the future. They feel somewhat safer to know how to do something and earn a little money themselves. If men were what they ought to be, few women would be allowed to labor, that is to say, to toil. It should be the ambition of every healthy and intelligent man to take care of, to support, to make happy some woman. As long as women bear the burdens of the world, the human race can never attain anything like a splendid civilization. There will be no great generation of men until there has been a great generation of women. For my part, I am glad to hear this question discussed, glad to know that thousands of women take some interest in the fortunes and in the misfortunes of their sisters. The question of wages for women is 1,000 times more important than sending missionaries to China or to India. There is plenty for missionaries to do here, and by missionaries I do not mean gentlemen and ladies who distribute tracts or quote scripture to people out of work. If we are to better the condition of men and women, we must change their surroundings. The tenement house breeds a moral pestilence. There can be in these houses no home, no fireside, no family, for the reason that there is no privacy, no walls between them and the rest of the world. There is no sacredness, no feeling. This is ours.
Might not the rich do much?
It would be hard to overestimate the good that might be done by the millionaires if they would turn their attention to sending thousands and thousands into the country, or to building them homes miles from the city, where they could have something like privacy, where the family relations could be kept with some sacredness. Think of the homes in which thousands and thousands of young girls are reared in our large cities. Think of what they see and what they hear, of what they come in contact with. How is it possible for the virtues to grow in the damp and darkened basements? Can we expect that love and chastity and all that is sweet and gentle will be produced in these surroundings, in cellars and garrets, in poverty and dirt? The surroundings must be changed.
Are the fathers and brothers blameless who allow young girls to make coats, cloaks, and vests in an atmosphere poisoned by the ignorant and low-bred?
The same causes now brutalizing girls brutalize their fathers and brothers, and the same causes brutalize the ignorant and low-lived that poison the air in which these girls are made to work. It is hard to pick out one man and say that he is to blame, or one woman and say that the fault is hers. We must go back of all this. In my opinion, society raises its own failures, its own criminals, its own wretches of every sort and kind. Great pains are taken to raise these crops. The seeds, it may be, were sown thousands of years ago, but they were sown, and the present is the necessary child of all the past. If the future is to differ from the present, the seeds must now be sown. It is not simply a question of charity, or a question of good nature, or a question of what we call justice. It is a question of intelligence. In the first place, I suppose that it is the duty of every human being to support himself. First, that he may not become a burden upon others, and second, that he may help others. I think all people should be taught never, under any circumstances, if by any possibility they can avoid it, to become a burden. Every one should be taught the nobility of labor, the heroism and splendor of honest effort. As long as it is considered disgraceful to labor, or aristocratic not to labor, the world will be filled with idleness and crime, and with every possible moral deformity.
Has the public school system anything to do with the army of pupils who, after 6 years of study, willingly accept the injustice and hardship imposed by capital?
The great trouble with the public school is that many things are taught that are of no immediate use. I believe in manual training schools. I believe in the kindergarten system. Every person ought to be taught how to do something, ought to be taught the use of their hands. They should endeavor to put in palpable form the ideas that they gain. Such an education gives them a confidence in themselves, a confidence in the future, gives them a spirit and feeling of independence that they do not now have. Men go through college studying for many years, and when graduated have not the slightest conception of how to make a living in any department of human effort. Thousands of them are today doing manual labor, and doing it very poorly, whereas, if they had been taught the use of tools, the use of their hands, they would derive a certain pleasure from their work. It is splendid to do anything well. One can be just as poetic working with iron and wood as working with words and colors.
What ought to be done? Or what is to be the end?
The great thing is for the people to know the facts. There are thousands and millions of splendid and sympathetic people who would willingly help, if they only knew, but they go through the world in such a way that they know but little of it. They go to their place of business, they stay in their offices for a few hours, they go home, they spend the evening there or at a club. They come in contact with the well-to-do, with the successful, with the satisfied, and they know nothing of the thousands and millions on every side. They have not the least idea how the world lives, how it works, how it suffers. They read, of course, now and then, some paragraph in which the misfortune of some wretch is set forth, but the wretch is a kind of steel engraving, an unreal shadow, a something utterly unlike themselves. The real facts should be brought home, the sympathies of men awakened, and awakened to such a degree that they will go and see how these people live, see how they work, see how they suffer.
Does exposure do any good?
I hope that the world will keep on. I hope that it will express every horror that it can, connected with the robbery of poor and helpless girls, and I hope that it will publish the names of all the robbers it can find, and the wretches who oppress the poor and who live upon the misfortunes of women. The crosses of this world are mostly borne by wives, by mothers, and by daughters. Their brows are pierced with thorns. They shed the bitterest tears. They live and suffer and die for others. It is almost enough to make one insane to think of what woman, in the years of savagery and civilization, has suffered. Think of the anxiety and agony of motherhood. Maternity is the most pathetic fact in the universe. Think how helpless girls are. Think of the thorns in the paths they walk, of the trials, the temptations, the want, the misfortune, the dangers and anxieties that fill their days and nights. Every true man will sympathize with women, and will do all in his power to lighten her burdens and increase the sunshine of her life.
Is there any remedy?
I have always wondered that the great corporations have made no provisions for their old and worn-out employees. It seems to me that not only great railway companies, but great manufacturing corporations, ought to provide for their workmen. Many of them are worn out, unable longer to work, and they are thrown aside like old clothes. They find the way to the poorhouses or die in tenements by the roadside. This seems almost infinitely heartless. Men of great wealth, engaged in manufacturing, instead of giving $500,000 for a library or $1,000,000 for a college, ought to put this money aside, invest it in bonds of the government, and the interest ought to be used in taking care of the old, of the helpless, of those who meet with accidents in their work. Under our laws, if an employee is caught in a wheel or in a band, and his arm or leg is torn off, he is left to the charity of the community, whereas the profits of the business ought to support him in his old age. If employers had this feeling, that they were not simply working for that day, not simply working while they have health and strength, but laying aside a little sunshine for the winter of age, if they only felt that they, by their labor, were creating a fireside in front of which their age and helplessness could sit, the feeling between employed and employers would be 1,000 times better. On the great railways very few people know the number of the injured, of those who lose their hands or feet, of those who contract diseases riding on the tops of freight trains in snow and sleet and storm, and yet when these men become old and helpless through accident, they are left to shift for themselves. The company is immortal, but the employees become helpless. Now, it seems to me that a certain per cent should be laid aside, so that every brakeman and conductor could feel that he was providing for himself as well as for his fellow workmen, so that when the dark days came there would be a little light. The men of wealth, the men who control these great corporations, these great mills, give millions away in ostentatious charity. They send missionaries to foreign lands. They endow schools and universities and allow the men who earn their surplus to die in want. I believe in no charity that is founded on robbery. I have no admiration for generous highwaymen or extravagant pirates. At the foundation of charity should be justice. Let these men whom others have made wealthy give something to their workmen, something to those who created their fortunes. This would be one step in the right direction. Do not let it be regarded as charity. Let it be regarded as justice.
This ends our interview, Working Girls. Section 24 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by J. Allen Brown, Rockwall, Texas. Interview title, Protection for American Actors, published in the New York Star, December 23, 1888. First question. It is reported that you have been retained as counsel for the Actors' Order of Friendship, the Edwin Forrest Lodge of New York, and the Shakespeare Lodge of Philadelphia, for the purpose of securing the necessary legislation to protect American actors. Is that so? Ingersoll's answer.
Yes, I have been retained for that purpose, and the object is simply that American actors may be put upon an equal footing with Americans engaged in other employments. There is a law now which prevents contractors going abroad and employing mechanics or skilled workmen and bringing them to this country to take the places of our citizens. No one objects to the English, German, and French mechanics coming with their wives and children to this country and making their homes here. Our ports are open, and have been since the foundation of this government. Wages are somewhat higher in this country than in any other, and the man who really settles here, who becomes or intends to become an American citizen, will demand American wages. But if a manufacturer goes to Europe, he can make a contract there and bring hundreds and thousands of mechanics to this country who will work for less wages than the American. And a law was passed to prevent the American manufacturer, who was protected by a tariff, from burning the laborer's candle at both ends. That is to say, we do not wish to give him the American price by means of a tariff, and then allow him to go to Europe and import his labor at the European price. In the law, actors were accepted, and we now find the managers are bringing entire companies from the old country, making contracts with them there, and getting them at much lower prices than they would have had to pay for American actors. No one objects to a foreign actor coming here for employment, but we do not want an American manager to go there and employ him to act here. No one objects to the importation of a star. We wish to see and hear the best actors in the world. But the rest of the company, the support, should be engaged in the United States if the star speaks English. I see that it is contended over in England that English actors are monopolizing the American stage because they speak English, while the average American actor does not. The real reason is that the English actor works for less money. He is the cheaper article. Certainly no one will accuse the average English actor of speaking English. The hemming and hawing, the aristocratic stutter, the dropping of H's and picking them up at the wrong time, have never been popular in the United States, except by way of caricature. Nothing is more absurd than to take the ground that the English actors are superior to the American. I know of no English actor who can for a moment be compared with Joseph Jefferson, or with Edwin Booth, or with Lawrence Barrett, or with Denman Thompson, and I could easily name others. If English actors are so much better than American, How is it that an American star is supported by the English? Mary Anderson is certainly an American actress, and she is supported by English actors. Is it possible that the superior support the inferior? I do not believe that England has her equal as an actress. Her Hermione is wonderful, and the appeal to Apollo sublime. In Perdita she takes the winds of March with beauty. Where is an actress on the English stage the superior of Julia Marlowe in genius, in originality, in naturalness? Is there any better Mrs. Malaprop than Mrs. Drew, and better Sir Anthony than John Gilbert? No one denies that the English actors and actresses are great. No one will deny that the plays of Shakespeare are the greatest that have been produced, and no one wishes in any way to belittle the genius of the English people. In this country the average person speaks fairly good English, and you will find substantially the same English spoken in most of the country, whereas in England there is a different dialect in almost every county, and most of the English people speak the language as if it was not their native tongue. I think it will be admitted that the English write a good deal better than they speak, and that their pronunciation is not altogether perfect. These things, however, are not worth speaking of. There is no absolute standard. They speak in the way that is natural to them, and we in the way that is natural to us. This difference furnishes no foundation for a claim of general superiority. The English actors are not brought here on account of their excellence, but on account of their cheapness. It requires no great ability to play the minor parts, or the leading roles in some plays, for that matter. And yet acting is a business, a profession, a means of getting bread. We protect our mechanics and makers of locomotives and of all other articles. Why should we not protect by the same means the actor? You may say that we can get along without actors. So we can get along without painters, without sculptors, and without poets. But a nation that gets along without these people of genius amounts to but little. We can do without music, without players, and without composers. But when we take art and poetry and music and the theater out of the world, it becomes an exceedingly dull place. Actors are protected and cared for in proportion that people are civilized. If the people are intelligent, educated, and have imaginations, they enjoy the world of the stage, the creations of poets, and they are thrilled by great music, and as a consequence, respect the dramatist, the actor, and the musician.
It is claimed that an amendment to the law, such as is desired, will interfere with the growth of art.
No one is endeavoring to keep stars from this country. If they have American support, and the stars really know anything, the American actors will get the benefit. If they bring their support with them, the American actor is not particularly benefited, and the star, when the season is over, takes his art and his money with him. Managers who insist on employing foreign support are not sacrificing anything for art. Their object is to make money. They care nothing for the American actor, nothing for the American drama. They look for the receipts. It is the sheerest cant to pretend that they are endeavoring to protect art. On the 26th of February, 1885, a law was passed making it unlawful for any person, company, partnership, or corporation in any manner whatsoever to prepay the transportation or in any way assist or encourage the importation or emigration of any alien or aliens into the United States, under contract or agreement, parole or special, previous to the importation or emigration of such aliens to perform labor or services of any kind in the United States. By this act it was provided that its provisions should not apply to professional actors, artists, lecturers, or singers, in regard to persons employed strictly as personal or domestic servants. The object now in view is so to amend the law that its provisions shall apply to all actors except stars.
In this connection, there has been so much said about the art of acting. What is your idea as to that art?
Above all things in acting, there must be proportion. There are no miracles in art or nature. All that is done, every inflection and gesture, must be in perfect harmony with the circumstances. Sensationalism is based on deformity, and bears the same relation to proportion that caricature does to likeness. The stream that flows even with its banks, making the meadows green, delights us ever. The one that overflows surprises for a moment, but we do not want a succession of floods. In acting there must be natural growth, not sudden climax. The atmosphere of the situation, the relation sustained to others, should produce the emotions. Nothing should be strained. Beneath domes there should be buildings, and buildings should have foundations. There must be growth. There should be the bud, the leaf, the flower, in natural sequence. There must be no leap from naked branches to the perfect fruit. Most actors depend on climax. They save themselves for the supreme explosion. The scene opens with a slow match and ends when the spark reaches the dynamite. So most authors fill the first act with contradictions and the last with explanations. Plots and counterplots, violence and vehemence, perfect saints and perfect villains, that is to say, monsters impelled by improbable motives, meet upon the stage, where they are pushed and pulled for the sake of the situation, and where everything is so managed that the fire reaches the powder and the explosion is the climax. There is neither time, nor climate, nor soil in which the emotions and intentions may grow. No land is plowed, no seed is sowed, no rain falls, no light glows. The events are all orphans. No one would enjoy a sudden sunset. We want the clouds of gold that float in the azure sea. No one would enjoy a sudden sunrise. We are in love with the morning star, with the dawn that modestly heralds the day, and draws aside, with timid hands, the curtains of the night. In other words, we want sequence, proportion, logic, beauty. There are several actors in this country who are in perfect accord with nature, who appear to make no effort, whose acting seems to give them joy and rest. We do well what we do easily. It is a great mistake to exhaust yourself instead of the subject. All great actors fill the stage because they hold the situation. You see them and nothing else.
Speaking of American actors, Colonel, I believe you are greatly interested in the playing of Miss Marlowe, and have given your opinion of her as Parthenia. What do you think of her Julia and Viola?
A little while ago I saw Miss Marlowe as Julia in The Hunchback. We must remember the limitations of the play. Nothing can excel the simplicity, the joyous content of the first scene. Nothing could be more natural than the excitement produced by the idea of leaving what you feel to be simple and yet good for what you think is magnificent, brilliant, and intoxicating. It is only in youth that we are willing to make this exchange. One does not see so clearly in the morning of life when the sun shines in his eyes. In the afternoon, when the sun is behind him, he sees better. He is no longer dazzled. In old age, we are not only willing, but anxious, to exchange wealth and fame and glory and magnificence for simplicity. All the palaces are nothing compared with our little cabin, and all the flowers of the world are naught to the wild rose that climbs and blossoms by the lowly window of content. Happiness dwells in the valleys with the shadows. The moment Julia is brought in contact with wealth, she longs for the simple, for the true love of one true man. Wealth and station are mockeries. These feelings, these emotions, Miss Marlowe rendered not only with look and voice and gesture, but with every pose of her body, and when assured that her nuptials with the Earl could be avoided, the only question in her mind was as to the absolute preservation of her honor, not simply in fact, but in appearance, so that even hatred could not see a speck upon the shining shield of her perfect truth. In this scene she was perfect. Everything was forgotten, except the desire to be absolutely true. So in the scene with Master Walter, when he upbraids her for forgetting that she is about to meet her father, when excusing her forgetfulness on the ground that he has been to her a father, nothing could exceed the delicacy and tenderness of this passage. Every attitude expressed love, gentleness, and a devotion even unto death. One felt that there could be no love left for the father she expected to meet. Master Walter had it all. A greater Julia was never on the stage, one in whom so much passion mingled with so much purity. Miss Marlowe never o'ersteps the modesty of nature. She maintains proportion. The river of her art flows even with the banks. In Viola we must remember the character, a girl just rescued from the sea, disguised as a boy, employed by the Duke, whom she instantly loves, sent as his messenger to woo another for him, Olivia enamored of the messenger, forced to a duel, mistaken for her brother by the captain, and her brother taken for herself by Olivia, and yet in the midst of these complications and disguises she remains a pure and perfect girl, these circumstances having no more real effect upon her passionate and subtle self than clouds on stars. When Malvolio follows and returns the ring, the whole truth flashes upon her. She is in love with Orsino. This she knows. Olivia, she believes, is in love with her. The edge of the situation, the dawn of this entanglement, excites her mirth. In this scene she becomes charming, an impersonation of spring. Her laughter is as natural and musical as the song of a brook. So in the scene with Olivia, in which she cries, "Make me a willow cabin at your gate," she is the embodiment of grace, and her voice is as musical as the words, and as rich in tone as they are in thought. In the duel with Sir Andrew she shows the difference between the delicacy of woman and the cowardice of man. She does the little that she can, not for her own sake, but for the sake of her disguise. She feels that she owes something to her clothes. But I have said enough about this actress to give you an idea of one who is destined to stand first in her profession. We will now come back to the real question. I am in favor of protecting the American actor. I regard the theater as the civilizer of man, all the arts united upon the stage, and the genius of the race has been lavished on this mimic world.
This ends our interview, Protection for American Actors. Section 25 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Christine G. Interview title, Woman Suffrage, Horse Racing, and Money. Printed in the Inter-Ocean, Chicago, Illinois, October 27, 1891. First question. What are your opinions on the woman's suffrage question? Ingersoll's answer.
I claim no right that I am not willing to give to my wife and daughters, and to the wives and daughters of other men. We shall never have a generation of great men until we have a generation of great women. I do not regard ignorance as the foundation of virtue, or uselessness as one of the requisites of a lady. I am a believer in equal rights. Those who are amenable to the laws should have a voice in making the laws. In every department where woman has had an equal opportunity with man, she has shown that she has equal capacity. George Sand was a great writer, George Eliot one of the greatest, Mrs. Browning a marvellous poet, and the lyric beauty of her Mother and Poet is greater than anything her husband ever wrote. Harriet Martineau a wonderful woman, and Ouida is probably the greatest living novelist, man or woman. Give the women a chance.
The Colonel's recent election as a life member of the Manhattan Athletic Club, due strangely enough to a speech of his denouncing certain forms of sport, was referred to, and this led him to express his contempt for prize fighting, and then he said on the subject of horse racing,
The only objection I have to horse racing is its cruelty. The whip and spur should be banished from the track. As long as these are used, the race-track will breed a very low and heartless set of men. I hate to see a brute whip and spur a noble animal. The good people object to racing because of the betting, but bad people, like myself, object to the cruelty. Men are not forced to bet. That is their own business, but the poor horse, straining every nerve, does not ask for the lash and iron. Abolish torture on the track, and let the best horse win.
What do you think of the Chilean insult to the United States flag?
In the first place, I think that our government was wrong in taking the part of Balmaceda. In the next place, we made a mistake in seizing the Itata. America should always side with the right. We should care nothing for the pretender in power, and Balmaceda was a cruel, tyrannical scoundrel. We should be with the people everywhere. I do not blame Chile for feeling a little revengeful. We ought to remember that Chile is weak, and nations, like individuals, are sensitive in proportion that they are weak. Let us trust Chile just as we would England. We are too strong to be unjust.
How do you stand on the money question?
I am with the Republican Party on the question of money. I am for the use of gold and silver both, but I want $1's worth of silver in a silver dollar. I do not believe in light money, or in cheap money, or in poor money. These are all contradictions in terms. Congress cannot fix the value of money. The most it can do is fix its debt-paying power. It is beyond the power of any Congress to fix the purchasing value of what it may be pleased to call money. Nobody knows, so far as I know, why people want gold. I do not know why people want silver. I do not know how gold came to be money, neither do I understand the universal desire, but it exists, and we take things as we find them. Gold and silver make up, you may say, the money of the world, and I believe in using the two metals. I do not believe in depreciating any American product, but as value cannot be absolutely fixed by law, so far as the purchasing power is concerned, and as the values of gold and silver vary, neither being stable any more than the value of wheat or corn is stable, I believe that legislation should keep pace with a reasonable distance at least of the varying values, and that the money should be kept as nearly equal as possible. Of course, there is one trouble with money today, and that is the use of the word dollar. It has lost its meaning. So many governments have adulterated their own coin, and as many have changed weights, that the word dollar has not today an absolute, definite, specific meaning. Like individuals, nations have been dishonest. The only time the papal power had the right to coin money, I believe it was under Pius IX, when Antonelli was his minister. The coin of the papacy was so debased that even orthodox Catholics refused to take it, and it had to be called in and minted by the French Empire before even the Italians recognized it as money. My own opinion is that either the dollar must be absolutely defined, It must be the world over so many grains of pure gold, or so many grains of pure silver. Or we must have other denominations for our money, as for instance ounces, or parts of ounces. And the time will come, in my judgment, when there will be a money of the world, the same everywhere, because each coin will contain upon its face the certificate of a government that it contains such a weight, so many grains or so many ounces, of a certain metal. I, for one, want the money of the United States to be as good as that of any other country. I want its gold and silver exactly what they purport to be, and I want the paper issued by the government to be the same as gold. I want its credit so perfectly established that it will be taken in every part of the habitable globe. I am with the Republican party on the question of money, also on the question of protection, and all I hope is that the people of this country will have sense enough to defend their own interests.
This ends our interview, Woman Suffrage, Horse Racing, and Money. Section 26 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewer's question read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's answer read by Scott Danaker, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Interview title, Missionaries. Printed in The Press, Cleveland, Ohio, November 12, 1891. Question. What is your opinion of foreign missions? Ingersoll's answer.
In the first place, there seems to be a pretty good opening in this country for missionary work. We have a good many Indians who are not Methodists. I've never known one to be converted. A good many have been killed by Christians, but their souls have not been saved. Maybe the Methodists had better turn their attention to the heathen of their own country. Then we have a good many Mormons who rely on the truth of the Old Testament and follow the example of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It seems to me that the Methodists better convert the Mormons before attacking the tribes of Central Africa. There's plenty of work to be done right here. A few good bishops might be employed for a time in converting Dr. Briggs and Professor Swing, to say nothing of other heretical Presbyterians. There's no need of going to China to convert the Chinese. There are thousands of them here. In China, our missionaries will tell the followers of Confucius about the love and forgiveness of Christians. And when the Chinese come here, they are robbed, assaulted, and often murdered. Would it not be a good thing for the Methodists to civilize our own Christians to such a degree that they would not murder a man simply because he belongs to another race and worships other gods? So, too, I think it would be a good thing for the Methodists to go south and persuade their brethren in that country to treat the colored people with kindness. A few efforts might be made to convert the whitecaps in Ohio, Indiana, and some other states. My advice to the Methodists is to do what little good they can right here and now. It seems cruel to preach to the heathen a gospel that is dying out even here, and fill their poor minds with the absurd dogmas and cruel creeds that intelligent men have outgrown and thrown away. Honest commerce will do 1,000 times more good than all the missionaries on earth. I don't believe that an intelligent Chinaman or an intelligent Hindu has ever been or ever will be converted into a Methodist. If Methodism is good, we need it here. And if it is not good, don't fool the heathen with it.
This ends our interview, Missionaries. Section 27 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewer's questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Interview title, Word Painting and College Education. Printed in the News, Indianapolis, Indiana, February 18, 1892. First question. What is the history of the speech delivered here in 1876? Was it extemporaneous? Ingersoll's answer:
It was not born entirely of the occasion. It took me several years to put the thoughts in form, to paint the pictures with words. No man can do his best on the instant. Iron, to be beaten into perfect form, has to be heated several times and turned upon the anvil many more, and hammered long and often. You might as well try to paint a picture with one sweep of the brush, or chisel a statue with one stroke, as to paint many pictures with words without great thought and care. Now and then, while a man is talking, heated with his subject, a great thought, sudden as a flash of lightning, illuminates the intellectual sky, and a great sentence, clothed in words of purple, falls, or rather rushes, from his lips. But a continuous flight is born, not only of enthusiasm, but of long and careful thought. A perfect picture requires more details, more lights and shadows, than the mind can grasp at once or on the instant. Thoughts are not born of chance. They grow and bud and blossom and bear the fruit of perfect form. Genius is the soil and climate, but the soil must be cultivated, and the harvest is not instantly after the planting. It takes time and labor to raise and harvest a crop from that field called the brain.
Do you think young men need a college education to get along?
Probably many useless things are taught in colleges. I think, as a rule, too much time is wasted learning the names of the cards without learning to play a game. I think a young man should be taught something that he can use, something he can sell. After coming from college, he should be better equipped to battle with the world, to do something of use. A man may have his brain stuffed with Greek and Latin without being able to fill his stomach with anything of importance. Still, I am in favor of the highest education. I would like to see splendid schools in every state, and then a university, and all scholars passing a certain examination sent to the state university free, and then a United States university, the best in the world, and all graduates of the state universities passing a certain examination sent to the United States university free. We ought to have in this country the best library, the best university, the best school of design in the world, and so I say, more money for the mind.
Was the peculiar conduct of the Reverend Dr. Parkhurst of New York justifiable? And do you think that it had a tendency to help morality?
If Christ had written a decoy letter to the woman to whom he said, "Go and sin no more," and if he had disguised himself and visited her house, and had then lodged a complaint against her before the police and testified against her, taking one of his disciples with him, I do not think he would have added to his reputation.
This ends our interview, Word Painting and College Education. Section 28 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Kristen G. Interview title, Tolstoy and Literature. Printed in the Evening Express, Buffalo, New York, October 6, 1892. First question. What is your opinion of Count Leo Tolstoy? Ingersoll's answer.
I have read Tolstoy. He is a curious mixture of simplicity and philosophy. He seems to have been carried away by his conception of religion. He is non-resistant to such a degree that he asserts that he would not, if attacked, use violence to preserve his own life or the life of a child. Upon this question he is undoubtedly insane. So he is trying to live the life of a peasant and doing without the comforts of life. This is not progress. Civilization should not endeavor to bring about equality by making the rich poor, or the comfortable miserable. This will not add to the pleasures of the rich, neither will it feed the hungry, nor clothe the naked. The civilized wealthy should endeavor to help the needy, and help them in a sensible way, not through charity, but through industry, through giving them opportunities to take care of themselves. I do not believe in the equality that is to be reached by pulling the successful down, but I do believe in civilization that tends to raise the fallen and assists those in need. Should we all follow Tolstoy's example and live according to his philosophy, the world would go back to barbarism. Art would be lost, that which elevates and refines would be destroyed, the voice of music would become silent, and man would be satisfied with a rag, a hut, a crust. We do not want the equality of savages. No, in civilization there must be differences, because there is a constant movement forward. The human race cannot advance in line. There will be pioneers, there will be the great army, and there will be countless stragglers. It is not necessary for the whole army to go back to the stragglers. It is better that the army should march forward toward the pioneers. It may be that the sale of Tolstoy's works is on the increase in America, but certainly the principles of Tolstoy are gaining no foothold here. We are not a nation of non-resistance. We believe in defending our homes. Nothing can exceed the insanity of non-resistance. This doctrine leaves virtue naked, and clothes vice in armor. It gives every weapon to the wrong, and takes every shield from the right. I believe that goodness has the right of self-defense. As a matter of fact, vice should be left naked, and virtue should have all the weapons. The good should not be a flock of sheep at the mercy of every wolf. So I do not accept Tolstoy's theory of equality as a sensible solution of the labor problem. The hope of this world is that men will become civilized to that degree that they cannot be happy while they know that thousands of their fellow men are miserable. The time will come when the man who dwells in a palace will not be happy if want sits upon the steps at his door. No matter how well he is clothed himself, he will not enjoy his robes if he sees others in rags, and the time will come when the intellect of this world will be directed by the heart of this world, and when men of genius and power will do what they can for the benefit of their fellow men. All this is to come through civilization, through experience. Men, after a time, will find the worthlessness of great wealth. They will find it is not splendid to excite envy in others. So, too, they will find that the happiness of the human race is so interdependent and so interwoven that finally the interest of humanity will be the interest of the individual. I know that at present the lives of many millions are practically without value, but in my judgment the world is growing a little better every day. On the average, men have more comforts, better clothes, better food, more books, and more of the luxuries of life than ever before.
It is said that properly to appreciate Rousseau, Voltaire, Hugo, and other French classics, a thorough knowledge of the French language is necessary. What is your opinion?
No, to say that a knowledge of French is necessary in order to appreciate Voltaire or Hugo is nonsensical. For a student anxious to study the works of these masters, to set to work to learn the language of the writers would be like my building a flight of stairs to go down to supper. The stairs are already there. Some other person built them for me, and others who chose to use them. Men have spent their lives in the study of the French and English, and have given us Voltaire, Hugo, and all other works of French classics, perfect in sentiment and construction as the originals are. Macaulay was a great linguist, but he wrote no better than Shakespeare, and Burns wrote perfect English, though virtually uneducated. Good writing is a matter of genius and heart. Reading is application and judgment. I am of the opinion that Wilber's English translation of Les Miserables is better than Hugo's original, as a literary masterpiece. What a grand novel it is! What characters, Jean Valjean and Javert!
Which, in your opinion, is the greatest English novel?
I think the greatest novel ever written in English is A Tale of Two Cities, by Dickens. It is full of philosophy, its incidents are dramatically grouped. Sidney Carton, the hero, is a marvellous creation and a marvellous character. Lucy Manette is as delicate as the perfume of wild violets, and Cell 105, North Tower, and scenes enacted there almost touch the region occupied by Lear. There, too, Madame Defarge is the impersonation of the French Revolution, and the nobleman of the chateau, with his fine features changed to stone, and the messenger at Tellson's bank gnawing the rust from his nails. All there are the creations of genius, and these children of fiction will live as long as imagination spreads her many-colored wings in the mind of man.
What do you think of Pope?
Pope? Alexander Pope, the word carpenter, a mechanical poet, or stay, rather a digital poet. That fits him best. One of those fellows who counts his fingers to see that his verse is in perfect rhythm. His essay on man strikes me as being particularly defective. For instance, all discord, harmony not understood, all partial evil, universal good. From the first epistle of his Essay on Man. Anything that is evil cannot by any means be good, and anything partial cannot be universal. We see in libraries ponderous tomes labeled Burke's Speeches. No person ever seems to read them, but he is now regarded as being in his day a great speaker, because now no one has pluck enough to read his speeches. Why, for 30 years Burke was known in Parliament as the dinner bell. Whenever he rose to speak, everybody went to dinner.
This ends our interview, Tolstoy and Literature. Section 29 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewers' questions read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's responses read by Herman Roskams in France. Interview title, The Church and the Stage. Printed in the Dramatic Mirror, New York, April 21st, 1888. First question. I have come to talk with you a little about the drama. Have you any decided opinions on that subject? Ingersoll's answer.
Nothing is more natural than imitation. The little child with her doll, telling its stories, putting words in its mouth, attributing to it the feelings of happiness and misery, is the simple tendency toward the drama. Little children always have plays, they imitate their parents, they put on the clothes of their elders, they have imaginary parties, carry on conversation with imaginary persons, have little dishes filled with imaginary food, pour tea and coffee out of invisible pots, receive callers, and repeat what they have heard their mothers say. This is simply the natural drama, an exercise of the imagination, which always has been, and which probably always will be, a source of great pleasure. In the early days of the world, nothing was more natural than for the people to reenact the history of their country, to represent the great heroes, the great battles, and the most exciting scenes of the history of which has been preserved by legend. I believe this tendency to reenact, to bring before the eyes the great, the curious, and pathetic events of history has been universal. All civilized nations have delighted in the theater, and the greatest minds in many countries have been devoted to the drama, and without doubt the greatest man about whom we know anything devoted his life to the production of plays.
I would like to ask you why, in your opinion, as a student of history, has the Protestant Church always been so bitterly opposed to the theater?
I believe the early Christians expected the destruction of the world. They had no idea of remaining here in the then condition of things but for a few days. They expected that Christ would come again, that the world would be purified by fire, that all the unbelievers would be burned up, and that the earth would become a fit habitation for the followers of the Savior. Protestantism became as ascetic as the early Christians. It is hard to conceive of anybody believing in the 5 points of John Calvin going to any place of amusement. The creed of Protestantism made life infinitely sad and made man infinitely responsible. According to this creed, every man was liable at any moment to be summoned to eternal pain. The most devout Christian was not absolutely sure of salvation. This life was a probationary one. Everybody was considered as waiting on the dock of time, sitting on his trunk, expecting the ship that was to bear him to an eternity of good or evil, probably evil. They were in no state of mind to enjoy burlesque or comedy, and, so far as tragedy was concerned, their own lives and their own creeds were tragic beyond anything that could by any possibility happen in this world. A broken heart was nothing to be compared with the damned soul, the afflictions of a few years with the flames of eternity. This, to say the least of it, accounts in part for the hatred that Protestantism always bore toward the stage. Of course, the churches have always regarded the theatre as a rival and have begrudged the money used to support the stage. You know that Macaulay said the Puritans objected to bear baiting, not because they pitied the bears, but because they hated to see the people enjoy themselves. There is in this at least a little truth. Orthodox religion has always been and always will be the enemy of happiness. This world is not a place for enjoyment. This is the place to suffer. This is the place to practice self-denial, to wear crowns of thorns. The other world is a place for joy, provided you are fortunate enough to travel the narrow grass-grown path. Of course, wicked people can be happy here. People who care nothing for the good of others, who live selfish and horrible lives, are supposed by Christians to enjoy themselves. Consequently, they will be punished in another world. But whoever carrieth the cross of decency, and whoever denied himself to that degree that he neither stole, nor forged, nor murdered, will be paid for the self-denial in another world. And whoever said that he preferred a prayer meeting with 5 or 6 queer old men and 2 or 3 very aged women with 1 or 2 candles, and who solemnly affirmed that he enjoyed that far more than he could a play of Shakespeare, was expected, with much reason, I think, to be rewarded in another world.
Do you think that church people were justified in their opposition to the drama in the days when Congreve, Wycherley, and Ben Jonson were the popular favorites?
In that time there was a great deal of vulgarity in many of the plays. Many things were said on the stage that the people of this age would not care to hear, and there was not very often enough wit in the sayings to redeem it. My principal objection to Congreve, Wycherley, and most of their contemporaries is that the plays were exceedingly poor and had not much in them of real sterling value. The Puritans, however, did not object on account of the vulgarity. That was not the honest objection. No play was ever put upon the English stage more vulgar than the table talk of Martin Luther, and many sermons preached in that day were almost unrivalled for vulgarity. The worst passages in the Old Testament were quoted with a kind of unction that showed a love for the vulgar, and in my judgment the worst plays were as good as the sermons, and the theatre of that time was better adapted to civilize mankind, to soften the human heart, and to make better men and better women than the pulpit of that day. The actors, in my judgment, were better people than the preachers. They had in them more humanity, more real goodness, and more appreciation of beauty, of tenderness, of generosity, and of heroism. Probably no religion was ever more thoroughly hateful than Puritanism, but all religionists who believe in an eternity of pain would naturally be opposed to everything that makes this life better, and, as a matter of fact, Orthodox churches have been the enemies of painting, of sculpture, of music, and the drama.
What, in your estimation, is the value of the drama as a factor in our social life at the present time?
I believe that the plays of Shakespeare are the most valuable things in the possession of the human race. No man can read and understand Shakespeare without being an intellectually developed man. If Shakespeare could be as widely circulated as the Bible, if all the Bible societies would break their plates they now have and print Shakespeare and put Shakespeare in all the languages of the world, nothing would so raise the intellectual standard of mankind. Think of the different influence of man between reading Deuteronomy and Hamlet and King Lear, between studying Numbers and the Midsummer Night's Dream, between pondering over the murderous crimes and assassinations in Judges and studying The Tempest, or as you like it. Man advances as he develops intellectually. The Church teaches obedience. The man who reads Shakespeare has his intellectual horizon enlarged. He begins to think by himself, and he enjoys living in a new world. The characters of Shakespeare become his acquaintances. He admires the heroes, the philosophers, he laughs with the clowns, and he almost adores the beautiful women, the pure, loving, and heroic women born of Shakespeare's heart and brain. The stage has amused and instructed the world. It had added to the happiness of mankind. It has kept alive all arts. It is in partnership with all there is of beauty, of poetry and expression. It goes hand in hand with music, with painting, with sculpture, with oratory, with philosophy and history. The stage has humor. It abhors stupidity. It despises hypocrisy. It holds up to laughter the peculiarities, the idiosyncrasies, and the little insanities of mankind. It thrusts the spear of ridicule through the shield of pretense. It laughs at the lugubrious, and it has ever taught and will, in all probability, forever teach that man is more than a title, and that human love laughs at all barriers, at all the prejudices of society and caste that tend to keep apart two loving hearts.
What is your opinion of the progress of the drama in educating the artistic sense of the community as compared with the progress of the Church as an educator of the moral sentiment?
Of course, the stage is not all good, nor is, and I say this with becoming modesty, the pulpit all bad. There have been bad actors, and there have been good preachers. There has been no improvement in plays since Shakespeare wrote. There has been great improvement in theatres, and the tendency seems to me to be toward higher artistic excellence in the presentation of plays. As we become slowly civilized, we will constantly demand more artistic excellence. There will always be a class satisfied with the lowest form of dramatic presentation, with coarse wit, with stupid but apparent jokes, and there will always be a class satisfied with almost anything. But the class demanding the highest, the best, will constantly increase in numbers, and the other classes will, in all probability, correspondingly decrease. The Church has ceased to be an educator. In an artistic direction, it never did anything except in architecture, and that ceased long ago. The followers of today are poor copyists. The Church has been compelled to be a friend of, or rather to call in the assistance of, music. As a moral teacher, the Church always has been, and always will be, a failure. The pulpit, to use the language of Frederick Douglass, has always echoed the cry of the street. Take our own history. The Church was the friend of slavery. That institution was defended in nearly every pulpit. The Bible was the auction block on which a slave mother stood while her child was sold from her arms. The Church, for hundreds of years, was the friend and defender of the slave trade. I know of no crime that has not been defended by the Church in one form or another. The Church is not a pioneer. It accepts a new truth, last of all, and only when denial has become useless. The Church preaches the doctrine of forgiveness. This doctrine sells crime on credit. The idea that there is a God who rewards and punishes and who can reward, if he so wishes, the meanest and vilest of the human race, so that he will be eternally happy, and can punish the best of the human race, so that he will be eternally miserable, is subversive of all morality. Happiness ought to be the result of good actions. Happiness ought to spring from the seed a man sows himself. It ought not to be a reward. It ought to be a consequence, and there ought to be no idea that there is any being who can step between action and consequence. To preach that a man can abuse his wife and children, rob his neighbors, slander his fellow citizens, and yet, a moment or two before he dies, by repentance become a glorified angel, is, in my judgment, immoral. And to preach that a man can be a good man, kind to his wife and children, an honest man, paying his debts, and yet, for the lack of a certain belief, the moment after he is dead, be sent to an eternal prison, is also immoral. So that, according to my opinion, while the Church teaches men many good things, it also teaches doctrines subversive of morality. If there were not in the whole world a Church, the morality of man, in my judgment, would be the gainer.
What do you think of the treatment of the actor by society in his social relations?
For a good many years, the basis of society has been the dollar. Only a few years ago, all literary men were ostracized because they had no money. Neither did they have a reading public. If any man produced a book, he had to find a patron, some titled donkey, some lauded lubber in whose honor he could print a few well-turned lies on the fly-leaf. If you wish to know the degradation of literature, read the dedication written by Lord Bacon to James I, in which he puts him beyond all kings, living and dead, beyond Caesar and Marcus Aurelius. In those days, the literary man was a servant, a hack. He lived in Grub Street. He was only 1 degree above the sturdy vagrant and the escaped convict. Why was this? He had no money, and he lived in an age when money was the fountain of respectability. Let me give you another instance. Mozart, whose brain was a fountain of melody, was forced to eat at table with coachmen, with footmen and scullions. He was simply a servant who was commanded to make music for a pudding-headed bishop. The same was true of the great painters, and of almost all other men who rendered the world beautiful by art, and who enriched the languages of mankind. The basis of respectability was the dollar. Now that the literary man has an intelligent public, he cares nothing for the ignorant patron. The literary man makes money. The world is becoming civilized, and the literary man stands high. In England, however, if Charles Darwin had been invited to dinner, and there had been present some sprig of nobility, some titled vessel holding the germs of hereditary disease, Darwin would have been compelled to occupy a place beneath him. But I have hopes even for England. The same is true of the artist. The man who can now paint a picture by which he receives from $5,000 to $50,000 is necessarily respectable. The actor who may realize from $1,000 to $2,000 a night, or even more, is welcomed in the stupidest and richest society. So with the singers and with all others who instruct and amuse mankind. Many people imagine that he who amused them must be lower than they. This, however, is hardly possible. I believe in the aristocracy of the brain and heart, in the aristocracy of intelligence and goodness, and not only appreciate, but admire the great actor, the great painter, the great sculptor, the marvelous singer. In other words, I admire all people who tend to make this life richer, who give an additional thought to this poor world.
Do you think this liberal movement favoring the better class of plays, inaugurated by the Reverend Dr. Abbott, will tend to soften the sentiment of the Orthodox churches against the stage?
I have not read what Dr. Abbott has written on this subject. From your statement of his position, I think he entertains quite a sensible view, and, when we take into consideration that he is a minister, a miraculously sensible view. It is not the business of the dramatist, the actor, the painter, or the sculptor to teach what the church calls morality. The dramatist and the actor ought to be truthful, ought to be natural, that is to say, truthfully and naturally artistic. He should present pictures of life properly chosen, artistically constructed, an exhibition of emotions truthfully done, artistically done. If vice is presented naturally, no one will fall in love with vice. If the better qualities of the human heart are presented naturally, no one can fail to fall in love with them. But they need to be presented for that purpose. The object of the artist is to present truthfully and artistically. He is not the Sunday school teacher. He is not to have the moral effect eternally in his mind. It is enough for him to be truly artistic, because, as I have said a great many times, the greatest good is done by indirection. For instance, a man lives a good, noble, honest, and lofty life. The value of that life would be destroyed if he kept calling attention to it, if he said to all who met him, "Look at me." He would become intolerable. The truly artistic speaks of perfection, that is to say, of harmony, not only of conduct, but of harmony and proportion in everything. The pulpit is always afraid of the passions, and really imagines that it has some influence on men and women, keeping them in the path of virtue. No greater mistake was ever made. Eternally talking and harping on that one subject, in my judgment, does harm. Forever keeping it in the mind by reading passages from the Bible, by talking about the corruption of the human heart, of the power of temptation, of the scarcity of virtue, of the plentifulness of vice. All these platitudes tend to produce exactly what they are directed against.
I fear, Colonel, that I have surprised you into agreeing with the clergyman. The following are the points made by the Reverend Dr. Abbott in his editorial on the theater, and it seems to me that you and he think very much alike on that subject. The points are these. 1. It is not the function of the drama to teach moral lessons. 2. A moral lesson neither makes nor mars either a drama or a novel. 3. The moral quality of a play does not depend upon the result. 4. The real function of the drama is like that of the novel, not to amuse, not to excite, but to portray life, and so minister to it. And as virtue and vice, goodness and evil, are the great fundamental facts of life, they must, in either serious story or serious play, be portrayed. If they are so portrayed that the vice is alluring and the virtue repugnant, the play or story is immoral. If so portrayed that the vice is repellent and the virtue alluring, the play or story is moral. 5. The Church has no occasion to ask the theater to preach, though if it does preach we might have a right to demand that its ethical doctrines be pure and high. but we have a right to demand that in its pictures of life it so portrays vice as to make it abhorrent, and so portrays virtue as to make it attractive.
I agree in most of what you have read, though I must confess that to find a minister agreeing with me, or to find myself agreeing with a minister, makes me a little uncertain. All art, in my judgment, is for the sake of expression, equally true of the drama as of painting and sculpture. No poem touches the human heart unless it touches the universal. It must at some point move in unison with the great ebb and flow of things. The same is true of the play, of a piece of music, or a statue. I think that all real artists in all departments touch the universal, and when they do, the result is good. But the result need not have been a consideration. There is an old story that at first there was a temple erected upon the earth by God himself, that afterward this temple was shivered into countless pieces and distributed over the whole earth, and that all the rubies and diamonds and precious stones since found are parts of that temple. Now, if we could conceive of a building or of anything involving all art, and that it had been scattered abroad, then I would say that whoever finds and portrays truthfully a thought, an emotion, a truth, has found and restored one of the jewels.
This ends our interview, The Church and the Stage. Section 30 of Selected Interviews with Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interviewer's question read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ingersoll's answer read by Scott Danaker, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Interview title, A Visit to Shaw's Garden. Published in the Republic, St. Louis, April 11, 1897. Question. I was told that you came to St. Louis on your wedding anniversary some 30 years ago and went to Shaw's Garden. Ingersoll's answer.
Yes, we were married on the 13th of February, 1862. We were here in St. Louis, and we did visit Shaw's Garden, and we thought it perfectly beautiful. Afterward, we visited the Kew Gardens in London, but our remembrance of Shaw's left Kew in the shade. Of course, I have been in St. Louis many times, my first visit being, I think, in 1854. I have always liked the town. I was acquainted at one time with a great many of your old citizens. Most of them have died, and I know but few of the present generation. I used to stop at the old planter's house, and I was there quite often during the war. In those days I saw Hackett as Falstaff, the best Falstaff that ever lived. Benda Barr was here then, and the Mattern sisters, and now the daughter of one of the sisters, Minnie Mattern Fisk, is one of the greatest actresses in the world. She has made a wonderful hit in New York this season. And so, the ebb and flow of life goes on. The old pass and the young arrive. Death and progress. It may be that death is, after all, a great blessing. Maybe it gives zest and flavor to life, ardor and flame to love. At the same time, I say, long life to all of my friends. I want to live. I get great happiness out of life. I enjoy the company of my friends. I enjoy seeing the faces of the ones I love. I enjoy art and music. I love Shakespeare and Burns. I love to hear the music of Wagner. I love to see a good play. I take pleasure in eating and sleeping. The fact is, I like to breathe. I want to get all the happiness out of life that I can. I want to suck the orange dry so that when death comes, nothing but the peelings will be left. And so I say, long life
This ends our interview, A Visit to Shaw's Garden.
Thanks for visiting Timeless Audiobooks. Please remember to like, comment, share and subscribe for our latest audiobook uploads.